So yeah, never a really strong character, never really out in the spotlight, not a lot of attention, but very dependable, usually compelling, and I the scene where Alana pushes him over was fantastic. Kate tackles him in LAX. He gets pushed around, but so he's not, intimidating, but he's, fairly smart and I guess somehow managed to escape all this danger, time travel and stuff with a giant thing of diamonds. And I don't know, I imagine he'll probably go on and I don't know do what, but I imagine he'll, maintain contact with Sawyer to a certain extent and I don't know, maybe just live it up forever.
Mhm.
Till he dies. So yeah, I like Miles. I mean, he's definitely sort of a third tier character, but for a third tier character, he's good.
Yeah, I think the freighter was the home of the third tier,
Yeah.
for most of the third tier.
Yeah.
I'm a Miles fan. He's like Sawyer light. He's very sort of, got a lot of those same qualities. He was pretty much interesting from the beginning. They kind of have him start out as sort of a con man. A guy who's a little bit shady, using his power and sort of taking advantage and then not taking advantage. So he started out, sort of, he can go either way. How bad could he become? Because he, I think he's willing to do whatever it takes to survive for the most part. And, he comes to the island for very selfish reasons and wants to blackmail Ben, but quickly, once he gets caught up in the drama, he just becomes, like everyone else because, the cool thing that they did was, it really, it's easy for Miles and Charlotte and Dan and, Frank to sort of join up with the Losties to whatever extent they do, greatly for all of them. But, it's largely predicated on the fact that, like, they weren't part of the freighter crew that was trying to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
They too were sort of surprised by that, like to the extent that, like, none of them were like, oh, Kimi, they weren't like on his side at all.
Right.
There was sort of no allegiance to the bad guy that came over with them. So it was like, the freighter people start out as sort of, mysterious. You don't know if you can trust them and stuff. And it's like, oh no, there's a guy trying to kill us, but they easily defect because they weren't down with that plan anyway.
Right.
So they just become part of the people trying to survive that same group, because they're on the island and they don't want to die.
Yeah.
And so, and then his days with Sawyer becoming Sawyer's right-hand man was a pretty cool little change. Really sort of even more so than Jen, I think, which might be surprising. But I think Miles is a little, Miles and Sawyer, closer wavelength, I think. But I enjoyed that they, their buddy relationship.
Oh yeah.
And his time recently, he's the kind of character who, even though he didn't get a lot of attention and he'd go on missions and stuff, and he was involved in the drama, he wasn't like dead weight,
Right.
He might not do a lot, but he's not dead weight. The Alana pushing him over in the temple was just, that's just too much for me. It was great. His power, his ability to read dead people really came in handy. And the way they first portrayed it, I think, is different than what they eventually told us it was.
Yeah.
Because that first encounter with the grandmother and the machine he had and the whatever, it was like, it's weird. But they sort of solidified what we're supposed to think he could do, and it was pretty interesting. And he's the guy who tells Sawyer it works because he read Juliet's last thoughts.
Yeah.
So that was like a big deal at the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a guy who sort of hedges his bets on safety. When faced with something dangerous and then a non-dangerous path, he's going to go the non-dangerous path. No offense to anyone else.
Yes.
He's just gonna not charge towards the enemy.
Right.
Which, hey, it helps him survive. And he, not only that, but he gets to find the diamonds. I love they gave the diamonds to someone because I thought it was such a waste.
Oh, yeah.
Just buried with those diamonds and no one would ever find out. And then it's like, okay, they made it where a guy could find out.
Yeah.
And he ends up getting off with them. And so, yeah, I imagine he lives it up. I imagine he has no problem kicking back and just really sort of saying, I lived through hell and I deserve to be pampered from now on.
Yeah.
He and Sawyer go travel the world and go pick up ladies and wine and dine and, do something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, his relationship with James was sort of even more magnified in The Flash Sideways. He got really upset that Sawyer did not tell him about, or, James didn't tell him about this whole Sawyer thing.
Yeah, I had a thought about that. I wanted to say that maybe in real life, in the original timeline, Sawyer actually never told Miles about that.
Oh, yeah, I don't think he did.
During those 3 years. So that's why that was sort of an unresolved issue.
No, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely don't think he told Miles that.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they were really close. It seems like something Sawyer would have kind of wanted to share with them on a certain level.
Yeah.
But it looks like he didn't, and so that sort of does it in the afterlife. After Miles sort of forces him to do it in a way, like by getting in his face.
He ran his credit cards.
Yeah,
he went but he cared about it so much. He violated his trust and went behind his back and followed up on where he was and threw it in his face and said, "Why don't you trust me and tell me this?"
Yes.
Because you're the kind of person who goes through my credit card.
We have to trust each other. That's why I secretly ran your credit card.
Exactly. Oh, man, yeah. That's like, why do you get to do that? Because I'm the mommy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only defense there is. It's like, there's no good defense.
That's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, I'm the one without the secret. That's why I get to go expose your secrets.
Right.
Something like that. But,
yeah.
Yeah, but at least, I thought it was a bit of an overreaction, but I think it shows the weight that had on the character and the friendship, so it was appropriate in that sense.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. That's the thing about the Flash Sideways. It's like it's not real, but at the same time, like you illustrated, characters are working things out that's important. That and since their island selves gets assimilated into their Flash Sideways self, and it's just like it's effectively the same almost, that whatever issue that they didn't get to work out in the real world, they did get worked out at some point, of course. That's the whole point of letting go and all that stuff. So
yeah.
It's interesting how it plays out.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, I guess that's one of the good things. You can draw certain conclusions about the characters based on the Flash Sideways, since they are literally, those characters, after their deaths.
Yeah.
So and working through things that they need to let go of. So I think that's probably the good the good part of that. It's nice to be able to, because I never really thought about whether Miles knew that about Sawyer, but then thinking about how that was the primary conflict in that episode. It seems like that's sort of what they're saying, that he just never told Miles that, and felt like he should have.
Mhm. Yeah, I kind of feel like the Sawyer who is on the island, who isn't sort of the cop, the good guy, doesn't really feel like he needs to tell Miles this, because they're both sort of, I wouldn't call them lowlives, of course, but like not the most high moral characters. Moral characters with the most moral fiber or whatever. And I think they understand that about each other, and they sort of like that about each other. So I think that it would go along. It would sort of, But again, it's like, I think Sawyer still would sort of want to tell him. And so this thing I said before is, Sawyer always comes across as a character who wants to say more, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Whereas Jack will say what he's thinking,
right.
Usually, or something like that. So, or at least show the emotion, where Sawyer just hide it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's cool. It's cool that he gets to tell Miles that in the flashlight ways, and it's right as soon as he tells him, Kate runs into his car,
right?
And it's like, okay, now he's ready to connect to her.
Mhm. Yeah.
Who's that man running with all that hair under that hood? Oh, it's not a man. That's Kate.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Can you imagine how many takes there are of him doing stuff like that?
No.
Mm-hmm. All the all the nicknames. I just want to see, all the takes of different nicknames and different ways to say it, and oh man, I bet it's hilarious.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. R.I.P. Miles Strom.
Yes.
Island survivor, that's no small feat.
Definitely.
There's a small list of the people who came to the island and actually managed to get off, for the long run.
Yes.
Ken Leung, good job, buddy.
Definitely.
I remember him from the X-Men movie.
Oh, that's right. He was the spiky head guy.
He was the spiky guy, and I'm like, why are you on Lost? Okay. But you know what? He had that same kind of, even with the short scene he has as that character, he has that same kind of character. He comes off like that, sort of like the smart ass guy, or the guy who's gonna like interject something.
Right.
All right. So who's next? I need to look at a list of characters.
Yeah. Is there a big, giant list of characters?
I'm sure.
I mean, we gotta stop at some point. There's so many. But,
yeah. Let me see. I think there's a big list. Oops.
Oh, here's a list. Oh, my God. Oh, it's so
long. All right. Oof. This is a lot. I don't like the format either. We talked about most of these people here. Everyone on this list we talked about. All right, let's just go. Let's go with some of the obvious people on this level. Let's go with Dan.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dan the man.
I think, like some of these characters, Dan died, so we did RIP him when he died a while ago, season 5. But Dan was a great character. There's no other physics professor characters on the show.
No.
He's got that distinction. He probably knew, of all the characters we saw on the show, he probably knew the most about the science of the islands. And so he was critical for bringing that side of things, I think, to the show. I liked how he played the character. Once they tell us his backstory, you understand why he's this kind of twitchy, jumpy, sort of reticent character. But still extremely helpful in a lot of situations, and very interesting. And I wish his final theory hadn't been so thoroughly false. But, that happens to a lot of great scientists, I guess. So, oh, well, he did great work before that, and, I'm sure he'll be remembered to a certain extent. But I think as far as the Freighter characters go, he's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah. Yeah, I was always a big Dan fan. He was really good from the beginning, and Jeremy Davies was great, and sort of portraying this character who was just really mysterious, and he had a very interesting approaches to things, and and all that the little era of the science experiments and all that stuff was really fascinating, and still don't know what the time barrier thing was about, or the difference in the time, and just okay, and really, why does the light scatter differently here? Is there because there's a light in the center of the island at the source or something? Like, what are we saying here, Dan? We never know, but
we will.
But he's got that tragic fate of being sort of doomed from the start in terms of his time travel experience, and his mother knowing that he's going to die and she's going to be the one to kill him, and sends him on that journey anyway. Sort of makes him go to the science side of things instead of the math. Instead of the music, and so he's sort of conflicted in that way of being really great at this thing that he didn't want to be great at. But still, of course, liking it, enjoying it. But he was good. He was good. Definitely helped when the whole freighter idea was great. Getting some new people to the island was great.
Oh yeah, and a very pivotal character.
Mhm.
There's just a lot of major stuff that you just don't have without his character.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you find out about the island and its properties that that he just says.
Yes.
It's like, okay, someone's got to be able to know that and be able to figure it out, and he's that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So you want to go? You want to Charlotte? We RIP'd.
Yes. Yes.
I guess in another life, she and James might have had a chance.
Yeah, looks like it. I don't know what to make of that now.
Yeah. They hit it off, but, she just wanted a shirt. She shouldn't have wanted that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a strange bit there.
Mhm. Who else have we not RIP'd that we need to? That we've never done yet.
Well,
who's left?
I don't think we've done Ben.
Oh, Ben. Oh, geez. Oh, Ben. Oh, no. Yeah.
And it would be an oversight not to do Ben.
You think we should do Ben?
I think so.
Yeah. He played a small role on the show.
Yeah, you could say that, I guess.
He's right under Frogurt.
Oh, man.
So Ben, there's so much to say, so I won't say all that, but there's probably no character that I like the most because I don't like them.
Right.
He's just, for the most part, especially those early days, just pretty awful all the time, and causing misery and drama and havoc for everyone around him. and was still just great to watch.
Yeah.
Interesting to see him, his ability to plan things and react to situations and come up with plans, and also, a survivor, someone who knows how to get out of situations, and really it's like, I don't know where it came from. It just, he had some sort of tactical quality that was definitely not exploited when he was a kid, and but somehow he became that person who could do whatever it took to get the job done, no matter what it was, and usually that was something he wanted for himself. But really great. There's just, there's too many good Ben scenes. There's just too many. There's just so much. I don't know I wouldn't know where to start. There's so many great Ben scenes, but
I know, with like the better characters, it's hard to name their good scenes because there's so many. It's with the lesser characters, it's easier to narrow them down.
Well, he was great from My Name is Henry Gale, and I'm like, maybe he did get there in a balloon.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. He was really just on fire from the beginning, and you didn't know what to get from this guy, and so that's the first big great part, of course, and then his next little bit of messing with Locke and pretending to fall down and pressing the button or not pressing the button to save them during the lockdown, and all that stuff, and then getting back to the others, and then making Michael trick them into all getting kidnapped, and all that stuff in season 3 that was just awful because I hated Ben, but he was just so great, and just just relentless guy who's just like, why are you doing all this stuff? Don't worry, we're the good guys. And I'm just like, I don't believe you. I'm not sure about that. And and of course, again, season 4, all that crazy stuff, all that stuff with Sayid and getting him to kill Widmore's people, and just being this like, I don't know, just like I just picture him with those little that scene when you find out who Sayid is working for, when he has to get shot or something, and he walks in and Ben looks over those glasses,
Oh yeah.
I'm just like, that's the guy who's running all this, who's organizing all this killing, and he's got these little bitty grandma glasses on. I just love it. And then of course all the stuff with Locke manipulating him into killing Jacob, and then the downfall after that, and his getting Alex killed, and just such great killing. Killing Locke, and like just so many huge moments. His character was just ridiculously important and pivotal to like everything.
Yes.
That happened after that plane crash.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Considering what he started out as, it's for seasons 3 through 5, probably the most important character on the show in terms of the plot, because he was involved in everything.
Everything.
Like everywhere you turn. Season 3 was about these fertility issues. That was a Ben project. Season 4 was about this freighter and getting off the island. Why was the freighter there? To get Ben, of course.
Yeah.
So, and then in season 5, he's the one who spearheads the move to get the Oceanic Six to come back to the island, and also is the one who kills Locke, and he's the one who kills Jacob at the end.
Yeah.
So it's hard to have 3 seasons revolve around you, but he managed to do that. his personality quirks were just so much fun to watch when I was rewatching the show. He lies so much.
I'm done lying.
It's so amazing to watch a character lie like that. It's over the top. Like, wow, how much can you lie? And he never stops.
He never stops.
I mean, even early on, it's like, I'm done lying. God, it's so ridiculous.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
No. Give us 4 more hours.
Okay.
Gotta keep going. All right.
Yes. And then it's like, okay, my name is Benjamin Linus, and I've lived on this island my entire life.
Oh.
Why did he even have to say? It's just unbelievable. Like, he'll do a lie when it's not even necessary.
Yeah.
There's just something in him that has to lie all the time. And, he's always manipulating in some way, and he's very, very deeply cold at times. He has those great little moments, you just killed all the people on the freighter. So, well, what's going to happen to all these passengers? Who cares? Like, you really get hit with, wow, Ben can be ruthless.
Yeah. This is the guy who tries to save a little baby, by the way. And it's like, wow, the one time Ben shows some sort of compassion.
Yes.
Was his baby. Every other time, Ben does not care.
Exactly. Yeah. He had that one weird exception with Alex, and he really did care about Alex. It's such a strange thing. He was so, he had a crap relationship with her because he basically used his Ben-like ways to try to raise her and, brainwashing her boyfriend. Like, Jesus, that's ridiculous. I guess that meant that he cared, but...
yeah, he cared a lot.
But it's, it just comes out in these awful ways. And at the same time, even though he's very cold a lot of the time and just a chilling person, also sometimes the emotions come out. And then he's, it's amazing. He almost regresses into a kind of childlike state when his anger comes out or when he has some emotion. Like he becomes a very, because I think he had a horrible relationship with his father, like so many characters, and I feel like he felt powerless because of that, and that's part of why he always wanted to have power over situations. And but at the same time, he wanted a kind of parental approval, and I think that sort of the combination of wanting power but wanting approval from some kind of authority, led to his kind of conflict and, led to him killing Jacob, basically, because Jacob never approved of him, never sort of anointed him or respected him as a leader. And he needed that.
Yeah.
He needed that kind of validation. He wanted the power, but it wasn't enough. He needed to somehow feel like he was appreciated by something above him. And so, it's a curious mix of personality traits. I think that's why he's an interesting character, because it's you can sort of see where it comes from, but at the same time, a lot of it is just surprising. He just has such a wide range of kinds of scenes that he does, and he was always good at delivering those punchlines to scenes. When he shows up and talks to Jack, about bringing the coffin back, and the island won't let you come alone. It's great because we know now, like, Ben barely knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But he is so good at coming off like he knows what he's talking about, That's why I wanted to believe him, because he seems like he knows stuff, and that's just part of his character.
Yeah.
To come off like he's more knowing than he is. It's usually part of him doing some kind of manipulation to get what he wants. If you think he has information you need, you'll need him.
Yeah.
You know, and that was one of his big bargaining chips. So I think it's just something like a miracle that Michael Emerson ended up playing that part. I don't know if we got some other sort of standard kind of TV actor, you know, just doing a competent job playing the role of Henry Gale. I don't know what kind of show we'd be looking at this point. I think it would be very different.
Yeah.
And, you know, they might have had someone equally good, but it just wouldn't be the same without him. So he's, you know, definitely a character I can't like on a personal level. It would be hard to spend time with him, but, you know, but relentlessly interesting to watch. And I liked his season 6 arc of sort of redemption, fantastic scene with Alana. I liked his episode, and it's amazing that he ends up, you know, being the Richard Alpert of the island for some, you know, extended period, with Hurley as Jacob kind of giving him that thing that he wants, which is a kind of approval, you know, saying he did a good job, you know, that's like exactly the thing that he really needed. So it's great that he somehow ends up there, even though he's such a horrible character. He's so interesting. It's hard not to kind of want him to get what he wants to a certain degree.
Yeah.
You know, so I can't say enough good words about the character, but I'll just stop there.
Yeah. He's had so many good scenes to play. The scene with Alana was great, and he does have a wide range of emotions and the way he responds to certain things, and it's definitely the kind of character that just no matter what he's doing, it's interesting. And you know, Michael Emerson just would have so many of these little things he would do, and it would just be the best thing ever. You know, so it's definitely fortunate that he's playing Ben. To be so sort of pivotal in everything is pretty unique, I think. When a lot of characters were responding to plot, he was creating it. You know.
Yes.
I'm gonna move the island now because nobody else knows how, and so I'm gonna do that.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah.
But yeah, so many good, interesting things. And yeah, I too could just keep going on about Ben, but he's what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's cool that he ends up with Hurley and being sort of getting what he wants, which was to stay on the island and sort of be in charge, and but still, you know, he doesn't have Alex, you know, and he doesn't get everything.
He doesn't get everything. He just kind of gets these things that are somewhat less than everything he wanted, but you know, play into a lot of the stuff that drove him. And I mean, even though it's like he gets the thing that he kind of wanted all along, which was, you know, to have some kind of position of power on the island, but also the approval of the authority figure, the approval of the Jacob. The Jacob actually chooses him, you know, to play that role.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, and his Flash Sideways stuff was awesome.
Oh yeah, I loved his Flash Sideways thing. It was the most. I don't know what the word is. Allegorical of them all. It really. It was really a different version of what we saw, and I think now that we know what it is, it makes sense that that's what we saw.
Yeah.
You know, that was his big lingering issue.
All right. Well, you know, R.I.P. Ben, because he died at some point, and Michael Emerson, Emmy.
Please give him multiple Emmys.
Yeah.
Find a way.
All right. So, yeah, I think we pretty much definitely went to my top 5 Lost characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who else? Who's on the list next? I'm trying to think. I feel like we're forgetting some obvious people. We did a lot of people.
We did a lot of people.
I guess R.I.P. Richard.
Richard. Okay.
Richard Alpert, who was one of those characters who started out intensely mystifying and intriguing and wound up very just plain and straightforward.
Yeah, like one of the simplest characters on the show.
One of the what?
Simplest characters on the show.
Yeah, totally. Just they really just you open that box and there's not a lot in there.
No,
it's not more boxes. It's just it's just stuff.
Yes.
But still a good character. Nestor Carbonell did a great job. Really portraying him, and all that early stuff with him was really great. When you really thought he knew a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And you really were just like, how is this guy not aging, and sort of being wrapped up in that mystery. I think he got more. The more you found out about him, he didn't get crappy or anything. He still was an interesting guy still, and. I'm still not a huge fan of Abaturno. I know a lot of people like that episode. I'm still not a huge fan. I do like a lot of it, but I think in the end, like he ends up still just being a pretty decently interesting character. Even after he loses, like, he has that crisis of faith, and he's just kind of like a loose cannon at the end there.
Yeah.
It's just whatever it takes, just blow it up or don't blow it up, or do whatever. Like, he's not the guy in the know anymore. He's the guy who's just trying to like get something done.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very different thing.
Mhm.
The early Richard stuff when he recruits Juliet and when he meets Ben when he's a kid, that was all great.
Yeah.
The thing was, I think as Nestor Carbonell said, like, he just didn't know who this character was. He was just lines on a page. He didn't have a clue how to play it, so I think he just plays it kind of ambiguous. You don't really know it's hard for me to even say what kind of character Richard is before we find out his story.
Mm-hmm.
Because he really is just inscrutable. He was very interesting, and you wanted to know what he knew, but it was hard to get a read on where he was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
But it was all good stuff, and, he was a big presence in Season 5 when he was in the past and the future at the same time, or past and the present, whatever. So that was cool, and I did like Abaturno, but, I'll admit it's not the most interesting backstory for Richard that I might have dreamed of. I just thought it was a good episode, but in terms of that, maybe disappointing. But I do like his arc of losing faith, deciding it's worth stopping the evil man from leaving, but still having kind of lost his faith in the island and ready to just leave it all behind at the end. I like that there's a character who has that arc.
Mhm. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I'm glad they gave that to someone. The sort of losing your faith in something and just leaving it behind. I don't know. That's kind of a rare arc. So I like seeing it.
All right, R.I.P. Richard Alpert, if that is your real last name.
I doubt it is.
All right, who's next? Step right up. Anybody who wants to be next. Well, R.I.P. Frank.
Oh, Frank. We never saw you in The Flash Sideways.
Mm-mm.
I don't know what became of you.
Frank had to find his own special people because these people weren't special enough to him.
I guess so. You know, Frank was one of those characters who was just, like we talked about, he's just awesome without doing anything.
Without doing anything.
He's just kind of there, but you like him a lot, and you know want him to be around. And he was really cool in season 4. You know, he had a lot of great scenes there. I love how he gets progressively more and more disheveled as the season goes on. And it was a great surprise in season 5 when he ends up being the pilot of 316 and sort of is on the show. It's unfortunate that he only becomes kind of a background character for most of season 6. But he was still good for the small amount of screen time he had, and you know, he rescues everyone in a way by flying the plane off, so he gets points for that. And I think for 4th tier characters, he's he's up there.
Yeah, Frank was great. You know, the stuff on the freighter with him helping Sayid and you know, telling him he could trust them, and you know, helping the guys there was cool. You know, he was always just kind of like ready to help people, sort of, you know, which was cool. And yeah, it was an awesome surprise seeing him flying that Jared plane, and that slow reveal of like, hey, Jack, what are you doing here? And, oh, is that son? Oh, is that? Oh, no. And just, you know, his reaction of, we're not going to Guam, are we? You know, and, you know, a smart character, a guy who can get things done and figure things out. You know, he's sort of taken control, you know, in the early days after 316 crashes, and he's trying to sort of organize stuff. But I really like the fact that the whole 316 and Jared crash was interesting because you got to see, like, you know, Lost Part 2.
Yeah.
You know, and then you got to see sort of the people you knew who you knew had already been to this place and knew stuff. You know, obviously Frank and Ben and Son.
Yeah.
Like, sort of going off and doing stuff and leaving the rest of the people who this is their first time to just be like, where are we? You know, they're like, they're back. You know, they're in season 1, you know.
Right.
And it was just cool to sort of see that play out, where it's like, okay, these people know what's going on because they've already been here, you know.
Yeah.
And now Frank is coming back, but having not really figured things out like they have.
Right.
You know, or had spending that much time. So, so yeah, he was cool. He was cool pretty much all the time. Again, another sort of sarcastic guy. I guess maybe freighter life does that to you. I don't know what was that. All the sarcasm on that freighter. But,
yeah, Charlie was pretty sarcastic too.
Yeah, exactly.
Only Dan was not really sarcastic.
And then finding out he was supposed to be the original pilot of 815, you know, was pretty awesome. Almost like we could have got some, like, Frank in season 1 in another universe.
Yes.
You know. Yeah, you know, even being pretty much a background character all the time, but always being interesting. And even if it's just a one-liner, you know, don't talk about bacon.
Right.
I love that. Hey, don't talk about bacon. And then, of course, saving everyone in the end, saving a couple of the gang was pretty awesome. You know, being able to check that plane. I love a little part when he's like, you know, it'll take me 5 or 6 hours to check everything.
Yeah.
And Rich was like, you got like 1, and I just like that. He you know, there's a lot to do to make sure the plane is ready, but there's no time. So Frank is like, duct tape, the one thing I know is wrong, and the rest we're just going to hope it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know, being able to get off the island twice is pretty rare for anyone who gets to come to the island. So,
oh yeah,
Frank is good in that.
Definitely.
Jeff Fahey, everyone. R.I.P. Frank Lapidus.
Yes. Jeff Fahey, I had seen in stuff before Lost.
Mhm.
But I think I'm more of a fan than I used to be.
Yeah. He got to play, you know, a fun character, sort of.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of fun characters he played before.
Yeah, me either.
All right, so let's go to. We could R.I.P. Eloise.
Okay. Oh man. Thank you, Lost.
Mm-hmm.
You gave us so many fucking characters.
And then killed them all.
Feels like we could do a whole podcast just R.I.P.ing characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Eloise, bloody hell, what an entrance. Her bit in Flash Before Your Eyes was fantastic, very scary, and didn't really know what that was about. Didn't really think I'd ever see that character again. I was pretty surprised when they brought her in season 5 and told us that she was another, and then, more than that, she's Dan's mom, and more than that, Dan's father is Widmore, so she has a kid with Charles Widmore, and he was on the island too, and you know, it's just like, Jesus, what is this woman? It's crazy. And her lowest moment, probably the lamppost lecture. That was not the Eloise I wanted to see. But she had that episode where we find out her basic tragedy that she, just as she was telling Desmond, sort of the universe course corrects and things have to work out a certain way. I guess in her life, she lived knowing that she was going to kill her son in the past, and that happened, and so she sort of had to raise him to fulfill that thing, because it sort of would happen no matter what, I guess. So I like that sort of weird cyclical tragedy that she was trapped in, and I like her little cameo this season was good. She sort of brought back the old school Eloise. So, strange character.
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it, She definitely was great when she was enigmatic and sort of threatening and sort of scary. And the lamppost lecture was definitely sort of pretty much the only thing I didn't like that she's done on the show.
Yeah.
Everything else was pretty spectacular and just really interesting to watch and see, to see how she, to sort of know, I guess at this point that she's somehow, special and had some sort of grand idea of what was going on in both realities. Was pretty interesting, and her whole backstory as one of the original others or something, and was pretty big.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. R.I.P. Eloise Widmore.
Yes.
In this world. I guess Hawkinger's maiden name or something.
Who knows?
Who knows?
We'll never know.
The name she made up.
Yeah.
All right. So, anybody else you think we should do?
Let me think. Well, no.
Just like everyone.
No one jumps to mind. I mean, most of the other characters we've done, the ones who died previously, and we did most of the ones that had a bigger kind of reprise at the end. So that's all I can think of for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we can R.I.P. Widmore. He was a force. He was a strong force in the show that never really lived up to it, but
yes, good point.
He was there.
Good point. Widmore was awesome. I do wish he had come to fruition, but I loved his scene with Ben in season 4. That was fantastic. And he had some great stuff with Desmond. His rap metaphors will always be something I think of when I think of his character. The banishment, the whole war with Ben was really nicely done, and just trying to figure out sort of what's going on with this guy. I feel like the whole show is just like, this guy's doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And, you know, you sort of unravel it a little bit. You find out he was the leader of the others, and Ben banished him, and he wanted to go back to the island. Still, though, his actions are just so all over the place sometimes. I didn't know how to read him, but I guess he got visited by Jacob at some point, and, you know, he definitely played a pivotal role in the season. It's just that, you know, his importance, you know, just Widmore himself was fairly minor in the end. But I think he was well played and interesting, and, you know, very good for the sort of, you know, kind of a classic character type, you know, the evil tycoon.
Yeah. Yeah, Alan Dale did a great job. He really was a great Widmore and really came across as that kind of character. And Widmore, he ultimately wasn't that important, but he definitely was pivotal in instigating some things. And you know, and you again, like another bad guy, another character painted as a bad guy who wasn't that bad. You know, well, depending on the situation, I guess, but. You know, like when Desmond comes and asks him for Hawking's address, he just gives it to him. You know, he's not like antagonistic just to be antagonistic in general. You know, and you know, helping Locke and all that stuff. You know, was cool. He gave him the Jeremy Bentham name, which was like, you know, thanks for that mystery. We didn't need it, but it was awesome at the time.
Yeah, it was totally unnecessary, but yeah. You're right. That was his doing.
Yeah. So I liked all that stuff, and you know, his conflicts with Ben was great, and you know, his sacrifice of not having Penny, you know, for you know, for his own ideas of what the island wanted and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting, you know, if there was no Ben Linus, what would have happened to Widmore? You know, would he have run the whole thing into the ground, or, you know, because you know, he was in charge for some reason, you know.
Right.
Somebody thought he should be in charge.
Yeah.
So he seemed to really care about the island, at least in those early days. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he had, you know, certain leadership qualities. You know, I mean, just by. Not only the fact that he was the leader of the others, but when he goes back to the real world, you know, he becomes this kind of megalomaniac guy, you know, just head of this giant corporation. And so, you know, he's very clearly, I mean, you know, I would assume he sort of started from scratch. So a very driven person, very good at getting his way, and, you know, so I can see that he would be a good choice for leader. You know, in certain respects. He definitely had a nasty streak. He could be bad when certain things you know stood in his way, or he thought he needed to you know carry out some plan of his. Yeah. You know, he had that in him. But I guess there's a symmetry with Ben in that I think he did, you know, care about Penny and definitely didn't want Ben to kill her, and you know, had a certain amount of regret for not having a relationship with Penny, and I guess never really seeing her again since he just dies on the island. Yeah, totally. Well, I think that's you know, R.I.P. Charles Widmore. I think that's pretty much all the main characters that we, you know, considering some of the ones who are, like, you know, Michael, R.I.P., of course, we've done that. Yeah. But I guess final, eternal R.I.P., you know, I choose to believe at the end that he is not eternally stuck on the island, but he has to figure out how to let go before he can move on. Yeah. It's gonna take something, some other events to get him to do that. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, maybe it's about Michael himself, that he couldn't let go of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he's got that guilt. And
so that's why he's trapped. It's not like the universe saying your deed is worse than everybody else's, but maybe it's more like that, which makes it less bad if it's just sort of his own issue that he can't, he can't even go to purgatory to deal with. Like, it's somehow worse than that for him. Like this deep guilt, which I totally buy. I mean, he was, he goes back to the real world and he's just in this completely, he's just trying to kill himself over and over again. He's just completely miserable. So I buy that. That seems like his character arc. But it's just really depressing, really tragic. His character just, for what he wanted to do and what looked like the path to redemption for him, it just didn't work at all.
Yeah, he, the best he got to do was save some people on the freighter. He bought them some time.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much the best redemption he had. He tried to help Hurley at the end here, but I really don't know what he was getting out of that. I thought, I just don't know what that was about.
I don't either.
But maybe he thought that was, seeing that, maybe he knew something about Hurley becoming the protector in the end or something, and wanting to make sure that they don't die so that they can do the things they have to sort of do in those next couple episodes. But then you have to believe that he knew that stuff. So
yeah, that part's weird.
I don't know what to do with the apparitions in terms of the actual dead people and whether or not that means they get a purgatory or not. And like I said, there's some people who got purgatory and got to move on to the afterlife who show up back in the real world dead. So I feel like you can cross over to some extent, and I think if you don't look at the details, it sort of works. But if you try to go, well, why if they're not awake and whatever, and so I think, like I said, I like to think he goes to he's in purgatory when he's not on the island, and however that works, and he can't move on to the afterlife until he deals with his issues.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe in his purgatory he's still just the same Michael, and he's not, he doesn't have that, like, amnesia of his past life or something.
Right.
Because he hasn't, like, he's still working it out or something, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, all right, well, that was a long RIP session.
Yeah. Well, when you end up with most of the characters dead, there's really not a lot of room to leave characters out.
Yeah, I think we hit, R.I.P. Vincent, I guess.
Oh, God.
You were the best fake dog ever.
Yes.
So I guess at the end we find out, Vincent wasn't Smokey.
I think so.
But nevertheless, not the best dog actors sometimes. Some of the dog actors they got sometimes are just not the best, but
true.
But anyway, he played a pivotal role a lot of the time. He was doing interesting things, and some of those times other people were telling him to do that, I guess.
Yes.
So that's crazy that the dog was told to do things.
It is.
Walt's dog,
Yeah.
I wonder if Vince is like, I wonder where Walt is. He hasn't come to see me in years.
I hope so.
I'd love to see Lost through the eyes of Vincent.
Yeah.
Cut out all the shots of him peeing on trees.
Of course. Yeah, there was talk
and
for a
digging
while
up
of a
things.
Vincent flashback. Which has been really crazy. I remember hearing talk of a Vincent flashback.
Oh, wow.
Where they would just, like, track through, the periods of time when he would just disappear. and like see what he saw or something from his point of view. Like I remember there being discussions.
Oh man.
It would be really strange. But yeah, it looks like he ends up as Rose and Bernard's dog.
Mhm.
At least that's his stable place to go.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice in the end. You know, man, that's what a dog will do for you right there. You know, a dog will know you need company when you're dying and lay there with you.
Yeah.
You know, he did. You know, Jack didn't call him over. Jack wasn't asking for help. But Vincent's like, I'm gonna be with you. You know, live together, die alone, and you don't have to die alone, Jack. You know. It's pretty cool. You know, they call dogs man's best friend for a reason. You know, it's. You know, people. I remember Independence Day. You know, that shot of the tunnel and the fireball is coming through the tunnel, and the dog jumps in the little room just in time. It's just like, yay, the doggy survived. And it's just a great feeling about a dog doing cool stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, all those Benji movies and stuff. You know, just like people like dogs because dogs like people.
Right. Exactly.
All right, so what are we moving on to next? Did we finish the whole episode? Yeah. I feel like there was something else I was going to bring up about the last scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were done with the episode, but...
Maybe that's it. Well, what's our next segment?
Well, I wanted to go through the list of unanswered questions.
Okay. That'll be a lengthy segment.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the forum, TOLD.net, there's Vince has a post with all the unanswered questions ordered by season. He kept it updated throughout and took questions off the list as they were answered and put new ones on there. So it's something like a comprehensive list of things. And I guess, you know, since the show's coming to an end, it just seems like an appropriate time to actually look at this list and see what, if any, we can say, what, if anything, we can say about these lingering mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an answer there or not.
Yeah. All right.
So, do you want me to start this?
Yeah, let's see how much let's start the list.
Okay. All right, so we'll just start in season 1. Question 1, what's the deal with the rain shower? I don't know. I don't think there's much of a deal with the rain showers. I think they're rain.
Is this maybe specifically referring to, the rain showers? Not like Locke predicting the rain.
No.
But just rain?
Just rain.
Yeah, I think it's rain.
Me too. Okay. That was easy. Question number 2. Guys,
yeah, this is going to be simple.
Yeah, we're just going to knock this shit out. Question number 2. Guys, where are we? So, yeah, I mean, they're on a island in the Pacific that has a mysterious light source on it that has mysterious qualities.
Says the robot. Yeah, they're on an island that contains the source.
Yeah.
Duh.
And that's it. I mean, there isn't much more to it than that.
Yep.
Okay, next question. Why does Kate have a need to run?
Because that's how she copes with her problems. She runs away from them.
Exactly. She had a lot of problems, and she couldn't deal with them. So.
Yep.
I didn't think that was a mystery. Okay, next question. What exactly did Locke see in Walkabout?
He saw Smokey.
Referring to the bright light. Yeah, I think he saw Smokey scanning him, basically. I think that's where you get the bright light. And he thought it was beautiful.
I think Smokey appeared to him as something like that. I don't think he saw any smoke monster. I think he saw something that was specifically, I think it was more just the scanning. I think he appeared to him as something beautiful and white. Not like a smoke monster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I just feel like he shapeshifted into something like that, because otherwise you'd see Smokey, other parts of Smokey, unless he was hiding his smoke form.
Yeah. But I think he got in his face.
Yeah, but Smokey's big though. I mean.
Yeah.
I think you'd still see smoke around whatever's in your face.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just how I interpret it.
I really think the way they portrayed it, it's got to be the smoke monster. Like he was, he was making the sounds. He was doing the smoky thing.
It was definitely.
Like he doesn't really do that when he's an apparition.
Yeah. Well, but they're going to use that sound design to tell us it's Smokey. So.
Yeah.
I just think since he can shapeshift and Locke saw something white and beautiful, not like white and beautiful between flashes of seeing a smoke monster,
Yeah. I'm not sure they fully worked out the smoke monster yet, and I feel like that's part of it, but I think the sort of retcon answer is it's Smokey scanning him.
All right.
So you're saying he shapeshifted into some kind of white being thing? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think somehow he just appeared to Locke as something like that. I don't know. To me, trying to picture, because from what we've seen of the scanning, like it's just sort of like flashes. It's not like a continuous, sort of like glowing white light or something like that. So it seems like if he was, like when Smokey scans Richard and stuff, like, Richard can still see the smoke monster. He can still see the smoky parts of Smokey. So if that's the same way he appeared to Locke, it seems weird to me that Locke would just sum that up as something white and beautiful. So I'm just saying, since Smokey can shapeshift and, may have read into Locke's mind what Locke might consider beautiful or something like that. Like he just appeared, something I couldn't explain to you, which is why I think they didn't show it. But I think it was more of a shape-shifting answer than a scanning answer. But, either one, either works, I think, for me.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, there's two answers.
Boom.
Next question. Why does Jack have a need to fix things?
Why does he have a need to fix things? Well, it ties into his relationship with his dad.
Yeah.
I would say, he feels like he I think it's his attempt to prove that he's sort of good enough, or prove that he has what it takes. If there's a situation and there's something that needs fixing, I think that's an opportunity for him to sort of prove, on some level that he can, accomplish things.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of something along those lines is why he's drawn to sort of fixing things and helping people.
Yeah. I think I'll ditto that. I can't do a lot better. Next question. Where is Christian's body? We don't know. We
on
never
the island
find
somewhere.
Out. On the island somewhere, but we never find out.
A boar ate it.
Yeah, sure. That's just going to stay a mystery, but it's probably on the island somewhere. You're right. Okay. Why is Hugo's nickname Hurley? I think that's unresolved as well.
Yep. He likes to hurl.
Maybe.
We don't know.
Yeah, Sorry, open question. Why aren't the others just more open and forthright about what they're doing?
Because they're following the lead of their leader, Jacob, who is not open and forthright about what he's doing.
Exactly.
No, they're secretive
and
because...
Ben.
Yeah, they're secretive because they have a lot at stake and are trying to keep secret what's at stake, really.
Right.
Not that a lot of them really know the ultimate thing that's at stake, but
yeah. I think
they just don't trust people.
Yeah, right. I think for Ben, you know, he doesn't want to be open with what he knows because I think withholding information is a certain amount of power for him. So I think more generally he, you know, subscribes to the notion that you should not give away more information than you absolutely have to.
Yeah, he's like the federal government.
Yes, he's wow. Wow. Okay. Classic.
Sorry.
Okay.
I can't help it. You set those things up, and sorry.
You're right. No, I totally understand. Okay, did Thomas have other reasons for leaving Claire and Aaron? I'm going to say no.
No.
I think that's exactly what it appeared to be.
He was just scared about being a father and a husband.
Yeah, simple as that.
First guy ever.
First guy ever, yes. Congratulations, Thomas.
No man before you has ever been afraid of large commitments, of family, and yeah.
Yes, certainly no one else on this show.
No one else. He stands alone in that respect.
Yes. Is Claire clairvoyant / psychic? I'm going to say no.
Absolutely not.
There was a time when I thought that, but it looks like...
Clairvoyant? Obvious connection.
We totally talked about that at one point, but I think, you know, from where we're sitting now, it looks like she had a fairly prophetic dream, but, you know, it was just a dream.
A lot of characters had dreams.
Yeah, totally. It doesn't make them psychic or anything. So, yeah, she seems to be about as psychic as anybody else was.
As the fake psychic.
Or the fake
Malkin.
psychic. Sure.
Which we're going to come to in a second.
Yes, we are. What would be the consequences of Aaron being raised by another? I'm going to say no consequences. There's nothing to that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, Kate basically raised him for 3 years. It's not clear that anything bad came of that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, wasn't the point that I'm forgetting the setup there, but wasn't the point that Claire wasn't supposed to raise him?
There was two points. This is where, like, when you start asking about the details, it gets awful.
Mm-hmm.
First, he said you can't let Aaron be raised by another, so Claire, you have to raise the baby.
Oh, okay.
That was the first thing. But then he calls her and he says, "No, I got a couple in L.A. You should give your baby to them."
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he just does a 180 on the whole thing. Let me just. I think. Yeah, the next question is why exactly did Malkin send Claire on 8:15? The third question is, were Richard Malkin's visions real? I'll just kind of group all that together. I think I can say kind of definitively, if you watch, there was this event, Times Talk Live or something, where they had Damon and Carlton. It was the Friday before the finale came on, and they were interviewed, you know, about the show. And at the end, they got asked questions, and they got asked a question. Actually, they didn't get asked a question about this. I think they just talked about it as an example of something in the show where they thought they had answered the question, and yet people kept asking questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
So from their point of view, you know, they said, well, you know, the only person who says these things about Aaron is this psychic who we later find out in the Echo episode is a fraud. And so you shouldn't take what he says to mean anything because of that. That was basically their word on that. That was supposed to be our takeaway. And that's fine, but then you get into the nitty-gritty of what he actually did, and it gets confusing.
Well, he gets her on the plane. That seems to be important.
Yeah. And so, but I think the answer for why he gets her on the plane, I think that was in a deleted scene where he tells Echo, a couple in Los Angeles paid me $50,000 or something to send a pregnant girl to them or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why he puts her on the plane. But I think as far as the visions, I think it's pretty much stated by Damon and Carlton they're not real and they don't really mean anything.
Wow, psychics don't exist in this world, huh?
Yeah, sorry.
Oops.
Yeah, so he's
all right.
He's not a significant part of the story, I guess.
It's almost like who did the plane wreckage? Widmore did it. Ben did it, and then the final word is like Widmore did it.
Yeah.
Like they do that a lot. They pose two opposing theories, and then at some point they have a last word, and I guess most times that's supposed to be our takeaway.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the way they put it, but it's like I did one. Okay, but in detail, why did he do this and then why did he do that? Like it looks weird, but again, just zooming out from it, the general idea is just that he's a fraud. He's not a reliable psychic. You can't trust what he's saying.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's see. What were the others' intentions regarding prenatal Aaron? I think Ethan just wanted to make sure he was safe. His wife died in childbirth or something like that because of the fertility issues, and so he, infiltrates and finds out about this pregnant woman, and he wants to help her, basically. I think that was really Ethan's project more than the others.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like, there was something to do with the others being interested in it. They had that whole thing about when they were hinting at Ben, I guess, in that episode. But I guess maybe that was more about the list, though. I'm trying to think of that scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like Ben was ever like, "Give me that baby."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that I pretty much buy that answer.
Yeah. I think they were interested in the phenomenon. They were going to kidnap pregnant women at the end of season 3, so I think they were generally interested in pregnant women as far as worrying about their own fertility issues, but, Claire and Aaron per se, I think were just a part of that, and I think the reason it got to the point it did was Ethan's involvement.
Mm-hmm. It didn't help that they made it seem like Aaron was important.
Yes. You're right.
With the aforementioned issues with Malkin.
Right, totally. I think we were led a bit astray in that little storyline. It's the kind of thing that really, they decided to go that way with it. I think there could be another show where they make that important,
Mm-hmm.
They just decided they didn't want to mess around with that kind of storyline. Okay, let's see. Why are the tides on the island erratic? I don't know. I don't even remember that that's true.
Yeah, I don't remember the impetus for that. I would say in general, though, the weather has been strange on the island, and I would say there's something to the idea that Jacob can control the weather.
Yeah, I think you're right. To some degree.
Or somehow the light or something.
Yeah.
Reflects the mood of who's ever in charge or something weird like that. Like,
Yes.
The storm when Jack and Man in Black are fighting, and it's just like something's up with the weather, definitely.
Yeah. To a certain extent, I think it's stylistic, but in terms of the story, I think there is some kind of island mood ring effect.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of, it might be Jacob or whatever, but a lot of times dramatic events have a lot of rain, and the nicer scenes are usually sunny, so and in one way it just kind of makes sense to film it that way. But I think, with the Black Rock, the way it arrives, we know Jacob brought it there. I do think there's a certain extent to which we can attribute that to Jacob.
Yeah.
Okay. What exactly is Walt's connection with birds and polar bears? I don't think he has a connection with birds and polar bears specifically. I think we talked about this. Somehow they're attracted to him because of his mental abilities or something. He sends off some kind of thing that they're drawn to.
Something like that. It's more that they're just attracted to him.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just those are the animals they use to illustrate that phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe they can call that the Snow White effect. Wasn't it Snow White who, like, all the animals would come around her?
Oh, yeah.
Or was it Sleeping Beauty? It was Snow White, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I think so. Sleeping Beauty just slept, right?
Yeah. Is that what that one was about? I thought Sleeping Beauty was a red herring title.
Oh, okay.
Like, she was awake the whole time, and she really wasn't that pretty.
Hey, Sleeping Beauty, you're not sleeping.
She was a little homely too, All right. So the next question is similar. How exactly is Walt special? We don't know exactly how he's special. I would say, generally speaking, he has a connection to the light that other special people have.
Okay.
I'm crediting the light with all the special things.
That sounds good to me. Why not?
Yeah.
I'll give it to the light too. Although it does look like he was special before he came to the island.
Yeah, which I think it's still connected. Because I think there's other people who have stuff like that. Yeah,
I think Walt was a great dropped plot line.
Yeah, probably the biggest dropped, least of character who didn't get to develop their storyline out of everybody. Like,
and they never came back and told us, oh, Walt wasn't special.
Mm-hmm.
In
fact, they came back and told us he's having prophetic dreams.
Right, exactly. So it wasn't like what they did with the psychic. They're telling us there's really something there, but they never developed it, and it looks like they just had a lot of trouble with the actor being the right age.
Yeah.
But I think your answer is right.
All right. Next question.
Why can't Sawyer outrun a boar? What?
Because he's slower than a boar is. I don't know. I don't remember that one.
I can't believe that's a question. I remember that episode, but really? I don't know. Boars are fast. Exactly.
Boars are fast, yeah.
I mean, yeah. That's a weird one.
4 legs. Come on.
Does Mr. Peck have a connection to the islands? I think in the show, the answer to that is no.
Does he have one outside the show?
Well, I think in one of the alternate reality things, there was a Peck Industries tie-in with Dharma or something, but none of that ever made it into the show. So I guess he was connected to Widmore.
Yeah, he's connected to Widmore. He might be some tenuous connection there with whatever Widmore needed or was doing or built or something. But I think in general, no.
Yeah, it looks like if he had any connection to the island, it wasn't a big one.
No.
Will Hurley ever find batteries for the Discman? No.
I don't think we can answer that. How can you answer that? We don't know what. Maybe when he becomes Jacob, he can locate some batteries.
Oh, okay.
Locate that But the answer is no. But I think he can still try to look if he ever cares again.
Yeah,
but we won't ever see him do it. Definitely.
I sort of meant no on the show, but yeah, I mean he does stay on the island for some long period of time.
Yeah. Maybe
he does finally find those batteries. I hope so. Forgot about the Discman. Why were the numbers broadcast from the radio tower for Leonard, Sam Toomey, and Russo to hear?
Oh, we definitely found that out.
Oh, we did? Okay. Gonna wait for your answer. I got no fucking clue.
my 90s answer.
Oh, okay.
Where you just say not at the end.
Nice.
We don't know why, I guess. We never found out who originally recorded that, right?
Right.
It would have to have been someone obviously before Rousseau was there. So either some Dharma people or who did know, they built the Swan, so they did have that number in their possession.
Yeah.
At some point, that sequence of numbers. So I would say, if I had to just guess who did it, I would probably say a Dharma person did it. Maybe in some attempt to somehow broadcast something significant about the Swan Station, or something about the candidates that obviously that person wouldn't sort of know, but I can't think of a good reason why they do that, but it seems that if I had to guess who did it, Dharma's the likely suspect.
Yeah, I think probably Dharma did it. But I don't know why. It's confusing. There's that Valenzetti stuff, but that's still weird to broadcast them.
Maybe could Kelvin have done it? I'm trying to think of someone in Dharma who could have done it, where their goal was to sort of, they could have been more straightforward, but their goal was to draw attention to the Swan Hatch.
Oh, okay.
So maybe like a message. Maybe it's for somebody coming from Dharma from Ann Arbor, like off island Dharma, who would hear that message and sort of know that that's a station ID or something, and then know something's up at the Swan Hatch or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe like it's a call for a replacement, or it's a warning about the quarantine, something like that. But I could see maybe Kelvin or Rosinski maybe doing it.
Yeah.
For something, sort of trying to call attention to the Swan Hatch. That's the best I can do.
Yeah. I can't do better, so I'll just ride your coattails.
Boom. Well, that's why the numbers are broadcast from the radio tower.
Yes.
Solving it. Let's go. Next.
Boom. Is Anthony Cooper really Locke's father? I'm going to say yes, although I do think there's a weird ambiguity there. But I think to me, the flash sideways kind of proves it's really him.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it's pretty clear it's him, and the kidney was a match. I think that's some sort of clue.
Yeah, that definitely
that helps.
That's definitely a pointer. Okay, why is Hugo's nickname Hurley again? Come on, not 2 times.
Let's give a different reason this time.
I don't think we gave a reason the first time.
No, we didn't.
Why did the Nigerian drug plane crash? I think we don't really learn that.
Probably ran out of fuel.
It could be. It could be sort of like what happened with 316, where it seemed like it went through the barrier and the power just kind of shut down and it just dropped. It could be something like that. I don't quite know how it got there. It seems like a crazy flight path. Maybe the island was in a different location. We never really found that out. That was something I thought we'd find out at some point. Maybe we would have.
The island's always moving. That's something I heard them say at some point.
They have said that.
Doesn't make any sense, but that's what they said.
Yeah. I think maybe if Mr. Echo had been on the show longer, maybe they would have addressed that mystery at some point. Since he was really tied in with that story. But I think for now, all I can say is, something like what happened with 316. That's my best guess.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. Why does Locke have such favor with the island?
Oh,
he doesn't. He just thought he did.
He has favor to the island to the extent that it healed him, and to the extent that other people possessed powers, and and miraculous happenings in relation to most likely the light on the island, but intrinsically the island was not interested in Locke.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was a candidate. He mattered to a certain extent, but not more than a lot of other characters.
Yeah.
Okay. Why did the island supposedly temporarily take away Locke's legs? I think you answered that question earlier.
Yeah. I would say something, the best I could say is he was doing something, in risking Boone's life. He was causing harm to a member of the group that's ultimately significant, and it sort of got him out of alignment with the light on the island that was healing him.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good to me. I don't know what to do with that, so I'll take that. It's something like that, but I don't have a good way to say it.
Yeah. Try Latin.
I don't speak Latin.
Oh, that'd be a good way to say it, though.
Okay, well, I'll have to go learn it then.
Okay, let us know when you're done.
Why does the island protect? That's a weird question. If it was what does the island protect, I could say something like the light source, but why does the island protect? I don't know.
Well, let's see, episode 119, what's that?
I believe that's Deus Ex Machina.
Okay, well, so it's from that episode. What does that mean then?
It seems like there's a typo or something. I don't think I understand that question.
I'm trying to think what happens in that episode. It's probably why does the island protect a person or something? Does the island protect someone in this episode? This is the one where Boone dies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Boone gets his injuries that he eventually dies from.
What is the island protecting in this episode? Yeah, I can't think of what the question means.
Yeah. Me either. Okay. So, does Aaron have powers? No.
No.
What is Aaron's importance? Not really much. He mattered a lot to Claire, and he mattered a lot to Kate.
Yeah.
Eventually. Why does Aaron like the sound of Sawyer's voice so much? I don't know.
No particular reason. Because he's a baby.
Because he's a baby.
Yeah.
I'll take it. How did Walt sense the hatch? Simply from Locke's touch. Well, it's Walt's powers, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He has a certain, in addition to things being attracted to him, he seems to have a certain amount of clairvoyant ability. So I think he saw a bit of what would happen, some kind of flash or something when he touched Locke, and he saw that it was bad. So that's not really a how. I don't know how to say how. I mean, he has that power. I don't know how.
Mhm. Yeah, the how is that he's special.
Yeah, basically. Why was Walt so afraid of the hatch? I mean, the best answer I've been able to come up with is just something to do with his dad. Either he saw what his dad was going to do there, or he saw it imploding. Maybe whatever bad stuff happened there. I guess that's all I can think of.
Yeah, something around there is right.
Why are the numbers embossed on the hatch? They were the serial number.
Yeah.
We find out in season 5. This is an answered question.
This is a total answered question. Is this like the only one on the list, almost?
You're flipping, Vince. It's all right. Why did the others want Walt? I don't know. I guess they were interested in his abilities.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were probably interested because they're interested in Jacob and stuff like that, and we wanted to see the extent to which what powers he could have and what that meant for them.
Yes. Okay, that's season 1.
Okay, so let's go on to unanswered questions for season 2.
All right.
First on the list, for what is Dharma an acronym? What does Dharma stand for?
Well,
I don't think we ever found out.
Not in the show, but I think in the alternate reality thing, they said the acronym stood for Department of Heuristics and Research on Material Applications Initiative.
Lame.
Yeah, so that's from the ARG, so it's borderline part of the show or not, but that's the closest we got to an answer.
Yeah.
And you can find that on Lostpedia. That's where I found it. I remembered that they said it, but I didn't remember what it was.
Mhm. All right, so what was with Walt's apparition to Shannon? What did he want to say? Why was he wet?
Well, it looked to me like Walt did have some kind of ability to project himself or to appear to people because of his specialness. That was among the things that he could do, I guess, and so that's why he appeared. What was he trying to say? I don't really know. Didn't really help to talk to Shannon. I have no idea what he was trying to say.
So what was going on around that time? I remember some things.
If I remember right, his if you reverse what he said, because they made it backwards, he said something like, "Don't push the button. The button is bad."
Okay.
Now, I don't know if that's really, because they put it backwards. I don't know if that's really what he was trying to communicate.
Well, I think it makes sense that he, I was just trying to remember what the big drama was, and so it would make sense if it's about the hatch, with his warning to lock before.
Yeah.
And so that would make sense that they're, working on some theme that he's trying to, some big idea, if it's about the hatch or something. So maybe it's just sort of trying to warn about the, the whole issue of season 2, basically, with the hatch.
Yeah.
Now, why come to Shannon? Not sure, but maybe
he couldn't fully control it. Maybe he just kind of projected himself out there, and for whatever reason, it was always Shannon who saw him, or some weird coincidence, or I don't know. Maybe it's just as simple as he was calling for help or something, since he was captured by the others at the time.
Yeah. And who knows, maybe they were working on some connection that Walt and Shannon had.
Yeah.
But okay. And Saeed did see him too that one time.
Yes.
So
yes.
He was doing something, not Walt.
That seems to suggest he was generally, anyone could see him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whether they were there when he appeared.
Yeah. All right. So why did it have to be the numbers that were entered into the hatch's computer?
Well, I'll say it didn't. The best answer, I guess, is just that that's the way they programmed. That was the code,
Yeah, that was just happened to be the numbers that did whatever the program needed it to do.
Yeah. The way they set up the program, the code was the numbers. So it does look to me like there's a deeper reason.
Yeah.
So.
All right. How did Dharma manufacture and package such a diversity of island supplies?
How? I don't know. They contracted out a food supply / other goods supply company and just have, like what off-brands do or something, and just slap their label on it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know. That's a wild guess. They didn't really tell us.
Yeah, I think it's just like ordering office supplies. There's people who will supply it to you, and yeah, like you said, slap your label on it. That's pretty much, what seems to be the case. And they got it to the island via food drops.
Yeah.
All right. Will we ever meet the DeGroots?
That's
we
easy.
We won't.
No.
So they answered that one.
No. I gave up on meeting the DeGroots a long time ago.
Yeah.
There was a time.
They never got important.
Yeah. In season 2, there was a while where I thought the DeGroots and Alvar Hanso would somehow have a large role in the story, but I think season 3 I gave up that idea.
The DeGroots and Alvar Hanso found out way less about the island than some of the main characters. Totally.
They were really figureheads. I mean, they were in charge of these projects, but I don't think that means they knew anything in particular.
Yeah, totally. All right, so that solves the next one. Will we ever meet Alvar Hanso? No, we won't.
Yeah.
We almost, what was it, Magnus?
Yeah.
We almost met Magnus on the Black Rock, but he was killed before we got there.
He was an off-screen character.
Yeah. I like that we came close to seeing a Hanso. It was like, ooh, right above deck, dead somewhere, or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it was amusing to me how they dodged, showing him.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're property of Captain Magnus Hanso, who is not on screen right now. And then they get to the island. It's like, oh, my God, they killed the Captain Hanso. No one sees him ever.
Yeah.
When Richard goes out there, he doesn't see the dead. It's almost like there is no Captain Hanso.
Yeah. It's a Fight Club thing. It's like,
yeah. That guy just made him up or something. But, yeah, that's as close as we get to actually seeing a Hanso.
Yeah. All right. What is the current role of the Hanso Foundation? These questions have a theme.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, I think the alternate reality game addresses that, but I'll say as far as the show goes, no role at all. Yeah.
Totally. And then what is Hanso's motivation in funding the Dharma Initiative? Any, whatever they said about it.
Yeah, he wanted the research to be done. I think they were going to prevent the end of the world or something. Basically, whatever they say about it, I think you can take that at face value now.
Now, here's the side thing I'd want to pose is, since we had that scene of, of Widmore buying the log from the Black Rock, could Alvar's interest in funding and Dharma be tied to trying to track down the Black Rock?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Although it's curious that when Sawyer infiltrates Dharma and talks to Horace and says, that we that we were on a salvage ship and we were looking for the Black Rock. Horace acts like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So if they were looking for that, I mean, it doesn't even seem that hard to find. It seems like they should have known, but whatever. I don't know.
Well, it's a big island, and I think, Velocity's found it, but I could see Horace not knowing the Black Rock is there. Depending on how far they've searched the island at that point.
Yeah.
Because there are parts they don't go in because it's hostile territory. So
yeah.
They don't have free reign. So I could see him not knowing. It's it's a big ship, but it's a big island.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I just think if one of their big missions is to look for it, and they've been there 3 years, I just feel like they should have found it by then.
Well, I don't think that's why Dharma was there. I'm just saying Alvar's interest in funding these guys. The same way Widmore could fund his son's work, but his son doesn't know why Widmore wants the island. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's just sort of that's why he put his money in Dharma and his interest, because, he's like, well, my great-grandfather's ship or whatever, however
it is.
went down in that area, and I'm invested in trying to track it down.
Okay. I guess it's just, I feel like he's got to tell somebody about that at some point if he actually wants to track it down.
Well, this is a show about people who don't tell people things, even when it supremely matters.
Okay.
You know, so.
Okay. So he's like another Jacob.
He's like yeah, exactly. He's not telling the lowly Dharma people what his ultimate goal is.
The thing he wants the most.
I just think that might be part of it. I still think he, whatever else his motivation is, I think that might be sort of a like character explanation of his motivation.
Sure. No, I think that's got to be related. I feel like that's why they threw that in there. I just think that doesn't really get developed on the show at all.
No, it doesn't. Total side thing.
Yeah.
So what exactly is the consequence of using the Hatch computer for non-code functions?
As far as I can tell, nothing. It looks to me like that's sort of a precaution. I think the idea there was just to avoid people using it for communication that maybe the hostiles could get a hold of or could somehow intercept or something. I feel like it's sort of a security measure.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's just like a security rule.
Yeah. So there's no inherent consequence. It's just about safety precautions.
Mhm. How does the monster scan Echo?
How? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's one of its abilities.
Yeah, we never found out the answer. It's just an ability.
Yeah.
Why did the others feel it necessary to dress up as hillbillies? Why no shoes?
Oh, dear. Well, yeah, that part's weird. I still find that a creaky bit of plot, but it looks like they wanted to trick the Lost Sea characters into thinking they were more primitive than they were. I guess they thought it would make them look, I don't know, more frightening, or they'd be more intimidated by them, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Than if they're just kind of suburbanites living in the houses and the barracks.
Yeah, I would say they probably wanted them to just feel like they were, everywhere in the jungle.
Yeah.
And not necessarily living in this one place somewhere. They want to hide where they really live,
Yeah, that's it.
So I think that was part of it, to sort of give them a diversion of, we live over here, not in the real place. Sort of like Widmore planning the wreckage to point people in the wrong direction.
Right.
Something like that.
Right.
But it was definitely a contrivance to trick the audience.
Yeah.
And it was really weird. And they never did. And it does tie back into their, the early Others history. They did sort of live like that before Ben got in there. So that's what's weird about it, is it was sort of based in truth, but not recent truth. I know. If it had been 30 years earlier or something, that would have been sort of realistic.
Yeah, and as soon as Ben stopped being the leader, they kind of reverted back to it.
Yeah.
So it really feels to me like I think they're trying to say Ben sort of influenced the others to modernize. I think that was the idea, but it feels like they wanted two kinds of others, the sort of tricky others who are more advanced than they seem, and the original sort of indigenous population others who are the sort of, island dwelling people who are, might be anywhere, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
I think they sort of reverted to that idea, but I do think the others did have as they illustrated with the army people showing up there, they did have a thing where they sort of infiltrated, or they would destroy people who came to the island and then take their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of like when Dharma was purged, they just kind of moved in and took their stuff.
Yeah. They're thieves on top of everything else.
Yeah.
Next question: where did Locke learn to swaddle an infant?
Really?
We learned that in season 4, the Swaddler episode. That Locke-centric flashback was he takes that swaddling class Wasn't the best episode ever, but
I think I've blocked that one from my memory.
Yeah, it wasn't really the best.
Waddler. That's awful. Yeah, so I think basically we can safely say they never told us.
Yeah, they never told us that one. What's up with the glass eye found in the Arrow Station?
Oh. I think the best theory is that it's Mikhail's.
That just has to be Mikhail's glass eye.
He had a glass eye for a while, and then he popped it out and put it in the Arrow Station. Don't ask me why.
Well, wasn't the station used for storage?
I guess so. There you go.
Here.
Storage station.
Yeah, it's taking up too much room at the flame. I need to store this somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, there's just no other candidate for that, so
yeah,
I think that's what it has to be. But I wish I knew the story of that. That seems really crazy.
All right. Coincidence or fate? Is that the question?
Wow, that's a question. I'm gonna say both.
I'm gonna say fate. I don't know what to say. Next question: will Kate end up with Jack or Sawyer?
Jack.
Well, neither really, but sort of Jack in general.
Yeah.
In terms of choosing.
In the end, she leaves and Jack dies, but they're together again in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Sawyer ends up with Juliet. So.
Yeah.
Even though he survives past that time, in the afterlife, that's who he goes with. So I think that's...
Well, that afterlife. We'll see what happens in the next afterlife. They might switch up again.
Change it up?
Change it up for an eon or two.
All right, fair enough. But for now, that's the best.
What's up with the appearance of Kate's horse?
Oh, God, that was Smokey, I guess. Or, for a slightly less silly theory, it was, we saw Charles Widmore riding a horse as another in the 70s. So that suggests there's at least some kind of horse population on the island at some point.
Yeah.
So it might just be that it's a fucking horse on the island. That's it.
Yeah.
There's a horse.
There's a horse. Of course.
So that's the easier explanation, but the other one would be it's the smoke monster. I don't know why he's doing that, but it would be amusing.
All right. Why were the washer and dryers so much newer than everything else in the hat?
Continuity error.
No, I think it's obvious they were from the future.
Or that.
Because of electromagnetism in the Swan Station, some areas in the station were going through time slower than others. So I think that kept the washer and dryer looking newer.
Okay.
It aged less.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
That's my answer.
All right.
Did Hurley's mom throw out his pet turtle, Stuart?
I read that question earlier. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's some flashback detail that I don't remember. I'm going to say yes. Yeah,
she probably did. Moms always throw out their kids' pets and claim they didn't.
Yep.
At least once.
Yeah. And Hurley's mom seems like the sort of tough love type.
Oh, totally.
So I think she'd do it.
Why hieroglyphics?
Because
of...
Oh, what's your answer?
Because of Egyptians?
Yeah, I'm assuming this means the hieroglyphics on the timer.
Oh, on the timer, not
I think that's what this is referring to, because I don't think we've seen other hieroglyphics at this point in the show.
All right. What do you think?
Well, I'm essentially going to say the same thing. I mean, I think they were supposed to be some kind of, warning of impending doom, but it looks to me like it was just because of all the Egyptian artifacts on the island.
Yeah.
And
maybe they saw some hieroglyphs. They copied hieroglyphs from somewhere else, like from the temple or something.
Yeah,
or the Temple Wall or somewhere else where they took it to mean that same thing, and so they say, oh, okay, this hieroglyph that means, whatever the translation was, whatever the warning was.
Yeah, it was something like the underworld or something like that.
Yeah. Plus, it's scary.
Yeah, it's just scary. It looks cool.
Why is it so important for Aaron to be baptized?
It wasn't. Or he needed salvation.
2 answers. What was Ben's purpose in trekking across the island when Rousseau captured him?
I think his long-term goal was to get Jack to do surgery on him.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to do that through a ridiculously elaborate scheme where he gets captured intentionally, and then they send Michael back to free him, and then they use Michael to get Jack and Kate and Sawyer to them, and then capture them, and then use that situation to get Jack to do surgery. So I think that's the ultimate reason.
So basically, he wants to get caught.
Yeah, he wants to get caught.
All right. How the heck did the others come up with the Oceanic Mobile that played Catch a Falling Star?
I'm going to assume there was one in the barracks or something, and they just it's a coincidence, if you like, that it was a song that was meaningful to her.
Yeah, it's. I guess coincidence is the best answer because it makes no sense why they would have that.
Yeah.
An Oceanic Mobile of all things.
Yeah.
Because the stuff they had was, even if that was like Dharma stuff, Dharma shouldn't have that.
Good point, yeah. At the time, it blew me away. I remember obsessing about where they got all that stuff.
Yeah, I would say Ben or somebody just, they knew the Losties were from 815, and so specifically got that item off of the island. Yeah, and I think the big coincidence is it plays Catch a Falling Star, but I think they had to have gotten it specifically. It's hard for me to believe that it was just there.
If it actually had Oceanic logo on the plane.
Yeah, I think it did.
Okay, I didn't remember that, but if that's the case, then yeah, they must have obtained that. If specifically, I mean that's not something you just have lying around. If it's just a mobile with planes, though, then I could see that being there.
Yeah, no, it has Oceanic on it.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you're probably right, Ben. Specifically, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be work. It would just, the plan will fail if we don't get a Oceanic plane.
Mhm. Or he had a plane mobile and somebody, he had someone paint it to look like, paint the logo on there or something, but
okay, that's
something like that. But he was like, oh, it's got to say Oceanic on it.
She won't buy it.
It will have no meaning.
Yeah.
How did Henry Gale die?
We really don't know.
We never got a great answer besides Ben killed him.
I'm basically going to say Ben/the others killed him.
Yeah.
And his wife.
He probably maybe somebody saw the balloon landing, and he said, hey, Goodwin, go out there and check on that guy.
Sure. And I think, they must have known about him at some point because Ben knew his background information.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that makes it pretty clear what happened in general. But they never told us the specific part. So.
All right. What was Henry Gale's connection to the island, and how did Henry Gale's balloon come to the island?
As far as I can tell, he didn't have one, but I don't really know. There was the Widmore logo on his balloon. Maybe Widmore sent him.
Mm-hmm. I know. I'll find the island via balloon.
I kind of like to think that's true, but I don't think so. It kind of looks to me like he he was just ballooning about, and he happened to.
Yeah, I like to think he was just like Desmond. He was on a solo race around the world.
Yeah.
You know, he was on a ballooning expedition, and he just got in bad luck and crashed on the island.
Yes.
So will we ever meet Henry Garrett's wife, Jennifer?
No.
No. Why was the Pearl Station marked as a question mark on the blast door map?
We didn't really find out, but I guess I'm going to guess that Radzinski or Kelvin just didn't know what it was.
Like he knew it was a station, but he didn't know its purpose?
Something like that, yeah, because he had all the other stations marked and labeled and stuff. So it looks like he knew. He had for some reason, I don't know, based on the other stuff he was doing, he somehow determined that there's a station there, but he didn't know what it was or what it was called, so he just put a question mark. That's my best guess.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. All righty. Let's see. Where did my list go? All right. Let's see, are we really supposed to believe that the purpose of the lockdown is food drop related?
I think we're at that time really supposed to believe that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that now? I don't know, but I have heard it said that that they will explain the food drop on the DVD. So we may get that answer later. But for now, from what they told us in the show, the only thing we get is the idea that maybe it's connected to the lockdown. I mean, the food drop.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. This question's about the lockdown, or is this question about the food drop?
Well, I think the question is, are they related?
Okay. The
purpose of the lockdown is food drop related, meaning when there's a food drop, is that why the doors go down?
Yeah, right. Well, I think the show kind of throws that out there as a theory. I don't know if that's true, and I guess that question may not be answered, but I think they will explain where the food drop came from. So maybe that will illuminate whether this question is true or not.
Haven't they already explicitly stated the food drop came from like a plane drop?
No.
Huh, I thought I heard them say that somewhere. Okay.
No, they specifically said that's not necessarily true.
Oh, okay. So I think my theory is just that the lockdown, the purpose of the lockdown is a security measure in case the station is infiltrated or something like that. And the reason it happened was because Radzinski and Kelvin had been screwing with the circuitry to make the door come down at will to work on the blast door map.
Yeah.
So I'm basically saying I don't think it's food drop related, but I'm interested to see what they say about it.
Okay. I kind of half think maybe it is food drop related, but I'm not even close to confident about that. So I'll just say I don't really know, but I think we'll find out more about that.
Okay. Wrong list. So what makes a good person versus a bad person?
Wow. Wow, that's a weighty question. I think, a lot of the show's about that. It doesn't look to me like there's anything specific. It looks like it's the decisions they make and, the actions they perform and, stuff like that.
All right. Well, in terms of that being a question that they answered, they never really did and never seemed to be sort of specifically important.
I guess more to the point of the question, I think the others had a specific point of view about that, and I think for them, I don't know, they had, it was, I think basically the answer to the question is the other's morality.
Mm-hmm.
They had a point of view on what made people good and bad, and whatever. I mean, we never exactly learn what that is, but I think that's the source of that idea at that point in the show.
Yeah. What makes the Dharma palette drops? Are they from the past? This is the food drop question again.
Yeah. Again, don't know.
What
maybe.
was Libby's modus operandi regarding Hurley?
I don't think she had a modus operandi. I think she was just she just liked Hurley.
Why did Ben tell Locke the button didn't do anything?
I don't know. Just to fuck with him, I guess.
I think Ben didn't think the button did anything. I don't think Ben necessarily knew about what was going on down there until he got down there. And I do think he was, manipulating Locke, of course, during that time. But I think he really didn't know if it did anything or not.
Oh, I agree.
I don't think he would probably feel like that the island lives and dies by what's going on in the Swan Hatch.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think he would have been down there before.
Yeah.
Trying to take control of what was going on. So I don't really think he knew what was going on. So I think he told Locke, it didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So what's with the island's healing power? We did find that out.
Yeah, I think
pretty
so.
much. More direct answer.
We found out
the
something.
light.
Yeah, the light and even the water seems to have certain healing properties, and they sort of radiate. You don't have to necessarily directly contact them for them to affect you. So yeah, it looks like it just comes from the source of the island's power.
Why does the island not heal certain people? Marshall, Boone, Sawyer, Sight.
Really, I don't know. I guess, I think, there are limits to the island's healing powers. It doesn't necessarily save people from dying if they get serious injuries, so it's sort of not, it doesn't sort of cure everything. So that's part of the story. Then there's the times where it seems like it's specifically letting people get, conditions, like they sort of said Ben got cancer, and they tried to tell us, I think, that Jack's appendix started having problems because he was leaving the island. So that stuff makes it come across like somehow Jacob is blocking the healing or something, or preventing some of that from affecting them. That's the best guess I have at this point.
Yeah, I think that's the most you can do. All right. Will Echo's Church ever be finished?
Doesn't look like it unless Hurley and Ben finish it.
Mm-hmm. Rosa Bernard decided they need something to do on Sunday.
Oh, Rosa Bernard, yeah.
Let's finish that church so we have something to do.
Yeah, that was seemingly a pointless plot line.
Yeah, I think Echo had a crisis of faith, and he felt like he needed to build that church to somehow work it out. Yeah,
I mean, the flashback told us that after he killed those people in the church, the lady told him, you owe one church or something, and so that was his way of paying back for doing all that violence in a church.
Yeah. How was Richard Malkin's daughter brought back to life?
I think that they just didn't do a good job in terms of making sure she was dead. I mean, I think she was alive the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they gave some evidence that the medical examiner was preoccupied with his assistant or something like that, and really didn't do the correct thorough job, and so didn't diagnose her right.
I mean, I think she had a near-death experience, but I don't think she died. I think something happened to her similar to like what happened with Juliet before she died.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how she had that little flash of the afterlife. I think that's why she, you know, said she was between places and she saw Yemi, and I think that sort of happened. But I think she was still actually alive.
Yeah. Why are all of Pierre Chang's aliases candle-related? Fire plus water.
Fire plus water, sure. I have no idea.
Why was someone smoking drugs in the Pearl?
Oh, yes. The little clumps.
Because it probably made their job a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, totally. It would get really, I mean, just watching those videos of the swan, it'd be really boring after a while.
I will say it was the 70s.
Good point. Yep, absolutely. I think, Oldham had some kind of psychedelic drugs. I definitely think, even though we didn't see it specifically, I'm pretty sure in that Dharma camp there was something going on there.
Yeah.
And I think the people in the Pearl, particularly since they just sit there and record what they watch, that would be something to help pass the time.
What happened to the people in the Pearl?
What does that mean?
So there were no people in the Pearl, I guess, when we go into the Pearl.
Oh.
It's not a manned station.
Oh, well, I'll assume
that's what that means.
I'll assume they were purged, or they.
Yeah, I would imagine they saw everyone dying on the monitors with the purge happening.
Yeah.
Got out of Dodge.
Got out of Dodge and possibly died themselves or joined the others or something.
Yeah. Why did the others draw blood from Michael?
Why did the others what?
Draw blood from Michael.
Oh. I don't know. I forgot they did that.
Yeah, that wasn't answered. I would say, weren't they trying to, I don't know, they were messing around with Walt, so maybe they were just trying to do a blood test. Make sure, see if Michael is his dad or not or something?
Yeah, sure.
See their blood matches, or the best I got, something like that.
Yeah. No, that sounds good.
Does Desmond know when or how he's going to die?
No.
Absolutely not.
He really didn't, to the bitter end.
No.
Even in the afterlife, he didn't seem to know.
No, he didn't. Why exactly was Desmond in jail?
I think from what we see in the show, the best guess I have is just he went AWOL.
Mhm.
That's all we really see him do.
All right. How was Desmond's boat guided to the island?
Good question. I guess given where the show ends up, I'll say Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, next question. Why did Rosinski edit the orientation film?
Yeah, I think I tried to explain that earlier, and it got weird, because I guess that part of the message is something I would think Rosinski would want to be highlighted or emphasized rather than take it out. So, I don't know. I don't understand that.
Yeah, the part he took out was don't use the computer to contact any, other than pressing the button, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, don't use it for communication.
Yeah, I mean, it's to sort of edit a film like that. I think you have to be working on the assumption, someone else is going to see it.
Yes.
So I think that's already strange. So basically, I think that would mean, he's planning on the next whoever replaces him to sort of not get that information, something like that.
Yeah.
So I think that's strange that that's seeming to be an important rule, unless he didn't believe it anymore, or he was contacted via the computer at some point and realized that, that's not a good plan. Yeah, it's hard to sort of guess what he was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Radzinski developments he didn't see, and so maybe by the time he did that, it would make sense. But from the Radzinski we saw, very curious that he did it. Just making, like you said, just making edits to begin with, any edit would be weird.
Mm-hmm.
The particular edit he chose seems inconsistent with his character, so maybe there's something we didn't see that ties it all together.
Well, see, that's the thing about Radzinski is I feel like when he's in the hatch, I feel like I would assume he's sort of becoming disillusioned with what Dharma's up to if he's trying to secretly figure out what they're doing or secretly figure out, some things about what's going on. So I feel like he is being subversive, and he's trying to do something with whoever he assumes will watch the video. So I think he is different than the Radzinski we saw, who was sort of all on board, but I'm just confused on why he would take that part out. And it really just seems like because it worked for the story that was a big deal when we found out about it.
Yeah, that they juxtaposed that with while talking to Michael on the computer.
Mhm.
So it built up suspense, like, oh, they're using it for communication. What's going to happen?
Yeah, exactly. All right. All right, I lost my place. Mark Desmond in jail. Edit. What happened to Kelvin's body?
Birds ate it.
Mhm.
It fell into the sea.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Why did the others specifically want Kate and Sawyer and Hurley and Jack, especially in light of Jacob's list?
Well, I think they wanted, specifically Ben wanted Jack to do the surgery, and he planned to use Kate to manipulate Jack into doing it, and then to manipulate Kate, Sawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And so they all sort of played off each other, and that resulted in the getting Jack to do the surgery. And I think Hurley was the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't about Jacob. I think that was about Ben.
Yeah. All right. Did that bird really say Hurley's name?
Yes.
Hurley bird.
It's a Hurley bird.
Which did not make a comeback.
No.
I was expecting a Hurley from the Hurley bird.
Me too, actually.
All right. Did the Pearl notebooks pile up because of the purge or because the Pearl was a psychological experiment?
Well, technically we don't know, but I'll just throw out, I think it's the purge.
Purge.
I don't think the Pearl itself is a psychological experiment. I don't think the Swan is a psychological experiment, but I do think they wanted to monitor the psychology of the people in the Swan.
Mm-hmm. I think, I would even say they probably just wanted to make sure the people in the Swan were doing their job, given how important it is. It's a fail-safe to make sure that, if they see the two people in the Swan fight each other and kill each other or get incapacitated or whatever, then they can step in and say, hey, we got a problem at the Swan.
Right. That's what if they notice conflict brewing or someone getting irresponsible or, it just seems like that's generally, if it's important that people perform that task, then that's something they should be monitoring.
And then you have somebody watching the people in the Pearl, watching the people in the Swan, to make sure the people in the Pearl are okay.
Yes.
And I have to only assume there's somebody watching the Watcher.
Of course.
At every level.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Who built the statue of Toweret and why?
the Egyptians to honor the goddess Taweret.
For her fertility help.
For her fertility help.
What would have happened if neither the button nor the failsafe were activated?
Don't know, but I'm going to guess that the light would go out, maybe the island would be destroyed, and possibly the world would end.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to... I want to stop short of saying the world would end, but I think the island would be destroyed. What is the Season 2 hidden smoke monster appearance?
I'm pretty sure that was Yemi.
Yemi. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is all the Season 2 unanswered questions list, which most of them have reasonable explanations at some point.
Yeah, there's a few wild guesses, but
yeah,
a lot of them are, I mean, the thing about these questions, a lot of them are just kind of basic cut and dry answers.
Yeah.
You know, nothing crazy, but we do sort of know. So that's it's interesting to be in that position. So, Season 3?
Season 3.
Okay, so I'm going to read this list?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Did Ben expect to see the crash of 815?
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to also say no. How exactly do the others get their info on the Losties, i.e. the Sawyer shot the fake Sawyer the night before Flight 815?
Really good research.
Yeah, this is exactly, Mikhail seemed to be in charge of that, and exactly I'm going to assume using, PIs or something, probably underhanded means to obtain police records and, whatever medical stuff they could get, but basically the way sort of shady people obtain information.
Online?
Online, that'll work too. Ouch. What mnemonic devices do the others use that afford them such easy recall of minute personal details from the files on the Losty?
Yeah, I think they were using the New England school of mnemonic devices. They just remembered important things. They, nothing crazier than I think anyone else would do.
I'm going to say Ben or someone was just a really strict, maybe Dogen, I don't know, someone was just a really strict, like, you got to study these files or something, we're going to, I don't know, we're going to banish you or something. Like, there was some kind of strict, like, everyone has to, and, like, they would quiz them to make sure they all knew.
I think you're probably safe if you learn the top 10 things about that person. Like, you're probably safe in being able to say one of the things at an important time,
Totally, yeah.
There's only so many things that are that important.
Yeah.
You got to know where they're from, know what their major conflict is, know their major acquaintances, and, stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think there was a general some kind of order coming down that, you should, especially if there are people who are kind of working in the field, you should be aware of all these people, their backgrounds, so you can handle them, with all that information in mind.
Yep.
But the specific mnemonic devices they use remain a mystery. Okay. What did the failsafe do with Desmond's clothes?
It blew them off.
Blew them off. All right.
Exploded them.
Why do certain people make Jacob's List and others not?
Well, this question is probably talking about a different kind of Jacob's List than the ultimate Jacob's List.
True.
And I think Jacob just specifically brought people to the island. He had specific people he was interested in at various times. and it basically boils down to who they were, what he wanted to do with them or not do with them. It was just really his own discretion, really.
Yeah. It's Jacob's preferences for the people he wants to join the others or wants the others to capture.
Which is interesting because it's almost like, I mean, this would have not been giving the Losses a choice, which he seemed to obviously want to give them choices when they got to the island. But in terms of the long run, it seems like he should have just had had Ben and the others just take the candidates.
Yes.
You know, and basically say, hey, protect these guys because they're really important.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like that would have been the simpler plot for the show. Yeah. Where were Carl's parents?
No idea.
Okay. Will we ever see a Dharma dolphin?
No.
Will we ever see the polar bear with the burned face again?
Burned face?
Yeah, because when Locke goes in there to rescue Mr. Echo, he uses hairspray and a torch to blow fire in his face.
No, that bear is too embarrassed to ever show his face again. Too embarrassed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's a pun.
It is a pun.
Is Locke a farmer or a hunter?
Whichever he thinks he is, he's wrong. I think that's the answer.
I think he thinks he's a hunter.
Yeah, he's wrong.
And I think he's wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say farmer. Sorry, Locke.
Yeah.
Why do the rabbits have the numbers on them? I think the rabbits have numbers, lowercase n, on them because Dharma numbered them as like lab animals.
Yeah.
But as for the fact that they're the numbers, that's the numbers pop up. That's sort of why.
I agree with that.
You agree? Okay. I should have let you answer that. Will Sawyer reunite with Cassidy and/or Clementine?
Well, I think the answer is I think it's likely he will check in on them. We didn't get a real answer, but now that he's going back, and we know he cared about his daughter, and of course now that Kate is friends with Cassidy and Clementine, I guess. I think it's likely that he will stop by, and Kate will probably go with him.
Yeah. I don't know if they'll ever have a relationship again.
In terms of being a family, no. I don't think I don't think Cassidy wants that. But I think in terms of being back with them and seeing them and having some relationship with his daughter, I think that's probably likely.
I agree. I don't see him not ever checking in.
I forget he has a daughter.
So do I.
I don't think of him as a father at all when I think of Sawyer.
I don't either. He definitely seems like a lone man. Okay, yeah.
But I was gonna say real quick, the Sawyer who's going back is probably gonna be a much better father than who he started out with.
Yeah.
If he had didn't come to the island and stayed or something like. She's getting a better guy. Absolutely.
That's a good question because that's actually really relevant to where the show's where the show leaves off. Didn't really know that at the time, but they definitely left that open. Okay, why did the island / Jacob allow Ben to get sick? Did the island give Ben cancer?
This is a tricky one. I think. I guess I want to think Ben just developed cancer, and Jacob didn't intervene to stop it. I mean, he didn't. Ben isn't really aligned with the island, sort of intrinsically, and I think Jacob saw no specific special interest in saving Ben. And so that's sort of my general response. And I don't really know what I think in terms of if Jacob was testing Ben or wanted to see what he would do because of that or anything. I almost feel like it was just sort of, ambivalence / neglect that Ben got cancer and nothing happened. And I'll throw in another explanation. I'll throw in that maybe Jacob wanted to see what Jack would do.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I don't have a better answer, so I'll just use yours. Ditto yours.
Series of answers.
Yeah. Okay. What was up with the intercom and Jack's hydrocell? Hallucination, island voice, or the others?
So this is Christian, Sawyer, Alex. So I remember Jack hearing Christian on the intercom, and then I think Sawyer hears that it'll come back around. And what's the Alex reference? Do you remember that?
No.
Did we hear Alex on the intercom, or did she hear something?
No, Alex did use the intercom at a certain point. I remember that.
Okay. Okay.
Because she sort of she helps Jack at a certain point.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about those early days with Alex doing helping people out and doing stuff and being. She had a really cool sort of introduction.
She did. Yeah. Yeah. No, she's the one who helped Claire escape from Ethan, and and then she showed up on Hydra, and she played a big role in Sawyer and Kate escaping. And I think she helped Jack out too at a certain point.
Yeah.
Because I remember her being on the intercom, and I don't remember exactly what she did. It's been a long time since I've seen those episodes. But as for the voice of Christian, I think that's a hallucination. And when there's other people on the intercom, I think it's those people. I don't remember Sawyer hearing "It'll come back around" on the intercom. I remember him hearing that whispered in the Boar episode in season 1. I don't remember that on the intercom.
Maybe that wasn't. Yeah. It just says hearing the whispers, so that wasn't on the intercom then.
Oh, okay. So you're hearing the whispers.
Yeah. So I think the big one is really just Christian. That's the big one I remember being weird. And I think it was just Jack hallucinating. Yeah. I think part of it's hallucination, and the whole "it'll come back around" thing. I mean, that might actually be somehow, that guy that Sawyer killed on the island for some reason. Yeah. Since we know the whispers are sort of dead people trapped there. So maybe it's that guy coming to say that to Sawyer before he lets go and moves on or something. Yeah, exactly. Okay. How did the others come to their Viking funeral practices? Well, we know how they left it, and it was quickly.
In the Time Talk Live thing, I think that's where it was. Damon brought up that particular thing, and he basically said that they thought it was a good idea at the time, but they didn't like how it came out, so they never went back to it. Yeah. It was supposed to be part of the others' culture, but I think they decided to abandon it. So at this point, I'm going to call that almost not canon. Yeah. Accidental canon. Yeah. What happened to Yemi's body?
It didn't happen to Christian's body.
Yeah. I'm going to say I think Smokey moved it. Yeah. What's with the apparition of Yemi?
It's Smokey. It's the Man in Black. That's what's with him. So something big. Yeah, there was a lot with him. Yeah, who knew in episode 305 that was the island's main villain talking to Echo?
Yeah, I had no idea. So yeah, that's it. What did Echo mean by his last words? You're next.
I think Echo probably got a sense that everyone was going to sort of get their turn at being judged, and I think that's the best answer I have.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. It was, it was a good dramatic ending. But it didn't really pay off, and so I think your answer is the closest kind of thing. It just
who was there when he said that?
Locke and I think Nikki and Paulo and Desmond maybe.
Okay. Because if anything, it makes sense sort of for Locke in the long run. That Man in Black is coming after him next.
Yes, that's true. That's true. We talked about that before. Like Locke he said we're next, but Echo surely didn't actually say we're next. He probably said you're next, and in English you can't distinguish between your plural and your singular. So he could have just been saying Locke is next.
Yeah.
And Locke thought he meant all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Or he was too scared to admit that, he just wanted to sort of have everyone join in that when he told them instead of just saying, I'm next, oh, help me.
Okay. Who did Ben tell Alex her mother was?
No idea.
I think he just told her mother was dead. I don't know if he told her who he was, who she was.
Yeah.
Who founded Middle-earth?
Richard P. Alpert. Yeah, I don't know. Someone with the others.
Yeah. It looks like that's something they use to recruit for the. I guess they actually mentioned that in the Locke flashback too. So that's when would that be? 70s maybe. So I think that means it's not just a Ben thing, but it's an off-island recruitment front for the others. So if the question is, I lost it. Who founded it? It's hard to know, but someone from the others.
Yeah.
Did Alpert arrange to have Ed Burke killed by a bus?
Woo. I would say I kind of want to say Jacob, maybe Jacob wanted Juliet to come to the island, so he could have sort of arranged it. It's fuzzy. I don't know about that one. That's one of those questions I just don't know. What do you think? It was so coincidental, and just the circumstances were so inexplicable. I can't decide what I think about that. What do you think happened?
Yeah, I agree. I think if I had to give an answer, I'd just say yes. They arranged that.
Yeah,
that's the simplest answer.
Yeah, it seems too much to be a coincidence. And I think there's people who have a vested interest in her coming there, and she mentioned that was her problem. So they got rid of her problem.
Yes.
So I think, gun to my head, they did it.
Yeah, I'm not confident about that, but yeah, maybe Jacob was involved, or maybe they just, they're just really good planners. I don't know. But there did seem to be a connection there, but they never really confirmed that. Okay, if Miss Hawking believed that the universe course correction theory, why wouldn't she sell Desmond the ring? And then, as a follow-up, is the course correction theory false?
She didn't want to sell the ring because she didn't want him to propose to Penny, and I think even though the universe course corrects, there's no guarantee on how long it'll take to make that correction happen. So, I think for what she was trying to do, she didn't, want to waste time having the universe course correct an action she could prevent herself. So yeah, I think she just didn't sell it to him because she didn't want him to have it, right? What do you think?
I think you're right. The universe course corrects, but as we saw with Charlie, there can be significant changes.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie just dying while trying to catch a bird is really different from dying while, unblocking or turning off the looking glass blocking signal and saying it's now Penny's boat,
Mm-hmm.
Giant difference there in a way. So not necessarily on the universal scale, but in the small scale. So I feel like Miss Hawking wanted things to be as close to possible to what what had happened or what was supposed to happen without the need for excessive course correction. I think the course correction theory is true.
Yep.
I think she's right.
Yep.
Okay, how did the others persuade Cindy to their side?
They said, "Hello, Cindy, you want to come with us?"
All right.
And she was hooked ever since. Yeah, I think she was hooked like anyone else is hooked, and I think she, they persuaded her by telling her, that they were the good guys and that they had interests that were worth protecting and that she would be safer with them. I think something like that, something sort of just general.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. My interpretation is sort of that Cindy's a survivor. I feel like she gets captured by the others, and she's going to roll with it to a certain degree. And I think also she probably, got involved in taking care of those kids, so she felt like she should do that. And, she was probably convinced somehow by the others that, they were they had some kind of larger purpose that was worth being a part of.
Yeah, and I think, the fact that, she's kidnapped, but she obviously isn't sort of hurt, and they're giving her clothes and food and shelter, and I think she can learn to trust them pretty quickly, realize that, they don't pose a danger to her. So she's like Miles in a way. She's just going to go wherever, the path of least resistance, and so she's whoever can secure her safety the best is who she's going to go with.
Yeah.
So that's Cindy.
Totally. Okay. Will Claire's migratory bird message ever turn up?
It's how Widmore found out about the island, and that's why he sent the freighter.
Yes!
He caught that bird.
Yes! Wow, 2 mysteries in one.
Yeah, I just made that up.
Miss Hawking and Jacob were trying to tell him where the island was, and this bird swooped in.
Yep. The little birdie told him. Oh, jeez. I don't even remember what Claire's message said. It's like, we're survivors or something.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember either. We're on the island. Come rescue us, please.
Mm-hmm.
Fare thee well. Okay.
I'm trying to find what the thing said, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. You want to look that up?
Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
We can move on.
How did Anthony Cooper get to the island?
I'm going to say the submarine. The others went and tracked him down and grabbed him and drugged him and brought him to the island.
Yeah, I'll be a little more specific. I think his dialogue tells you a little more that he was involved in a car wreck, and the people in the ambulance smiled at him. So it sounds to me like the others, maybe similarly to what they did with the bus incident, engineered some kind of car wreck and then became the paramedics who took him away. So that's sort of how they got him. And then after that, yeah, submarine.
Mhm.
Okay. Why is Tallahassee such a nexus? That's a weird question.
Well, that's just an intrinsic quality of Tallahassee. I mean, you know, everyone knows Tallahassee is a nexus.
Okay. Will Autumn and Crystal, the girls of Expose, ever learn that Mr. Lashad is actually the Cobra?
I think they do learn. I think they do learn that in the series finale of Expose, called Exposed, and where they expose who the Cobra is.
Exposed, of course.
Yeah. I think it was called Supposed to Exposed.
Excellent. I can't top that answer. How was Juliet's shoulder dislocated the first 3 times?
Yeah, that's one of those questions we don't ever get answered.
Yeah.
One of the big ones that will just linger in our minds forever.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, let's see. How do you dislocate? I'm going to say she played a lot of tennis.
Tennis?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, how did Jacob cure Rachel's, Juliet's sister's cancer? Did she actually have cancer to begin with?
She was faking. You can tell a fake cancer victim when you see one. Yeah, no, I think Jacob cured it with his abilities that stem from the light, and I think she did have cancer.
I agree, and I think, you know, Jacob probably wanted Juliet on the island, so I think that's sort of the motive, even though it did seem like, you know, Juliet was brought there by Ben for a certain reason, but I think Jacob might have wanted her there for different reasons.
Yeah.
So I think now it seems plausible to me that he would actually do that. So I think she did. She definitely had cancer, you know, before Juliet came to the island. I don't think she was lying about that. So, you know, the idea of the cancer sort of returning, I mean, that happens. It's not crazy. Okay. Why did Naomi have a photo of Desmond and Penny?
I think Widmore gave it to her, probably via Abaddon, because, you know, I guess I have to say Widmore picked up on the information that Penny's team got from the failsafe being turned, and so he knew that that was related to where Desmond was, and you know, was sending a team to go there. So he wanted her to have that information.
Yes, I agree. I mean, it seems like, you know, Naomi sort of used that as a cover story. I think it was in part to not reveal the true nature of the freighter mission.
Mm-hmm.
It was to, you know, it gave a purpose to it that, you know, was more benign. Where did all those blue tarps come from?
The prop department.
All right. Why can't women on the island carry pregnancy to term?
We never get an answer for real. I would say, I guess I would say it has something to do with the light, something to do with proximity to the light, and that being an issue. Maybe you know, if the light is where souls come from or rebirth or something, then maybe there's supposed to be some idea that the souls of the almost born babies sort of like, you know, get zapped into the light or something. You know, I don't want to go that far with it, but that's, if you're making me explain, you know, someone's got a gun to my head and is making me say this, so I would say something like that is the light sort of interferes with carrying the baby to term. If you, I guess it's if you get pregnant off the island. Because if you get pregnant on the island, Wait, well, how did Sun do it? Oh, Sun got off and had her baby. That's right.
Yeah.
So if you're pregnant off the island, you can deliver on the island. If you get pregnant on the island, you have to go off the island to deliver.
Yeah.
So something, yeah, maybe there's, I don't know. I'm going to bring up the dead people now. Yeah, that's not a great answer. What do you think?
I really don't have a better answer than what you said. I'll just I'll throw out an alternative theory that let's say the Jughead really detonated. Maybe it's just effects from the fallout of a hydrogen bomb exploding.
Okay.
Wild guess. Okay. Is Mr. Kwan really Jin's biological father?
I think we're supposed to believe he is.
I think so. I don't know why we suspect that. Okay. Why did Cooper bite Locke?
Because he's a vicious old man.
He was hungry.
You want to see if he tasted like chicken?
Will the island volcano erupt again?
Maybe if the plug had something to do with the volcano, maybe that was it about to erupt.
Yep.
So I think the question is yet to be determined.
You're right. Since the island didn't get destroyed, it seems as though it did not fully erupt during the run of the show.
No.
So I'll say sort of no to that.
Yeah, no ...
Yeah, that's it. Okay, where do all the rabbits come from?
They come from, well, first of all, they came from Dharma and their experiments. They brought them over.
Yes.
Rabbits probably got out or something at some point in the purge. I mean, there's a good way to have rabbits just populate. So if any escape, you can have rabbits everywhere. But the rabbits, with Dharma they brought them.
Yeah, I agree. Who ordered the purge?
Looks like the purge was Ben's plan. That was that he sort of maybe concocted with the others before he joined them, and I guess that would include Widmore at the time.
Yes.
And it was those are the engineers of the genocide.
Yeah. I think it's possible that Jacob had something to do with that, but I don't think it's clear because I can see Ben and Widmore deciding to do it on their own.
Yeah, I don't see Jacob really ordering the extermination of people. He's really hands off.
Yeah.
And I don't think Dharma, Dharma did seem to pose some threats, so I think that opens that door. But I think in general he was pretty hands off, and you don't need anyone to tell Ben and Widmore to go try to attack Dharma.
Right. Yes, I agree. It's just if he were going to do it, it would be because they were threatening the light somehow.
Yeah.
But for the most part, hands off, definitely. But I think your answer's right. Why is the fertility problem so important to Ben but not Alpert?
That's a weird question. Is it that important to Ben? He didn't really care after a while. I would say
it wasn't
Alpert,
season 3.
Yeah, I would say Alpert. Alpert sort of is an outsider in general. His non-aging, I think, gives him a different perspective, and I think he's the liaison. It seemed like he was never really, he was hanging out with the others, but he always seemed like he was one step to the side of those guys.
He walks among them, but he's not one of them.
Exactly. Oh, that's clever. You should write that down.
I will.
And I think Ben was invested, pretty heavily invested in trying to figure out what was going on. I guess because he wanted to build a society there, a sustainable society on the island, and not have to have outsiders come and be assimilated.
Yes. I mean, I think that's the basic reason to worry about fertility problems, just to have a sustainable population.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, people were already becoming pregnant, and, there wasn't any rule against that, but it was a problem because the women would die, and they have to send them off the island, and so, it was just it became a problem, so he had to sort of try to address it.
Yes. Yeah.
Although, Amy didn't have any problems. I think we talked about that at the time.
Right.
So maybe
that's one of the reasons for my Jughead theory.
Yeah, I was going to say with your Jughead theory, maybe it was put some purge in there too. The effects of that toxic gas or something.
Toxic gas, yeah, that works too.
It seems to be a good dividing line.
Because I do think whatever happened, they sort of said that in the show. I mean, someone said maybe that hasn't happened yet. I think that's the idea. Whatever it was something that came later. So yeah, it could be that too. Okay. Let's see. Why doesn't Jacob like technology? I think we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to say Jacob doesn't care either way. He probably likes it. He has no problem in the modern world. I would say if anyone doesn't like it, it's Man in Black because he, maybe he sees it as a product of the outside world, sort of high technology stuff, and maybe he doesn't like that for some reason.
Yeah, I'll say Jacob. Jacob doesn't like people mucking about with the light, and if they do that with technology, he doesn't like that. But it's not the technology per se that's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, who or what did Locke see and hear in Jacob's cabin? Oh no.
Well, we never get a great answer. Best answer is he heard/saw Man in Black.
Yeah. That's the best answer. It's a little weird still, but that looks like what we have to live with. Why does he/it need help?
Because he's trapped on the island, and he needs to be able to kill Jacob and the candidates to leave.
Yes. That's a clear-cut answer.
Easy answer.
The reason he needs help is clear. It's just the way they presented him that's confusing.
Yeah.
Okay. Will Aaron ever get Charlie's ring?
No, I brought that up earlier. He never gets it.
No, because even if Sun picked it up, she drowned in the submarine. So that's gone. What happened to Desmond's flash of Claire and Aaron getting on a helicopter?
I would say, the best in-show answer would be he had a flash of an event that didn't happen. That he managed to prevent, or it didn't pan out that way. Yeah,
I guess I'll throw in and say that somehow Man in Black stepped in and prevented a possible future. I don't know if he knew that's what he was doing, but by kidnapping Claire, he prevented them from getting on the helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say that's the idea. He had a flash of a future where Claire did not get taken by the Man in Black.
Yeah.
What's with taller Ghost Walt?
He's taller. This is when Locke got shot?
Yeah, when Locke's laying in the Dharma pit.
And Ben shot Locke, and Locke's laying in the Dharma pit, and Locke is about to shoot himself.
Yeah.
And the whole world is going, oh, Locke.
Of course. Yeah, that was the first suicide attempt.
That was the first one. And then Walt appears. So I'm gonna guess that was Man in Black.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally consistent for that to be him. It's a little weird because Walt's not dead, but that might just be a bit of a hole in the plot because it has that signature thing, tone, and what he was telling him to do. He says you have work to do. You know, that's what Christian says. Of course, you don't think that's Men in Black, but I do at least. So, you know,
I don't think what's Men in Black?
Christian with Vincent.
Oh, yeah.
But I do. So I think it definitely, you know, looks like just kind of a weird. Maybe Walt is somehow an exception to the rule of who Man in Black can impersonate somehow because of his specialness.
Mhm. Yeah, you know, to me it seems like being able to scan someone should sort of be enough of a, you know, scan someone's memory should be of enough of a power to look like them. So that does enough for me. The other explanation is that it's actually Walt.
Yeah.
You know, who never mentions that he did that.
No.
You know, unless we're supposed to believe Walt sort of, you know, Walt did that in a dream, and he had a dream where he said that to Locke, and it just happened to be him actually projecting himself, and, you know, something like that. But you know, we don't sort of see that happen when he has the other dream of seeing Locke on the beach and people trying to come after him, and, you know, so.
Right.
So yeah, I'd have to say it's the Man in Black.
Yeah, I think I agree. What was the larger purpose of the Looking Glass station?
Whatever they told us at the time. It was, what was it? It was blocking the communications, and it had a radio section. I don't remember what else they told us about it, but I don't think it was anything crazy.
Yeah. I don't think it was anything crazy either. It's not totally clear. There's a place for the submarine to go in there. I guess maybe that's the way you're supposed to get down there. But yeah, it looks like it was just used to control the signals going in and out, seemingly. I didn't see that it really had any other function. It also looks like it was usable for communication, although really the flame was the primary place to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it doesn't look like it has a lot of a function, but those things we saw seem like it.
Oh, Bonnie and Greta.
Yes. Why did Ben give the order to spare Saeed, Jin, and Bernard?
I don't remember exactly this moment. Oh, this is in the finale.
Yeah, that's right. I remember because they captured them, the others captured them, and Ben was talking on the walkie-talkie and telling Jack he had to do something or he would kill them, but then it turned out that Ben gave the order not to shoot. No. Oh, God, I remember it being confusing. He gave the order to shoot them, and then they changed their minds. I remember Tom has some weird line about explaining what they were doing, although now I forget what it was.
Yeah.
I can look it up real quick here. Let's see. Okay, Tom can't have that many lines. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Ben's trying to get Jag not to call the freighter. That's the basic idea. Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So that's when Ben tells Tom, if you don't hear my voice, shoot them all. If you don't hear my voice in a minute, shoot them all. That's the scene you're talking about?
Yeah, well, then later, Ryan says it was an order, Tom. We had to follow it. And Tom says, Ben doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's lost it. I mean, look at what they did to us. Instead of putting 3 bullets in the damn sand, we should have killed them for real.
Mhm. So is he saying Ben was God, that's confusing. So he's
I know.
saying that Ben tells him to shoot them, but that's really code for him not to shoot them.
Yeah.
But he thinks that's a weird thing to do.
Yeah, but he thinks they should have actually shot them.
Yeah.
Even though the order was to put bullets into the sand. Like, Ben basically gave the order, make it sound like you killed them all.
Mhm.
But Tom thinks they should have actually killed them all.
Yeah, so I would just say, Ben didn't want them dead yet. He didn't want them dead.
I think for Ben, he wants the advantage, and I feel like he's trying to use it as leverage in that case. But if it fails, they're still alive. He can threaten to kill them again.
Yeah.
So once you kill people you're holding hostage, they're not really effective as hostages anymore.
Mhm.
So that's one reason not to kill hostages. But I do think he wanted to shock Jack into thinking he had actually killed them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part's weird. Okay, why did the others build the runway?
We never found out. Oh, wait.
Here at the Last Lowdown, we did have an hour conversation about it.
Mhm.
So I will refer you to that. I don't even remember what podcast that was, but that's no problem. I'm sure. Just listen to the last 5 or 6. It's in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, they built it for the plane that Jacob inexplicably knew was coming.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yes. What exactly was Ethan's connection to Wisconsin?
In the webisode?
Yeah, I think he's just wearing a Wisconsin shirt or something.
Yeah, well, he likes cheese.
He likes cheese. Sounds good to me. And that closes out season 3.
All right. Wish we were keeping track of how many we answered.
Oh.
Oh, well.
We answered most of them.
Yeah. All right, season 4. What's with Hurley seeing dead people? Wow.
Wow.
He's got that power. It's just that's his power.
I guess that's when they introduced the fact that he had that power.
Mhm.
So, I mean, yeah, a question like what's with, like, sort of the mechanics of why or something, I don't know, but yeah, that's an ability he got. I think he got it from the island somehow.
Yeah, light source.
Light source, yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Why was Faraday so upset at TV coverage of the discovery of A-15?
Well, I don't know. I think because he I feel like I want to say he had some kind of premonition or some kind of, because his memory was messed up at that point. I feel like he had some vague sense that he had some association with those people and it was bad, and some vague feelings of that sort came up.
Mhm. Yeah, I think he sensed that his destiny. He was sensing his destiny and fate tied in with these people.
Yeah.
His ultimately his death. Something pretty powerful, and so it was just this weird product of time. I think the fact that he sort of goes back in time, and so I think it's some weird thing like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Is the proper bearing to approach/leave the island 305 or 325?
Greg Nation should answer that, really, but
yeah.
I think if I'm gonna do a more general, kind of all-encompassing theory, I guess I'll say both, and it changes. You know, you have to calculate it. You know, that's one answer.
Yeah, I think that's, I think it changes because maybe prop reasons or something or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever show reason, but I think story-wise, I think the bearing changes and you got to calculate it.
Yeah.
All right, why doesn't the light, the island light, scatter quite right? One of my favorite lines ever.
We never really find out.
We never find out.
I mean, it's probably supposed to vaguely suggest the strangeness of the island, and so in some way maybe it's tied as a barrier. It has some effect on the sunlight coming through, causing it to scatter strangely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a wild guess.
Yeah, I think that's the vicinity of the right answer.
Yeah.
Why did Widmore want to capture Ben alive?
Why did Widmore want to capture Ben alive? Well, as opposed to killing him?
He captured him? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he wanted to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Find out what he knew,
Yeah. Yeah.
Why was the polar bear skeleton in the Tunisian desert?
We talked about that one.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure it turned the donkey wheel somehow. Either Dharma had it do it, or what, or something. That seems like the most reasonable explanation.
Yeah, either it turned the donkey wheel, or whatever experiment they did with it. They did some experiment with it in the Orchid Station that puts it there.
Yeah. But it should be associated with that particular area that seems to have the exit point in Tunisia.
Yep. What's the deal with Naomi's bracelet? Who is RG, and what's the connection to Ilsa?
No idea. I think it's a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're supposed to believe Ilsa was working for Widmore.
Sure.
Right? So Naomi's working for Widmore.
True.
So I think that's the connection to the bracelet. Who could RG be? Did you remember what it said? It was like, love you always, RG.
I'll always be with you? Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
I
can
can't think of any.
It.
Yeah, can you think of any initials RG that are relevant to the show?
Yeah, it said, in I'll always be with you, RG.
Richard Gale. What's RG? Who could be RG? Or what could be RG? Nothing's coming to mind that has to do with like Widmore or those guys.
Yeah, I can't think of anyone on the show that has those initials.
Yeah, it's not a lot of RGs.
No.
All right, well, I don't think that's just one of those mysteries that's just, unsolvable.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess that maybe they would have addressed that mystery if the writer's strike hadn't happened.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a smaller thing that they decided they could do away with once they had to speed things up.
Oh, I'll say this. Maybe RG is Regina. That's an R that was around.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And I think the doctor was Ray.
Yeah,
so there's another Ray. R. We don't have any good RGs, though.
Oh, and there's Captain Galt.
Captain Galt, he's a G.
He's a G. I don't know his first name, but
Yeah, I don't think he got a first name.
I don't think he did either. Yeah, so it seems like, yeah, maybe it's just somebody on the freighter, one of those people. That would explain how they would reveal it in season 4.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously she dies, and that's sort of the reveal of her bracelet. So, maybe they're going to tie it to someone on the freighter who would have been upset that she died and took revenge or whatever, or had some motivation from her death.
Yeah.
Because nobody else cared that much. I mean, the people cared who sort of were on the freighter with her, but
yeah,
no, like personal connection.
Right.
So maybe Galt, maybe they had a thing or something, and they were going to reveal that, and
yeah,
he just gets killed off.
I think Saeed was the only person who saw it, so he would have probably found it out at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have asked some character.
All right, let's see. Okay, I already said that. Who was Mr. Avellino?
Some guy working for Widmore, I guess.
Yeah, I guess he's just a Widmore guy who Ben found out about and had Saeed kill.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I think so. We don't really know a lot more about him.
All right. Who is the economist?
It looks like the best guess is just Widmore himself.
Widmore. Yeah, I'll buy that. What's the time delay in traveling to and from the island? What's with that?
It is erratic. I don't know. It's there, it's not there, it's there, it's not there. So yeah, I don't understand it. It seems to be some effect caused by the barrier or the light or something, but it doesn't work consistently. It seems like it's only a thing this season, so I don't know.
Ditto. Which other owned a VHS copy of Xanadu?
Really? Pickett.
Pickett? It was part of his secret VHS collection?
Yeah.
Do you want anybody to know?
I think so.
Well, I got to say, since we found out basically Tom was the gay character, I don't want to go stereotypical, but maybe he had the Xanadu tape.
Is that stereotypical? What's Xanadu?
Xanadu is a big musical. It's a big sort of cult musical.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's a musical. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Ben had it then.
Mhm.
I could see Ben being a fan of musicals.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. All right. How long did Miles hold that grenade in his mouth?
Long.
Just short of it exploding, I guess.
Yeah, we may never know.
Blackrock's first mate's journal. How did Widmore learn of it? Did it lead him to the island? How did it come to be in the possession of the pirates 7 years later?
It's a lot of don't knows, but I think it's not how he found the island.
Yeah.
I can at least say that.
Yeah, it looks like Jacob directed him towards the island.
Yeah, the second time. And the first time, I think he used Penny's intel.
Yeah.
But as for the rest of those questions, I don't have a clue.
Who from Ben's life does Juliet look, quote, just like?
I'm going to say Annie.
Annie?
Yeah. But the other option is probably his mother. I guess the third option is Juliet herself.
You look just like yourself. Like from the 70s or something, from when Ben grew up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's not supposed to have a lot of memories from his injury during that period. But,
exactly.
he was the person who took care of him and got him back. So, there's something there, I could see him, having a thing for her for, especially the mothering quality of sort of taking care of him and
right.
or whatever. All right. Why did Regina jump from the freighter?
Because she had the getting near the barrier cabin fever condition.
The sickness?
Not really the sickness. I wanted to avoid calling it that.
That's why I brought it up.
Because I don't think she was claimed. I think it's a different, consciousness going crazy issue.
Mhm.
So, but I think that's what she had.
So, do you think Robert and those guys could have been affected by the barrier, and that's why they went crazy? And it just muddles things that they were attacked by Smokey before that?
I guess it's possible. I mean,
because I remember thinking that the sickness was after all this stuff was an effect of the barrier. And that was sort of making sense.
Yeah. I mean, it seems different. It seems like the thing that happens with the barrier is more just you lose your grip on reality. You start, not being able to function. Whereas it seems like the other sickness is more like there's a darkness growing within you, and you just start doing evil stuff. I feel like they're different. So it seems to me like their thing is really more the cabin fever, and the sickness is the claiming.
Mhm. All right. How did Widmore get the coordinates for the island? Penny stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Is Ji-yeon really Michael's kid? Jay Lee's? Jin's?
Jin's. They determined that in DOC. That was the whole point of that episode. That's an answered question.
Yeah. Why the name Ji-yeon?
They liked it. I don't know.
They liked it.
He just says it. I mean, it's basically because that's the name Jin picked.
Yeah. Why was Nadia killed?
Well, I'm going to say it was an accident and it was supposed to be Saeed.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the best. I don't want to think, it is so weird that Jacob was there, and I guess I'd have to say that Jacob was there to get Saeed to come to the island, and, not having Nadia is a good way for Saeed to go.
Yeah.
So I think Jacob, even if he didn't cause it to happen, I think he benefited by it happening, and so it's like I don't want to place blame on him for doing it, since there seems to be something with Widmore's guys, I guess, out to harm. It's like they say it and it's there, so I don't even know I don't take it seriously, but I guess I should. I was never convinced, that shot of Widmore beating up the guy and all that footage. I was just never convinced that he just wanted to kill all of them, and but that's there, so I have to factor it in. I guess I want to say, Widmore's guy was trying to kill Saeed, and Jacob was there to save Saeed from dying there, so he could bring him back to the island. Yeah,
that sounds right to me. I agree with you. I don't think it was ever very convincing. I think, just the way they presented it was really, they avoided doing the things that would make it convincing.
Yeah.
So, I just sort of believe it because it's there and sort of not directly contradicted by anything.
Mhm.
So I'm just gonna go with it, but it's weird.
All right. Why and when was Ben in Tunisia prior to 2005?
Well, prior to 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. don't know. I mean, probably he turned the donkey wheel some other time. It would be weird to go there if that's not why he was there. But maybe he did just go there for some other reason. I don't know.
Maybe he found out where the I think it's a little weird to turn the donkey wheel and not know where you're going to end up. Especially for someone who values their life. So maybe he found out the exit point somehow, went there a traditional way to sort of survey how he because I think that's a measure of last resort. You got to get off the island. So I think he may have just played God, I don't even know how that would have worked, but I don't know, somehow sent something else that he could track, or somehow found out where the exit point was, and then went there to to set it up for the eventuality that he would get there. Use that somehow.
Yeah. Well, I'll throw in that Widmore knew where the exit point was. Mm-hmm. So I think that suggests that maybe Jacob told him, but it's possible that the others learned that somehow. And
maybe they learned from Dharma. Maybe Dharma figured it out.
Yeah,
and they assimilated that knowledge.
Yeah. So maybe Ben just set that up, knowing that he might have to turn it at some point.
Or I'd say he could have turned it after he banished Widmore.
Oh yeah.
So that the island would move.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right. Did Widmore tell Kimi to kill Alex?
Specifically, I'm going to say no, but I think he definitely said do whatever's necessary to get Ben. So I think, he didn't tell him not to.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Saeed's family?
I don't know. We never really saw. They had their own separate life. He didn't really have much contact with them, apparently.
Yeah.
Partially because he sort of went on the run from certain things, was kind of living this secret life. So that's unanswered.
Which Losty is the most stubborn? Jack. Jack by a mile.
Yeah, so Jack. So Jack.
Yeah. Why the staged wreckage, the fake plane wreckage, and why in such an odd locale?
Widmore didn't want people to find the island, and I guess he didn't want to put the wreckage anywhere near where the island was, so he put it there to throw everyone off and to prevent people from finding the island.
Yep, I think that's right. What exactly are the rules?
The Ben and Widmore rules, I think we've possibly discovered that there's something like either a gentleman's agreement or an others code of conduct, just a set of guidelines you're supposed to abide by, not some kind of supernatural force.
Mm-hmm. Why are Apollo bars the only non-Dharma branded supply?
I don't know. They're I don't know.
I think the show answer would be that so there's a non-Dharma connection to food off the island. Because if, I think they want some sort of connection to, a food item on the island, a food item in the real world, and I think, if you saw Dharma stuff in the real world, that would open up way too many questions. If a Dharma bar was in a vending machine at random places.
Yeah.
So, I think it just started, it just seems like something they wanted to have, this Apollo bar.
I'll say that Apollo bars are really good. Everybody loved them, and Dharma really wanted to have them, and they tried to negotiate, but the company that makes the Apollo bars wouldn't allow them to put the Dharma logo on it, so they made a one-time compromise. Mm-hmm. And just bought the Apollo bars as they are.
Yeah, it seems like people like Apollo bars, and that's just not the kind of thing. I think there's just something Dharma just won't be able to have. you know. So I think that's one of the things that they just couldn't create on their own. So
Yeah.
and people sort of like Apollo bars, and
Yeah.
they got Apollo bars. You know, I think there's other things. You know, there's records. You know, Dharma didn't put their name on other things.
Yeah.
You know, the record players and the records. And, you know what I mean? Like they didn't mask everything. It was, you know, some things are just the things people liked. So.
Right.
Why was Charlotte chosen for the mission?
For her anthropology skills.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's curious that, you know, Widmore was, you know, he's in the realm of being able to know she was on the island when she was a kid.
True.
You know, I think everyone that was chosen has a connection to the island.
Yes.
Except for maybe Naomi, but she's sort of leading it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's curious how Widmore would have found out some of those things about those people. You know, obviously he knows his son, you know, Daniel. He chooses him for obvious reasons.
Right.
But you know, sort of like knowing Frank was the original pilot, you know, I don't know if Widmore knew that, but there's something there that's interesting, and Charlotte having a history with the island. So he chose people who had connections to the island. You know, Miles, of course, too.
Yes.
So, you know, maybe at some point Widmore was able to get information on Dharma initiates and you know, and their family members, you know, a roster or something, and he tracked down Miles' mom and found out about Miles, you know, stuff like that. Just sort of like research to find out that he could find out about people who left the island during that incident era.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think Charlotte came because she was trying to find the place where she grew up. Yeah.
Yeah, you have someone, you know, looking around in Tunisia and sort of key areas. I think it might, you know, I think Widmore would be the kind of guy who's trying to cover all his bases, and so he's probably got people on the lookout for others who are doing research that might lead them to the island.
Yes.
So he's keeping tabs on certain people.
Yes.
All right. Was the C4 Widmore's idea or Kimi's?
I think it was Kimi's idea, although that's a guess.
Mhm. You know, it's strange. The captain didn't seem to know about it, from what I remember. So,
yeah.
That part is strange. I guess I'd say Widmore. He likes that C4.
Good
you know,
point.
I think he was probably saying, you know, if the mission fails, he didn't want, you know, Ben to be able to use the freighter to his advantage or something, or maybe as a bargaining chip, you know, against Ben, like it's sort of trying to be used, but Ben, of course, doesn't care. So,
right.
Yeah, and it's hard. That's a tough call.
It is. I think it could be Widmore. I'm just guessing that's sort of Kimi's kind of fail-safe.
Mhm.
Just abort the mission if I fail.
Yeah. What is Sun's plan for Peck Industries?
It doesn't look like she had a big plan besides just to get power from her dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she seems to want to teach him a lesson, and, you know, that at a certain point she gets busy trying to go back to the island.
Yeah.
How do 15-year-old saltines stay so tasty?
Saltines, I don't know. They're just that good. They never stop being good.
They don't. I enjoy saltines morning, noon, and night.
Yes.
Saltines, the official cracker of the Lost Lowdown. Yeah, I'd say, you know, number one, Hurley probably hasn't had saltines in a while, so he's not the best judge of how fresh and tasty they are, maybe.
Good point.
Anything might taste great from at that point on the island. All right. How did Daniel know the island could move?
Well, he had that notebook of everything he ever learned about the Dharma Initiative, so I'm going to say that somehow he found out about the orchid. He did know about the orchid, and somehow he understood how that little bit of energy and light and all that water worked, and that it would have that effect.
Yeah. All right. What exactly is negatively charged exotic matter?
Well, you know, I'm no theoretical physicist.
What? I've been really trusting your opinion on some topics without just cause.
My business card might have given you reason to do that, but I will soon take that off since it's clearly false. So yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me. It's
like
tied into the light somehow.
Yeah, it seems like it's supposed to be some sort of, antimatter type of particle, something that is, I think they're trying to just sort of parallel some sort of duality and idea with matter, and that sort of leading to some idea of the science behind what's going on here.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Why is there an Arctic interior to the island? I guess this is the donkey wheel part.
Yeah, the frozen part of the donkey wheel. Yeah, I'm gonna say. Wow, I don't have an answer. I'm gonna say that somehow the energy or whatever from that, sucked in the warmth or something and caused it to get cold around that area.
Yeah, well, if we contrast the times we've seen it, when Man in Black was building out that area, it wasn't frozen down there, but he hadn't yet installed the donkey wheel.
Yeah.
So maybe the idea is that the light, maybe somehow screwing, it's on the donkey wheel and it having been turned somehow affected diminished the light or something down there, which somehow ties into the, it made it cold.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's no great reason.
No. Part of it, I think, is because it was cool to have Ben wake up in a parka in the desert,
Mhm.
and then to explain that later, like that's just a good contrast.
Yeah. But what's weird is he knew it was cold down there.
Yes. Oh, that is weird.
Yeah.
Well, he knew how to get there. I mean, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know how Ben knew. Like, okay, I'll put metal in this chamber, and then it'll blast me through to the donkey wheel. Like, that's very strange.
Yeah, I don't know about that either.
It's like, the others had to have found out about that at some point. I really don't even know how they did that.
So, do you think maybe the others are the ones who finished the donkey wheel or something?
Well, I guess it's possible.
I mean, I assume Man in Black did it, but we never saw him finish it. And it seems like after the mother covered it up, he just was like, okay, I can't go that way.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know what to think about that. Maybe somehow Dharma stumbles upon it, and they're doing their experiments. But then at some point, somebody needs to go down there and finish it.
I think it's supposed to be built when Dharma goes down there.
Yeah, I think I would think that too. I'm trying to work the other way though. Like they are already there, then they realize there's more down there, and they go finish it. Because I'm assuming it was finished before they got there. I just don't know who would have finished it.
Yeah, I don't either.
And I think Man in Black is the only one who has the intuitive knowledge to really do it right.
Yeah.
So I don't. Maybe we're supposed to believe he went back and at some point and dug it out and installed it and never turned it, or Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of, or maybe some other group of people that we never saw came to the island and he appeared to them and told them what to do.
Mhm.
Wild guess.
Yeah, something. All right. Why doesn't Claire's apparition want Aaron to go back to the island, which is Kate's dream?
Oh, well, because it's a dangerous place.
Yeah, I'm assuming that wasn't really Claire, and that was just Kate knowing that Claire wouldn't want Aaron to be brought back to the island.
Yeah, I think even if it was Claire, I can understand her not wanting Aaron to be brought back.
Yeah. All right. Why did Hurley lie to Walt about Michael being alive?
I don't know.
What did he say to him?
I think he just said. I think he just didn't elaborate on what happened to Michael.
Mhm.
Let's see. I can look it up. See, that was at the end, right? That there's no place like home part 2. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Walt. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Walt says, do you know who did come see me? Jeremy Bentham. I don't understand why you're all lying. Hurley says we're lying because it's the only way to protect everyone that didn't come back.
Mhm.
Walt says like my dad. Hurley says like your dad. Yeah.
So yeah, he just didn't elaborate.
Yeah, he didn't say he knew that Michael was on a freighter that blew up as he was leaving.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, I don't know why he did that. I really wish someone would have told Walt, but no one did.
Mhm. All right, I think that's all the questions for season 4.
All right. Okay, so let's start season 5.
All right.
We have first question: why don't the others skip through time with Locke?
Because. Next.
Okay, that was easy.
Yeah.
What is in Ben's secret box?
Oh, is this the metaphor box?
No, when he's in the motel room with Jack.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, there's that box that he pulls out of the air conditioner vent, I think.
I think what was in that box is the gloves he has on when he kills Locke.
Oh,
okay. He was keeping special his murdering gloves. No, I don't know.
Those are my murdering gloves.
I'm trying to remember the circumstances. You know, that was when Jack was on board about going back to the island, right?
Yeah.
Because he was in the motel room with Jack, and they were trying to. Right, that's right before he. What did he tell Jack to go pack some things, and he's going to go take care of Locke's body, right?
Yes.
So what? Yeah, I don't know, man. What do you think? What do you think was going on with those? I was going to say those gloves. What was in that box?
What's going on with those gloves? I really have no clue. I feel like they didn't reveal it. I don't know why.
It's obviously something they dropped. I'm just wondering what they could have been said. Like, what could he have needed or have used or revealed with what he was sort of orchestrating in that era?
Damn. Wow, I have no idea. What
else is going on?
What else is going on?
Yeah. What were the big plot lines? Was that after So that was before we see him go to the butcher shop, right? Is that before we see Jill or after we see Jill? I can't remember.
Oh, I don't remember. I'd have to look. Although I am tempted to say before, but I can check. Let's see. Jill the Butcher. When did you appear?
Seems
come on.
That seems like Jack the Ripper's wife.
Yeah, it does.
Jill the Butcher. Oh, they'll be a great couple. They have a lot in common.
Okay, so she does appear in The Lie. Let's see when it happens. View. Okay, sorry. Not view. Find. Jill. Okay, so there's Jill and Ben. Now let's see where the box is. I think that's from earlier, but let me check. Well, now let me look up Ben's box. It's going to be hard to find directly. Oh, I don't even know how to look for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd say try looking that episode.
Yeah, I don't think it is that episode. I think it's the previous one, but it's a hard thing to find because it's not in dialogue.
Yeah.
And I just don't remember exactly when they showed it. Let's see.
Well, like I said, I think it's before Jack goes home. Like, it's like when, because I think they've already went to get Locke's body. Because I think that's where the pictures were taken that Son sees. And then I think they go back to the hotel room where they see this scene, and then Ben tells Jack to go pack stuff or whatever, and then he goes, I think that's when he goes to Jill's.
All right.
Now, but it's I can't be sure.
All right. Yeah, there's only 2 episodes it could be. All right. Let me actually try.
Yeah, why don't you put some effort into it?
All right. I'm not gonna fuck around anymore. Okay.
Watch out. Stand back, guys.
Okay, so this is them at the funeral parlor. Then we go back to the hotel room. Let's see. Love that. Okay, so that scene hasn't happened yet. Ben. Oh, there's so much stuff here. I didn't see it in that episode. So let's go to 2. And we look for Ben again. Ah, there it is.
All right, so what's going on?
So there's that scene, and the Jill scene is later.
The Jill scene is later. Okay,
yeah.
That seems right.
Yeah, that scene. Oh, that's what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's earlier in that same episode. They're at the hotel room, and Ben already has John's body in a van.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like he and Jack have already gotten the body from the funeral home in the van, and then that's where Son sees the pictures from, I think, and then because basically Jack doesn't go with Ben to the butcher shop. They part ways at that point. So that's what made me think it was afterwards.
Yeah.
This Jill scene was after.
He tells Jack to go home and pack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, the Jill scene is after. Okay. So you were correct. That was just a long-winded way of saying you're right.
Yeah. Well, as long as we get to that being the end, I think it was all worth it for everyone, right?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So Wait, so does that help say what the box is?
So, well, I was just trying to put it in context in terms of what was going on plot-wise.
Okay.
Maybe what was in the box was something of Christians that Ben managed to acquire because he knew that was going to be important, but he didn't end up needing it because Jack got Christian shoes for Locke.
Okay.
And something like that. Something that he would want to hide for some reason, at least a plot reason they want to hide that. They would want to hide something like that, and then, but he doesn't end up needing it because Jack gets his dad's shoes.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Something for the actual plan he's working. Something that would have helped get them back, or it's either that or something that would have convinced someone to come back to the island. Something he was hiding that he would have revealed, and they would have been compelled to come back to the island. One of the because he came back with a bag of tricks of like convincing people. It's like, okay, for you, I'm going to stick a lawyer on you. So you think someone wants Aaron. For you, I'm going to do this. You know? So I feel like it's probably something like that where either it was going to help them get back in general, or specifically going to be used to convince someone to come back.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think it's murdering gloves.
I like murdering gloves, though. He needs a box for his murdering gloves.
Yeah. They're special. They're used for one thing and one thing only, and shan't taint anything else.
Mhm. Okay, so I'll call that answered.
Boom, answered.
What's the deal with Sawyer? With Sawyer injuring his foot?
Sawyer injuring his foot. Refresh my memory.
I think he steps on something and injures his foot. Let me look.
Steps on a crack and broke his.
Let's look here. Foot.
Did you just search foot?
Yeah, he got looks like he got a small sharp twig in his foot.
This, I guess, on the island, I'm assuming. He didn't get off, so.
Yeah, this is on the island.
Yeah. I'm trying to picture it. When what happened? He just stepped on something?
Yeah. Yeah, he's with Juliet, and they're walking through the thing, and he's barefoot. He steps on a twig, and it sticks in his foot.
Yeah, Sawyer just gets bad luck like that. He had problems seeing at a certain point. He had problems with the boar, had problems with the tree frog, and he was missing a shirt at one point that was very important to him. So, sometimes he just has bad luck. That's a long-winded way to say that.
Yeah. What was the question again? What's the deal with Sawyer injuring his foot? I can't believe that's a question, but okay.
I don't understand it being a deal. Like if it's just him, he got hurt. Like I said, like the scene where he just doesn't have a shirt. Like there's no deal with it. He just doesn't have a shirt.
Yeah.
And he wants Dan's shirt. God damn it.
He doesn't care who he has to slap.
Yeah, that was. One of those moments that you're like, what am I watching here? What did he just do? Okay, let's move on.
We'll never speak of it again.
No. Except
till
we always do.
Yeah, and always.
Yeah.
Okay, why doesn't Desmond remember the year he visited Faraday at Oxford?
Why does he remember the year he visited Faraday, Oxford? Like, since that was in the past, right?
Yeah.
He should have remembered that since the beginning?
Yeah. The context here is Dan talks to him, and when he's in the Swan, and tells him to go find his mother.
And he doesn't already remember that?
Well, that's not what the question's about. But that's the lead-in. So he goes to Oxford, and he asks about, in trying to look for Dan's mother, he asks for Daniel Faraday, and they say they don't have a record of him, and they ask like what year, he was there, and Desmond doesn't remember.
Oh, I see. Sort of that specific instance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Remember okay. I thought it was generally why does he remember? Okay. I was just thinking that what's going on here is obviously crazy and pretty sort of specific. Is his consciousness time traveling? So I would say if your consciousness is software and your body and brain is sort of the hardware it runs on, it runs on the brain's hardware. That's where the memory would be stored. So maybe he can't transfer memories that well back and forth since it's it's software going back and forth. So he forgets details basically.
Oh, okay.
Not enough internal storage in your consciousness to get all the details.
Yeah.
That's my sci-fi answer.
Okay. I'll take it. I don't have a better one. Yes. So, next question, who else has been looking for Faraday?
What's the context there?
I think the context there, this is about when Desmond, trying to find that scene because I knew you would ask. I think this is, there's this scene, now I'm having a lot of trouble finding it.
I vaguely remember.
Yeah, let's see.
This is the scene with the janitor guy who comes in when Desmond's in Dan's old office, his old lab.
Yeah.
And the guy, yeah.
The janitor says, "You're not the first one to poke around here asking about him and his work."
Probably Widmore. Widmore, his representatives.
Yeah. Totally agree.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remember exactly what that was. Okay. What happened to the Zodiac?
This is the flashing and the Zodiac disappears?
Yes.
I guess the explanation at the time was they weren't near it, right? When they flashed.
It wasn't part of their stuff.
It didn't come with them. So it's wherever that time period was, and it's there until it got moved or something.
Yeah. For the most part, stuff doesn't carry over, but unless they're directly contacting it somehow.
I love the idea of 1,000 years from now, or what am I saying? Let me put this in context in the show. 1,000 years from the end of the end of the show, when Hurley and Ben take over.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, they're sitting on the beach hanging out, and just they see the outrigger with Juliet and Sawyer and Miles just flash in there for a quick second and see the shootout or something, and it's whoa, because that time flash stuff is so weird. You sort of don't, some of that stuff, people will just be hanging out and it'll just happen.
Yeah.
Just whoa, that's that time. That's the outrigger will just show up at some point.
Yeah.
Just flash and be whoa, okay, that's here.
Mhm.
So it's the effects of all that stuff. Some maybe have yet to happen since they were going all over the place.
True. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe.
Actually, it would be a crazy episode if Hurley and Ben maybe realize something like that, and they end up trying to stop something from happening, using the Time Flash stuff.
Mhm.
We can save them.
Yes. Yes.
They gotta have something to do, right?
Of course, yeah.
All right, what else you got?
Okay, who's shooting at the Lofties on the Outrigger?
Oh, speaking of the Outrigger.
Long-standing mystery.
So we never got that answered.
No.
I'm going to say that I think that it doesn't really make sense how it's presented that anybody did, but I would say if they had an idea of who did it, I want to think it was I want to say Miles, Frank, and Richard.
Okay.
When they were heading to the Hydra Island.
Yeah. That's an interesting theory. They were 3 people in an Outrigger.
Yeah.
I'll throw out Alana, Bram, and one of their lackeys.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two, I think makes sense.
Yeah.
I would say I would believe it's Bram and Alana's team if like originally they had a different idea of, them going straight to Jacob's cabin and doing the whole showing Lot's body thing.
Yeah.
Like if that idea isn't attached, then I could see it more likely being okay. They think it's Bram and Alana's crew.
Yeah. Well, I can definitely see that. I mean, that's a lot later. This is an early episode.
Yeah,
so.
Totally. They might not have the logistics of that down yet.
Yeah. So it could be, it seemed like it would be easy to work it in, but by the time they were actually writing that, they didn't really set up the situation they needed.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you might be right. I don't know. Maybe one day they'll actually say what their plan was.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to know. I'm quite curious about that. Since they definitely had a plan for that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's yet another clear-cut case of them just abandoning a particular plot line.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of examples.
Yeah, they definitely do that.
Ben Fox, come on,
Ben Fox, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's not just seasons 1 through 3 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They drop plot lines all the way up to season 6, really.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just, it seems like that's a product of the way they write. They just like to introduce mysteries, and it's sort of like a we'll get to it if we can thing.
Mm-hmm.
If it fits to work it into a later story, they do it, but they don't seem to concern themselves with getting to everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it Hurley's voice speaking the numbers that draw Rousseau's team to the island?
Well, we never really found out, but I would say no.
I'm going to say yes. I don't know if it's Hurley's voice, but it was revealed on Geronimo Jackspeare that Jorge Garcia actually did provide the voice reading the numbers that we hear in 316, I think. So I'm going to say it's his voice. I don't know if that's supposed to be Hurley. It might just be a cool little Easter egg kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how much to take away from it, but when people thought that was his voice, they were on the right track.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say that until after the finale because he didn't know what they would do with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that, like, maybe they were going to do something in terms of the flashes, somehow reveal that he recorded that. They could have made that work somehow. But in terms of what they showed, it doesn't seem like it was possible to be Hurley.
Yeah. Based on what we saw him do in Dharma, it doesn't look like he would have been able to pull that off. Okay. Next question. how exactly did the Smoke Monster possess/impersonate Russo's team?
I really wish we had like a list of things like this that are the sticking points we always come back to. There's a couple things in the show that are like these big things that every time we come to them, it's just like, and they come up all the time.
Yeah.
And we're just like, damn it, this is the one that there's no great answer for.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there's, I guess, what can I say finally about this whole incident here? I guess I want to say that now I want to throw in something like the Man in Black, after attacking them, he appeared to at least Robert or something, and told him to wanted him to kill Russo, and then eventually try to use him to kill Jacob. Like basically his MO usually, and so maybe that's the reason Robert was and the rest of the team were being threatening. Maybe Smokey was influencing, just like sort of like directly, and not in the sort of amorphous claim sense.
Right.
But like was sort of like he did with Richard, using memory flashing, scanning their memories and manipulating people like he always does.
Yeah.
Into sort of doing this, and because to me that might work better than having that to have to tie into the claiming thing, which it doesn't really make any sense. Or not the specifically claiming thing, but the being Smokey as himself,
right.
to her, and the other bodies being Smokey, like that doesn't really work.
No.
So yeah, maybe Man in Black, when he was in the jungle with them, just sort of, convinced them to do this.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like that idea. I mean, even, Claire definitely had a lot of direct orders from Man in Black, and so did Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like that's at least a component.
Yeah.
It does seem like there's a sort of internal side to it, but a big factor is the influence, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're on the right track. I like to think that, like Montan was dead down there,
mm-hmm.
and so I don't quite know what happened, but, they all went down there except for Danielle, and so I'm just assuming they went down there, and I don't know, he appeared to them and somehow convinced them that, to sort of listen to him, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, he used their weaknesses against them, and, maybe, who knows what he could have done or showed them or whatever, He could have even appeared to Robert as a pregnant Danielle or something, and said, no, that smoke monster thing is on the beach looking like me, and you have to kill it or our baby will die.
Mm-hmm.
Like it could have been something like that where Robert didn't think that was really Danielle or something.
Yeah.
So he thinks he's sort of justified in what he's doing.
Right. Right.
As opposed to just being delusional. Well, I guess he's still delusional in some sense, but
yeah.
He sort of isn't just crazy, but he's trying to sort of do the right thing or something. So
right.
Maybe, yeah, I kind of like that. It's, unfortunately, the more real-world explanation, even though it's not real-world at all. But on the show, that sort of mundane explanation is that Smokey just did his usual thing to him.
Yeah. The only impediment to that for me is I think, in general, the Smoke Monster can just impersonate dead people. I think the only possible exception to that is Walt. So I don't want to say he's impersonating Danielle, but I could definitely see him doing something along those lines.
Yeah. All righty.
Okay. Where am I? What exactly God, these want really, really exact answers. Has Ben been doing for the Oceanic Six off island, which would inspire unending gratitude?
Well, he thinks he's protecting them by having Saeed kill off Widmore's men and protect them that way, and eventually organizing them to come back. He thinks, yeah, I guess, that's what's weird about Ben is why does he think he needs to protect them? I don't know if I ever knew that. What's is it just because I feel like at some point he's got to think them getting back to the island is more important than just him going back, right? Because I guess like he's got to assume that they will, like if he's protecting them until the time is right for them to go back, then that's sort of assuming that he assumes that they need to go back. Does that make any sense? Kind of.
I feel like he started going after Widmore partially out of vengeance for what happened to Alex. And I think he told Saeed that it was, and there might be some truth to it, that it was protecting the Oceanic Six. To do that, but I don't necessarily think that was his primary motivation. And I think once he finds out Locke's back and he sees that Locke's trying to get them all to go back, he gets Hawking's name. He decides to kill Locke and try to go back to the island himself to, I guess, resume power.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think Miss Hawking has this idea that, they all have to go back together and they have to recreate the original crash. And so I think Ben just gets from Miss Hawking that he has to get them all, and that for him to get to the island, he needs them. And so I think... Yeah.
But it always, that era, those episodes sort of made it seem like, all the sort of off-island others were on the same page about that. They just all sort of generally were like, yeah, all the Oceanic Six need to go back. Yeah, that's right. And maybe that's just coming from Miss Hawking or something, and she was a former leader, so they believe that, but it just seemed like, the way they introduced it, and it just seemed like they sort of just all knew that, sort of fundamentally. But yeah, the way you lay it out, I think, is right. I think his changing motivation is there. But I do think there is something to the fact that he, was wanting to keep tabs on them, and maybe it was just sort of, like I'm trying to say, like he's, just in case they could lead him back to the island one day, he wants to keep tabs on these guys.
Yeah.
Because he knows something's up with them. Because he seems, I don't know. So anyway, what's the question? Why... what has Ben been doing?
What has Ben been doing for the Oceanic Six?
I think that's what he would say. I think he would say he's been protecting them selflessly all that time, but the truth is he had his own motivations for going after Widmore's people.
Yeah, I think that's it. Who are/were Charlotte's parents?
Redheads.
Ooh.
I don't know.
They
find out, right?
They don't show her parents. They're Dharma Initiative members.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all we can say.
Adam and Eve.
And they're probably redheads. They're so not Adam and Eve. That would be very, very weird. Okay, how did Charlotte know about the well?
The well? What did she say about the well?
Oh, God, now I got to look.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what she said about the well. Why did she know about the well? I guess that's the question.
That is the question.
All right, Charlotte, what do you got to say about the well? Let's hear it. Can't wait. Well, oh, that's Christian. Blah, blah, blah. Well, what do you say? Everybody's saying well. Okay.
I'm sure if you search for well, there's a lot of wells in there.
Yeah, there are. Oh, wait, what's happening here? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that's right. This is when Charlotte was dying.
Mhm.
And, yeah, Sawyer says, what happens if the orchid isn't around anymore? And Charlotte says, look for the well. You'll find it at the well.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you. Leave us with the mystery. So many people die and just don't say anything, and I like the ones who leave us with a mystery. Here's something to think on while I go to the beyond.
I'm just gonna say that she was there before, and maybe as a kid she just was playing around and found the well. Knew it was by the orchid.
But how does she know that's important?
Oh, that?
Oh, that little thing.
So I can see how she could know that there's a well there. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess the issue is, why does she know that the well's going to be helpful for what they want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does she know the well's important?
Ooh, Deus Ex Machina. I think part of the story is they didn't have the orchid set. They didn't want to rebuild it. They wanted a simpler way to access it. They managed to tie it into the history, so that worked nicely. But I think they had to introduce this for practical reasons, and then they had to have someone tell them about it.
Oh well, I'm sorry. It's making more sense because I think they already know they need to get to the orchid, and
Yeah.
she's just telling them there's a well. She knows that there's a well near the orchid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's all she needs to know is that there's a well, like you said, there's a well near the orchid, and they already know it's important.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it's fine. It's fine.
Sorry.
It's just like a landmark she knows.
Yeah.
That specifically, actually can get them down there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed very mysterious for a short time.
Yeah, it was like a portent of the future. It's like, no, because Sawyer says, what happens if the orchid ain't around anymore?
Right.
And so that's why she says, look for the well.
Yes.
You'll find it at the well.
Charlotte, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. You're going to love this question. Who is / was the very clever fellow who built the pendulum to find the island?
Yes. One of my favorite questions that we never got answered. We never found out. I always wanted it to be Dan, but I really don't think it was, unless it was during his off-island Dharma time in Ann Arbor. He did a little layover in L.A. to build that.
Right, but the problem with that is that he used the pendulum to find the island. They had already found the island, so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe since he's time traveling, that makes it make sense. Maybe. I'm thinking I kind of assumed I was trying to make it fit like they used it to find the island again. At
some point they lose the island?
Like the others are already on the island. And I feel like Dharma is the one who, because isn't it Dharma who built it to find the island?
Yes.
So I feel like it's something like an other, like Miss Hawking, already on the island or whatever, leaves, and then someone like her who would already know about the island but needs to be able to find it again builds this station, which would be Dharma. So it's weird. I
see. Okay.
Because they're not exclusively saying this is how the island was found. They're just saying for Dharma that's how the island was found.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't preclude other people from already having been on and knowing about the island and stuff.
But Dharma is on it. I mean, Dharma is on the island at that point.
At what point?
At the point that Dan is doing research for them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I guess it still can't be Dan then.
Yeah, unless there's some interim period where they lose the island again, and Dan's work somehow helps them. You know, they build this thing to find it again, but that's not how they found it the first time. Like that.
Yeah. That's what I feel like. Something like that. Like they needed to find it again.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to move around all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Even when they, because even when they find it, however they find it, they have to have a way to keeping track of it too.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, it's tricky. Other than it somehow weirdly being Dan, I would say the only other person I could see her calling a very clever man would be Widmore. But again, you know, that's weird.
Yeah.
You know, and you know why it would be a Dharma thing, so.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Do you have any theories?
No, I don't. Gerald DeGroot.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I think, yeah, it's, yeah, I don't think there's enough information to really determine. It's
strange that they, you know, it's a very clever fellow or whatever. Instead of like a team, or she says, you know, this place was built by the Dharma Initiative. Like she's sort of crediting one guy for doing it, which makes it sort of a character thing. And so I don't know if they were going to tell us later or not, but it seemed like they were setting something up. Either it doesn't matter, so they didn't, you know, have her say it. But it seems like if it didn't matter, she could have just accredited to the Dharma Initiative or a team or something general, versus making it specific, but it not mattering.
Right.
It's like it matters it's one person, but it doesn't matter who that one person is. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the idea is it took like a stroke of individual genius, not some kind of concerted group effort.
Yeah. Which I doubt that person built that whole thing by themselves, but maybe.
Probably not.
Okay.
Okay. You ready for the next question?
Yeah.
In what way is the island not done with Desmond?
Oh, in so many ways. In so many ways. So I guess they answer that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, we learn he is Jacob's failsafe to effectively take the plug out when it needs to be taken out. So yeah, that's pretty much the answer.
It took the series finale to answer that question.
Yeah, just in under the wire.
But we got there. Well done. It just seemed like a vague whatever at the time. I don't know why Miss Hawking knows that, but I don't know why she knows anything.
Because she bloody knows.
Because she bloody does. Okay.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. Why did Jack, Kate, Saeed, and Hurley disappear in 1974 in a flash from Major 316 while Locke, Ben, Sun, and Lapidus stayed with the plane in 2007?
Because they were not wearing their seatbelts. No. Almost seems like an answer. They didn't see the captain's sign of buckle their safety belts, and they were walking about the cabin. So
you see what can happen, kids?
I guess I would say it's because basically the Flash took the candidates. Locke was dead, so he didn't go, and I don't think Sun was a candidate, and so that sort of fits into my theory.
Yeah. I'm not totally sure why the candidates traveled to 1974, but I think that is the answer.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with them pulling, their connection to each other, like pulling them there, because they were trying to recreate the plane crash, and so I think Lapidus wasn't on the plane, Ben wasn't on the plane. Sun is really the only outlier to almost any theory you can come up with here.
Yeah.
But she's got reason to be separated story-wise from Jin.
Totally.
So that helps that. I think it just has something to do with their connection. They're either specifically because they're candidates or their connection in general to each other. And Sun just was unlucky.
Sorry, Sun.
Oh, actually, I guess I'd say maybe if they had more recreated the events better, then Sun would have gone or something.
Yeah. Okay.
If Jin was with her, maybe it would have taken both of them.
Mhm. Right.
Or maybe she had her blouse unbuttoned. And it was this is not Sun Quan, because the Sun Quan I remember from A15 would have had that button buttoned. That's what the island said.
Wow.
Modest island.
The island is likes the old Sun.
Mhm.
Okay. Why did Widmore wait until 2005? Wait. I'm not sure I know how to read this.
From 2005 through 2007? Oh, I think maybe. Oh, I see. Those are the endpoints. 2005, 2000. So it's between that period of time that he set up the surveillance.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't have it there, I guess, before 2005 when Ben gets there.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have it, I guess, after 2007, maybe.
Well, presumably. I guess we don't really know because we don't even get past that point in the story.
Yeah. So basically, why does he have that stuff there? And I think it's because he knows that's the exit point. And he tells Locke. Well, I guess he assumes when Locke gets there that Ben tricked him off the island, but I don't know if that's what he thought was going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
He didn't know Locke was in charge. Did he know Locke was? No, he didn't know Locke was in charge.
I'll throw out the idea that maybe Jacob told him to do it.
Mhm. Okay.
He's always a convenient guy who can tell people to do stuff.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
And that because Jacob was also working on the Oceanic 6 project.
Mhm.
That's again. I feel like it goes back to the finale with Jack and Men in Black both wanting the same thing. That happens on Lost sometimes, where you just have the two, Nemesis characters wanting the same thing for different reasons.
Who are the Nemesis in this situation? Oh, you're saying Man in Black
Jacob and Man in Black
to come back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, they both wanted it, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
So I think Jacob can help with that plan, even though it did lead to his death. Yeah. And of course, he's helping Widmore with the plan. Eventually Ben sort of hijacks the thing.
Yeah, and he has no idea that he's helped the Man in Black.
Right.
You know, he doesn't know that what his plan is.
Right. Yeah. He wants the candidates back, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Why does Widmore supposedly want Locke on the island for the war?
Because he thinks Locke is special and he wants him on his side.
Yeah, I guess so. It looks, I don't know if it counted that he was on the island dead, but it looks like the right side won the war.
Mhm.
For whatever the war was. But you know, Widmore's Widmore. He says stuff.
Yeah, I think he was he was enamored by John. I think from all the time traveling stuff, and he thought he was special. And
yeah,
Jacob might have said something. I don't know, but yeah, I think he thought John was special, and he wanted him on his side.
Yeah. Who made the Outriggers?
The others.
Okay, good. I didn't have an answer, and then you answered it very easily. Who, what, is, are, oh dear. She-Ra, as mumbled by Ilana upon regaining consciousness after the crash of a Jurassic 16.
Yikes.
I don't even know what they're talking about. What episode is that? 509. Okay, let's see here. Ilana says some obscure word. Oh, according to the transcript, she says Jara.
Oh. That would make sense.
Since she was escorting Saeed. So.
Yeah, I remember that now. I remember saying Jara.
Yeah, I think that's.
Okay.
I think Jara is her saying Jara.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
answered.
That was easy. We got it. Lostpedia had it, but I don't even remember her saying that. Why and how is Miles the way he is?
Yeah, no one likes his personality. Oh, just kidding.
Oh.
I guess they mean his actual power.
I think they do.
Not his general demeanor. Because he was bullied as a kid. I don't know. You saw his hairdo and makeup when he was a teenager or whatever. He was he was a ruffian.
Yes. Scallywag.
A scoundrel. So, yeah, he has some connection to the island, which gives him the ability to talk to read dead people's last thoughts.
Yes. Yeah. I think it comes from the island. That's the best how that we get.
Yeah.
And he was there. He was born there.
It's almost a wonder Hurley wasn't born on the island.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Who are Desmond's parents?
Yeah, I don't know. Mr. and Mrs. Hume, I presume.
Yeah, we don't learn that.
No, we don't.
That's one of the things that I think makes Desmond a more shallow character, because we just don't learn that much about his background.
Yeah.
We don't learn where he's coming from. So, what does Richard mean by "I watched them all die"?
What does Richard mean by anything he said? Not much in the end. Yeah, I guess the idea here, the prevailing theory, is that he saw some effect of the hydrogen bomb exploding. He knew that they had one. They were planning to detonate it, and he just assumed that they died in that, and he just sort of forgot when he saw them after the A-15 crash. I don't know. It's not a great answer since he should have been confused when he sees them a couple decades later.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, that part's weird. And they just cut out of it, and no one ever mentions it again.
No.
It's almost like he didn't say it.
Mhm. That's another line that seems like they're gearing up to make some last message about or points about Jughead exploding in the incident.
Yeah.
That's another one of those lines that makes it seem like, okay, well, at the end of this season they're gonna say something about it.
Yeah. I kept expecting it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it really didn't happen. But I think your theory's right. And as you pointed out, Richard says a lot of things.
Yeah.
How did the others move Jughead in 1954?
Oh man. Ooh. I think with very practical tools. I think it's nothing exciting, which is why they didn't show it.
Okay.
I really think they just built some contraptions and harnesses to lower it down safely, onto something that had wheels that they either built or some sort of vehicles that they may have had from the Army, something like that, and pulled it with horses, whatever, and just, there's some entrance to that place that is above ground.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good to me. How does the compass exist in a loop?
Physics,
ladies and gentlemen.
quantum mechanics.
Okay.
Einstein's theory of relativity.
Wow, you're just going to lay it all out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Take your pick.
Take your pick. The answer is in there somewhere, I think. Research those subjects, and you'll forget what the question was.
What is Bob Smokey Lockhole's real name?
Nobody knows.
It looks like he didn't have a name.
Yeah, it looks like he really didn't get named.
And so he's just a nameless individual.
He's non-Jacob.
Yeah.
That's what his mother called you. Hey, you, the other one.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. How does Jacob bring people to the islands?
I think he has various ways. I think he guides them in terms of intervening in their life. I think he guides their choices. And I think that's sort of the general way he brings people to the island. I think he also has some sort of general pool that he can have to sort of just influence ships and influence people to come. But I think he sort of intervenes sometimes. But yeah, it's never really explained.
I think you're right. That there's also the lighthouse.
Yeah, I'm leaving the lighthouse for sort of just being his way to actually look. I used to think the lighthouse could actually, was the thing that would pull people to the island.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, that's still on the table, of course. But I'm kind of just thinking now is just sort of to look.
Okay.
Like kind of his way to maybe actually get to that place, to intervene with people.
Right.
But that it didn't have any power itself other than that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think that's right. Why did Jacob allow Nadia's death?
He didn't have any use for her, and he needed Saeed to come with him.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, it was sort of more about not allowing Saeed's death.
Yeah, and I think he may have known Nadia wasn't his true love.
There's that too.
Now we can throw that in there.
Looks like we can, yes. Okay. Why was Alana bandaged in a hospital?
Yeah, this one. She got injured, most likely training, and that's that.
Yeah, she was injured. I like your idea that she was handling dynamite.
Yeah.
That sounds
she's
good to
dynamite juggling, and, you know, it's dangerous.
It is. It is. You can wound your entire face. Okay. Why did Jack leave his father out of the Count to Five story?
I forget what this is. Is this
So in the flashback, we learned that that his father told him.
Oh, that's right. And that's not. Is this because that's not what he told Kate?
Yeah, he doesn't say that came from his father. He doesn't put his father into that story.
Yeah, because they didn't want to make it about his father, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll throw in, you know, they hadn't written this episode yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So they didn't necessarily know at the time when they wrote the pilot that they were going to put his father in there. But they had that idea, and it works. And like you said, I mean, there's a rational reason why they wouldn't include it, even if they knew.
Yeah, and Jack anyway. Why would he? You know, he didn't have to bring up his father.
Yeah, and Jack admits he was sort of embarrassed by his dad telling him to do that. You know.
Yeah.
So I think saying, "Oh, my dad told me to do this," sort of, you know, he doesn't like how that makes him look. So
yeah.
I can see just sort of attributing it to himself in a way. Okay. Why does...
Now, what would have been cool is for Jack to tell Kate, you know, in this episode that in the finale episode that, you know, when he makes that joke about getting some needle and thread and counting to 5, like, you know, they could have revealed it there, and that would have been a little like Jack accepting his dad or something thing.
Oh yeah, yeah, they could have.
You know, count to 5. You know. Did I ever tell you that came from my dad? You know, something like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's a lot going on.
That would have been nice. There was a lot going on. That's true. Okay. Why does Bob Loophole, Man in Black, want to kill the 3 16ers?
He basically wants to kill any and everyone in general because he doesn't care about people. So that's number one. And he is invested in killing candidates so he can leave the island. Yep.
Pretty much it. I think he's all about killing anyone who stands in his way, and I think he just sees them as pointless and potentially candidates, or, you know, there's Jacob's bodyguards in there. So there's all kinds of reasons he wants to kill them.
Yeah. The question is, why should he let them stay alive? Really?
Yeah, exactly. Give me 3 reasons he should want them alive. Go. Okay. Who did Alana expect to see in the cabin? Who is using it instead?
Yeah, this is on that list of those top questions that just irk me.
Yes.
So, you know, I think there's 2 ways I view it. One, the general way I view it is Jacob was never in that cabin. Ben was tricked or you know, whatever. He was mistaken in thinking that was Jacob's cabin. It was actually Man in Black who was in there when he first took Locke there. And it was basically Man in Black ever since. And then basically after that, like, you know, that's basically one theory. The other theory is that that the person that basically the same thing happened, but the person she's talking about is Claire.
What?
Well, the idea that Claire, you know, we were saying before, like Claire lived in that cabin or something at some point.
Oh, she does say he. She does say he.
She does say he when she says what?
Her line is, "He's not here."
No. Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, in terms of my theory about the cabin, like when she says, someone's been here before. Like, I think she's expecting to see.
Oh, you mean the someone else? When
the
she
someone
says
else.
Someone else isn't using it. Okay.
Yeah.
Not that she was looking for Claire.
No. Not that she was looking for Claire. No.
Okay.
I think she's looking for Jacob. I don't know why she goes there, but probably I still don't know why she goes there.
Yeah.
She has reason to believe Jacob might be there, and when she gets there, she sees someone else was using it. So I'm saying one theory is that someone else was Man in Black who was there the whole time, and Jacob was never there, or that it was Man in Black some of the time, and most recently it was Claire, and that's sort of the last person who was in there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those questions that I think is just going to haunt Lost forever, unless Damon and Carlton decide to come clean and say what the fuck is going on with this stuff. Because now I see that this is our final cabin reveal. This is their final word on what's going on with the cabin, and it's so muddled and confusing. So I think part of the thing is, so they could have had Alana go straight to the statue, and then it would be like, okay, what the fuck with the cabin? They dropped the cabin. So I feel like they felt the need to address the cabin somehow. And see, it almost would have been better if she went straight to the statue. It
totally would have been better.
Because then we could say, Jacob was never in that cabin. Ben thought he was, and he was wrong, But having Alana go there makes it seem like, in some way, Jacob really was in there at some point.
Yeah.
Because Jacob, essentially sends her there, and of course Jacob never tells people a lot of stuff. So maybe he even said, "Go find me in my cabin." I don't know. She's clearly expecting to see Jacob there, so either she just got wind.
Oh, maybe he says meet me at the cabin, and he maybe he says my, but he doesn't obviously mean my. But it's really like he's just gonna leave the message where she can find him. But it's like the Lighthouse Adventure when Jack and Hurley go. They go there and sort of assume Jacob's gonna be there. But he's not really there when they get there. So maybe that's her mistake of thinking he was going to be there, even though she's sent there because she's going to find the message. But she sort of assumes that means, he's actually going to be there.
Yes.
When in fact he's just going to leave her the message where he really is.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason he uses, instead of telling her directly, meet me at the statue, he tells her, go to the cabin.
Yeah. I'll buy that, Jacob is not the most straightforward about things sometimes.
Yeah, I would like to see what they say, because I feel like, plans change with characters, not just from the writer's perspective, but, Jacob has to roll with the punches, too, to a certain degree, so it's like, I wonder if they would say, well, this plot event made him not be able to meet her at the cabin or something.
Yeah.
Or, he had to do this, or, I wonder what they would say about that.
Yeah. Yeah, there might be something like that there. But I think one of the big points of this scene is to tell us that it wasn't really Jacob in that cabin most of the time.
Yeah.
Although he may have had some connection with it at some point. What we've seen is not him, and I think that's basically the takeaway. But so I think who was using it instead is Man in Black / Claire to a certain degree, and Alana expected to see Jacob there.
Yeah.
So I think those questions are clear. It's sort of the larger implications that are confusing. Why burn the cabin?
Why burn the cabin?
Yes.
So no one else could use it ever again.
Yes. It was a strangely usable place. It had, he was able to get it to move around. There's something weird with that cabin. I don't know why a cabin that Horace built acquired this supernatural quality, but there's something to it. Somehow that cabin was invested with crazy power.
Maybe that wasn't a real cabin. Maybe Horace's cabin died, and that was Smokey pretending to be a cabin.
Yes. Yes. Horace's cabin had to die, and then Smokey could look like it.
And then Smokey and that's what Hurley saw. He saw the apparition of a cabin.
Yes.
Did anyone ever come up with that idea?
No, I've never heard that theory. Well done. It's really hard to have an original theory.
Yeah, I'm still cranking them out.
Yeah. No, I like that one.
But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, of course, but
of course.
But hey, why can't cabins die? Die from old age.
Why can't cabins die sounds like the title of a, I don't know, memoir or something.
Cabins never die. All right, so I really think they have a history of blowing things up when they're done with them, and when they're done with things that have use. You know, like things that specifically have uses, the Black Rock and the dynamite, the sub being used for transportation, you know, like things that are useful, they sort of, the flame station, communications, like they get rid of stuff so that you can't say, well, why don't they just go back and do this, or why don't they go hide out in Jacob's cabin, or why don't they go do blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
totally. That's one of the big motivations for burning it. I think it's also like, okay, I mean, that's kind of what you're saying. We're not going to do another journey to the cabin.
Yeah.
They're done with that. Man in Black's not going to use the cabin anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're done with that whole plot line.
Yeah. And I like the idea, like we said before, maybe Dogen created the ash, and it would be interesting if, again, it doesn't really work because we saw Smokey outside the ash, but it'd be interesting if somehow they knew he was in there at some point and tried to trap him in there. They're like, okay, he's in there, and they put the ash around, and it's for some amount of time that keeps him there.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting to see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe there's a way that works. Maybe we can trap him in there for a while.
Mhm.
But he's out other times.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Maybe it's there's some period of time it would have made sense to trap him.
Yeah.
Maybe
exactly.
this isn't really another thing, but I always thought Dharma needed time to build that fence,
Mhm.
So it's almost like if Smokey is trapped somewhere, that's a good time to build the fence.
Yeah.
If you have already known about him and you could trap him somewhere, but that gets Dharma involved in that, so that's a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our Dharma knew from dealing with the others that the ash protected them against Smokey, so they borrowed some of it and then trapped them in Horace's cabin.
Okay.
So they could build the fence.
Okay.
And then at some point he gets out.
Mhm.
But they have the fence up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because they had a truce. They were working peaceably for, somewhat peaceably. It was a shaky truce, but
yeah.
But I think if Horace told Richard, "Hey, we need some of your special ash. We'll trade you something, maybe."
Mhm.
We'll give you this. We'll promise not to go to this part of the island that you don't want us to go to. Sort of giving up something, and and then they use that ash. Or maybe that's how they even made the fence. They analyzed the ash and replicated its power with sonar.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Why not?
Why not, indeed? Why not, indeed?
Well, that brings us to the end of season 5.
All right. Well, I guess we go on to the last season here, season 6. All right, here we go. Why does Rose not have Bernard's wedding ring on her necklace? I guess this is an LAX and the Flash Sideways world.
Oh, okay.
Is this what we're thinking here?
Yeah.
We don't see Rose and Bernard, I think, on the island, do we?
No, we don't see Rose and Bernard on the island until the finale.
Yeah.
Well,
that's easy to remember.
I think.
Well, she only has it on the wedding ring on the island because it was like her symbol of hope, right?
Yeah. 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 Oh, Bernard's wedding ring.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. That's right. Because, he had some kind of airplane flying finger problem, and he would take off his wedding ring, and she would wear it. But basically, it's purgatory, so maybe he just doesn't have that problem in purgatory.
Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of problem purgatory worries with, unless that's an issue that you have to let go of.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a specific physical reaction, so I don't see why that would have to apply in that world.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Why is the island underwater with an Ankh at the foot in LAX?
With an Ankh at the foot?
An Ankh at the foot. That's what it says.
Okay. We talked about why the island's underwater, and honestly, I don't have a good answer. I think in part it was definitely a misdirection. But what they would say the actual reason is, the metaphorical answer is all that really works for me, just representing the fact that their island memories are all buried. Yeah, somehow collectively they, the island is so important to their history that it is, sort of in the soup of, their collective unconsciousness creating this world. The island is really important, but it's traumatic, and they're, and obviously the thing that they foremost don't remember, so they sort of that's sort of why it's buried. The same reason Jack manifests his son to deal with his problems. It's the same power that they kind of collectively use to say, in this world we're so devoid of the island that it's underwater. That's the physical representation of that. Yeah.
In this really, just sort of metaphorical sense, that it's there. I guess that's the best you can do.
Yeah.
They just sort of, it's just a construct that symbolizes, it's not a real island in the sense that I guess, David's not real.
Right. Exactly. They're the world they live in is a strange world that's sort of made for them. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't necessarily have to obey any particular rules. So I think, and the island is certainly a part of their consciousness and a part of why they have this world to begin with. So the idea that the island's there in some way kind of makes sense. And the story is about them waking up and remembering their experiences on the island. So I think at the beginning to have the island underwater, is metaphorically fairly nice. Yeah. To represent that stage that they're at in LAX.
I agree. All right, so what's the significance of the cut on Jack's neck? Something they did pretty much answer.
Yes. Man in Black stabs Jack's neck with a knife, and somehow that bleeds over into the afterlife.
There it is.
Boom.
To whom is Flash Sideways Desmond apparently married?
Desmond is not married. That was a continuity error. Henry and Cusick wears a wedding ring and normally takes it off, but forgot in one shot.
Boom. Production error.
Yeah, production error.
How does Jacob know about Jin at the wall of the temple with the French team?
How does Jacob know about Jin at the wall of the temple?
Because he tells Hurley Jin will know where the temple is.
Right.
He says tell Jin to take you where you saw the hole in the wall of the French team or whatever.
Yeah. Well, Jacob. I think Jacob was on the island when that happened, probably. Mm-hmm. So maybe he was around. Maybe he just knows what happens on the island. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows the way he knows about other stuff that he should know.
Like the way he knew where Jack woke up after the plane crash.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the answer. Because he bloody knows.
Because he bloody knows.
He bloody knows. Where are Christian's body and Locke's knives and the flash sideways? Okay, this says the knives were found.
Yeah.
And then, so Christian's body, since it was lost in the beginning of the season, what do we find out?
We find out that I don't know, it was around. It just, Jack wasn't ready for it to be delivered yet.
Mm-hmm.
So where was it? I mean, it's weird to say. It was somewhere in that world.
Yeah, I think, in some sense, Christian was never dead in that world, and he was probably never sort of physically in that coffin. I think the coffin just represents Christian's death for Jack, and that's sort of, the thing he lost. So I think that's why, the whole issue of Oceanic losing it. But, I think Christian was just sort of like just waiting around. He was never sort of really dead in that,
Yeah.
If you would have opened that coffin at any point, like you shouldn't have seen Christian's body.
Right, yeah. I think Jack, it seems like it sort of started on the plane, and so Jack had this sort of memory of bringing his dad back, but it was really part of this whole thing of Jack waking up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're right. Christian wasn't ever actually dead.
Yeah.
I mean, he was as dead as everybody else.
He was dead from the beginning, so.
Yeah.
Let's see. So the next question is Hurley's blatant red shirt a portent of his death?
Definitely not.
I guess the answer is absolutely not.
Hurley survived.
Yeah. What are the cause and effect of the temple spring being cloudy?
The effect seems to be it doesn't work. Seems to render it inert. The cause, I don't know. Jacob's death, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. With the idea that both Man in Black and Jacob get their power from the light, and specifically we know Man in Black became smoky from being down there.
Right.
Maybe since there's sort of a balance of good and evil idea that when Jacob is alive, he's a protector, he's got more power, so that makes the spring work. That makes the spring, sort of heal you or heal your injuries. But then when he's dead, the cloudiness is sort of Man in Black's power now being the thing that sort of would be powering the spring. And that's why Saeed comes back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas it didn't really heal him, but it brought him back to life, but he's devoid of feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's maybe like it's working on the opposite way now. Because the balance is tipped towards Man in Black's power. Yeah. Okay. Because, something happened. Saeed was dead, and, they did kill him when they drowned him. So, at the very least. So, something special happened. And since it was cloudy and, smoke, so I think that's maybe supposed to symbolize Man in Black's influence over that. Not that I think he would even know if you told him. He'd be surprised.
Right.
What? I had some, because I think he's just not aware of some of the things that he influences.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know how much he even knows about what's going on in that temple.
Yeah, I don't think he knows a lot.
So, yeah, you might be right about that. It is something like that, definitely. It is confusing that they bring Saeed back to life, but I don't know how to answer it, so I just have to leave it alone, I guess.
Why is Flash Sideways Ethan's last name Goodspeed while he was Rom previously?
'Cause Horace is his dad, and they didn't know that until season 5.
I like it. Plus, in the Flash Sideways world, he didn't have to sort of be another.
Yeah.
So.
That too. There's a lot of characters that get multiple last names, and sometimes it's but I definitely think they created the Ethan character before they created the Horace character.
Yeah.
So I think they just didn't have that connection in mind.
Yeah. All right. What is the nature of the darkness in Saeed?
Nature? I mean, it's I think I think it's just the evil within him. I think it's just his own internal moral compass.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was just going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Why can Sawyer and Desmond, but not Richard, see the boy?
I don't know. I want to say because he's a candidate, but I don't think he is.
Well, I'd say because Sawyer and Desmond are special to Jacob,
yeah,
who's the boy, and Richard sort of isn't,
Yeah.
He works for Jacob. Jacob made him not age, but he's not sort of special in the long run like Desmond. Desmond is his fail-safe, and Sawyer is a candidate. That puts them above Richard in terms of Jacob's connection. But that's not a great answer. That's just sort of like a reason, I guess. They're more of like a cause for it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's something like that, some kind of connection to Jacob. It does seem like Jacob didn't really give Richard a big role, although he did think he would know what to do at a certain point in his plans.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I mean, looking at that scene, it's weird. I almost want to say, when he looks, the kid isn't there.
Mhm.
But it could be it could just be that the other people, Desmond and the candidates and Man in Black, are all sort of special.
Mhm.
And Richard is not.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jacob's dead, right? So
Yeah.
I think that not everyone can see dead people.
Yes. Yeah.
And,
exactly.
So I think that would explain why he doesn't see it anyway, because he's dead.
Right.
So that would just mean that Sawyer and Desmond are special.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, what kind of animal would Locke describe himself as? This would be the Man in Black Locke?
No, this is from the Flash Sideways when Locke goes to the temp agency, and the psychic lady asked him what kind of animal he would describe himself as.
I think the answer is he wouldn't.
Yeah. You don't want to answer any boo-hockey like that.
I don't think he would. I don't think he's I mean, maybe if Helen asked him on a good day, he might indulge her with an answer. But
he thinks that's a bullshit question to ask.
Yeah, in terms of a job interview, he wouldn't answer that.
Yeah.
But if I had to guess what he might say, like a maybe. I don't know, one of the big cats. like a tiger or something.
Yeah.
Something that stalks prey, something that is cunning and a hunter.
Yes. Yes. I think that's right. I was going to say a boar, but that's kind of weird.
I don't know anyone who wants to be a boar. That's just an angry pig. That's just a wild and angry pig. No one wants to be that.
You don't think Locke would describe himself as a wild, angry pig?
No, I don't think so. He might be a wild, angry pig, but I don't think he would describe him.
Okay.
You know, I think his answer would be something that's a tad bit delusional. You know, a tad bit wishful thinking. You know. Yeah. So.
Right. We're not supposed to say what animal we think Locke is.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think what he would say.
Right. Okay. In that case, you're probably right. Something more like a tiger, a lion, or something.
Yeah.
A smart hunting animal.
Mm-hmm.
Strong, fast, formidable.
Can use its legs.
Yes.
All right. How did Jacob compile the list of candidates? And I'll throw in, how did Jacob assign numbers to the candidates? Because that seems to be connected.
Yeah, that's a good question. Don't really know. Looks like he monitored people with the lighthouse, and it's hard to say. He saw something in them. It seems like he generally was looking for candidates, and I guess. Let me think. What was the order we saw? Yeah, so they're not really in the order that he touched them. So I don't know what to do with the numbers.
Is it chronologically not right?
No, because like Locke is 4, but he touches Locke when he falls out of the window, whereas Kate is 51. He touches her when she's a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think Sawyer is 15 or 16, I think. And that's when he's a little kid, whereas Hurley is 8, and he's touched, in like 2005 or something, between the Oceanic 6 period and when they go back. So it's definitely not chronological.
Well, I'm thinking, in my head, I just formulated some crazy theory, like maybe what the lighthouse does is reflect the brightest lights that are out there, sort of people with the strongest souls or resolve or whatever sort of special quality he's looking for. So he sort of builds this lighthouse, and he can use it to sort of survey all the different people at different degrees. So like he doesn't really even know necessarily when he's picking up that it's Jack until he goes to visit and finds out who that is. He just knows it's a bright light or something. And then he finds out who it is, and then he writes their names down that way.
Mm-hmm.
So that way he can sort of like maybe that would explain out of order.
Yeah. One big clue is that he, as he says, he thought they were flawed like he was, and
mm-hmm.
That they needed the island. In some way, so I feel like that was a bit of a criteria for how he chose people.
Mm-hmm.
But your idea might tie in there as well. That would give him some kind of way to narrow down the population of 6 billion flawed people.
Yeah, and I feel like he wasn't really doing some of that stuff in the early days. He's bringing people to the island sort of casually, but at a certain point he's got to specifically start looking for candidates. So he comes up with this list, and he's got because there's only so many names he could have. So it seems like he couldn't have been doing this forever. There was like a period of time where he started doing it. So he's got to have some system he comes up with to sort of find the people he wants. And if he's trying to track down, he's sort of got to find the people who have the qualities that he wants, but it's like, how does he find them,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like he should need some kind of method if it's not just, choosing numbers at random or something.
Mhm.
From a list of potential.
Yeah, like something like I was saying, like he builds a lighthouse which reflects the people who have the brightest lights in them, and then there's only going to be so many of those people that are flawed the way that he wants them to be, and those are sort of the candidates. Those are the ones that are interesting to him.
Yeah.
Out of the people who have the sort of general quality of having a bright light or being a certain kind of, or having a certain kind of inner strength or whatever, sort of thing that might limit the general population to a smaller group.
Right. Yeah.
I love how they give us nothing to go on and we just have to speculate. just I got, it's work to come up with that crap, just like, geez, how can I make this work? How can I make the lighthouse a useful thing other than, beyond what they just showed,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once he knows who the people are, it seems like he dials in and just keeps an eye on them. That's one of the things, at least, the lighthouse seems to do.
Yeah.
But as for actually compiling, it's great. I mean, that's, especially as we get towards the end, it's like there's these like major issues in the plot that we get like almost nothing on, and so we just have to totally invent a theory from nothing, basically.
Yeah.
And you tried to tie it in. You said, okay, well, let's put the light in there and make it connected to that. We'll got another use for the lighthouse. That's great. It makes it less arbitrary who he's picking. You got a whole thing there, but like none of that's in the show.
No.
It's you just have to kind of make it up. Hopefully you can infer from what they told us, but man.
Yeah, there's a lot of just trying to connect the dots, and you don't know if you're right, but I think as long as you can come up with something that makes sense, it's it should be okay. But it's tough when you got like nothing to go on, and it's like, well, what can I do with this? It's like getting a bunch of puzzle pieces and not knowing how it's supposed to be arranged, and you go, well, let me just see how I can connect these puzzle pieces, and hopefully I come out with a picture it's supposed to be. But you don't know. You don't have the box.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of getting like a 5,000-piece puzzle, and we get like 3 pieces, and we have to say what the puzzle is. A picture.
Yeah. That's a good analogy.
Like that's what it, because it's just okay, and I think you're a writer. You like to write stuff. You're good at like coming up with stories and things that make sense. Like I don't really know how to do that. To me, it's like I look at a question like that, I really don't know. It almost looks like, he picked the characters who are on the show.
Yeah.
I can't. It's hard for me to do a lot better than that. I think your theory is good, though. It seems like something they could say. I just don't have a better one.
We'll throw that on the wall, see if it sticks. Maybe they'll answer that in their little DVD thing that's coming out.
That is one of our last hopes for unanswered questions. We'll see how that goes.
All right, next is, who is Jack's baby mama? We actually got an answer to that.
Juliet, but it was kind of a fake baby.
Yeah, Juliet Carlson Shepard, now Carlson.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm not sure if they were ever sort of for real married. It seems like that might have just been a construct.
I think they had memories of being married, but that's about it.
Exactly. I think they knew about it. And I think that represents the fact that Juliet and Jack did have a kind of connection.
Yeah.
In
a perfect world, they would have ended up together.
Yes.
But it wouldn't have been right for eternity.
Right. I was thinking about that whole thing with Juliet. She hits the bomb or decides to, well, yeah, she hits the bomb later, but she decides to help with the bomb plan because she sees Sawyer looking at Kate, and then she decides, we see that flashback of her when she's a kid, and her parents tell her, just because people love each other doesn't mean they're meant to be together, and that's what she says to Sawyer. But in the afterlife, she winds up with Sawyer, so it's like they were meant to be together. She was wrong.
Yeah, she was wrong.
And so the whole reason for her death was based on, like, a wrong...
Her parents screwed her up. This is why divorce ruins kids' lives. You see, she got herself killed because of her issues with her parents' divorce.
Yeah.
Like, that's really unfortunate. If her parents didn't have that talk and tell her that, that really damaged her, that idea. She was like, it's true. My parents told me, So, yeah, you're right. I think it definitely led her down that path, and, she basically wanted to, be like Jack and say, well, it's better to make it where this thing never happened.
Yeah.
But that wasn't it.
No, she's just wrong. It's just, wow, you did all that and you were just wrong. But I guess that's what happens on Lost.
Yeah, you get wrong. You get people interpreting things,
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. I really thought she was right somehow at the time, but doesn't look like it.
All right. Why doesn't Jack know how long his son has been playing piano?
Well, I mean, they explain it in the story, in the episode. The sort of internal reason is that his son hid it from him.
Yeah, I think that's the reason in terms of that scene, like when he says he doesn't know, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Next is what were the circumstances of Claire being shot?
She was being crazy and the other shot her?
Yeah, I guess so. But we don't find out the answer.
Come on, you got a whole story for that? I don't know. I mean,
You want me to come up with something?
Yeah. Can you write a short novel about that one time Claire got shot?
So this is in reference to when she's with Jen, talking about that the other shot her. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, that's pretty much it. There's obvious conflict that she's been waging her own war against them.
Yeah.
And they are not afraid to shoot people. So I think that's, there's no need to get specific there, I think.
Yeah. I don't think that was a story they really needed to tell.
No.
There's obvious reasons why they would want to shoot her.
Yeah, we want to shoot her sometimes.
Ouch.
Shoot her with love, of course.
Yeah,
Come on.
Please.
All right, who
Put
built
a
the
love
lighthouse?
bullet in her brain.
Who built the lighthouse, and how did it work? Let's put those together.
Who built the lighthouse?
Yeah.
And how does it work?
I
repeated the questions because
you did.
I have to think about the answers. Okay, so Jacob. Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I'm gonna say. Fuck, I don't know.
You want me to step in there?
Yeah, help me out.
So this is what I want to say. I want to say something like the actual physical structure of the lighthouse was not specifically built by Jacob, like it was, some of the other people who had been on the island and lived there for a while had need to try to, have a lighthouse, a sort of normal lighthouse. I think he sort of retrofitted it for his fantastical needs to track down potential candidates to replace him.
Okay.
I sort of make the distinction at the fact of him building it himself, like the actual structure. But I think it was sort of built as a regular lighthouse by regular humans, and then long after they're gone, in the more recent history, when he needs to find candidates, he retrofits it into does some magic spells or something, whatever he does that makes it allow people to people's light to be reflected. You know, I can't believe how far I come from the Mother May episode, you know, of just being like, you know, the light, really, this is the answer, and there's a little bit in all of us, really, Mother, you're going to say that? And now I'm just trying to throw the light into every theory.
Yep.
Because it's like, well, they told us that, it has to be true, and, you know, lighthouse, mirrors reflecting, and it just, wherever it makes sense, I'm going to use the tools, but it's just so hilarious that I'm like throwing light in everywhere because of the light. Why this? Because of light. Why that?
Well, you know, it appears that's kind of the ultimate answer.
Yeah.
So any theory about the magical properties of the island, I think, has to have the light in it.
It does. So it's everywhere.
There's no, I mean, they clearly tied it into a lot of stuff we've seen in a direct way, but, I mean, even indirectly, I think they told us that's the final thing. So I think you're right. So the lighthouse is built, see, if I thought about it, I could have come up with it, but now that you said it, I'll just repeat that I agree.
Please.
That at some point, some people on the island built the lighthouse just as a lighthouse.
Yeah.
It was kind of primitive, so it was probably a while ago. Newer than the Egyptian stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, but relatively old. And, I think I want to say what happened to it is you're on the right track. Like, it's something analogous to the cabin that, you know, people can build these structures, but then these island beings get in there and somehow invest these human-built structures with other properties or abilities or something. So it seems like that's sort of what Jacob did with the lighthouse.
Yeah, and it also could be something, you know, it could be something in that spot too that's important. You know, the same way the temple. You know, I sort of think the temple might have been built specifically around the healing pool and all that. You know, that maybe that particular location is right above another pocket that's important too, you know.
Right.
Still connects to the light, but maybe that location is important.
Yes.
You know, because that was another one of those sort of things, you know, like the source, the light cave, you know, they sort of say, oh, we never seen this before, you know, oh, we weren't looking for it, you know.
Yeah. It seemed like the same kind of thing. So it does look like, you know, if people built it at some point, like, there's some kind of, I hesitate to say this, but I'll say it, some kind of hiding spell that gets put on it, so it's harder to locate.
Maybe in those areas with intense electromagnetism, again, the light doesn't scatter quite right.
Yeah.
And so something along the lines of, you know, in a realistic sense of if you're walking past it and it's the lighthouse is in your peripheral vision, you might not see it because of this effect of, you know, this electromagnetism and the light and stuff, you know. But I feel like if you walk directly towards it, you'd see it at some point. But if you're just in the area, it doesn't ordinarily stand out if it was in some other spot, you know, that isn't being affected by this energy. Yeah.
Okay, so you took my hiding spell and you made it scientific.
Yeah, I want to put some science in your hiding spell. Yeah. Instead of the Harry Potter, you know, magic cloak, I want to say it's a cloaking generator from Star Trek sort of a thing. Like it actually is affecting the properties of the photons in that area. You know, how the light looks in your eye and stuff.
Yes. I think in Harry Potter there is specifically a hiding spell, although I don't remember what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Invisibilitas.
Yes, it's something like that.
I think it's pretty much going to be close to that.
That is really close. I mean, it's the invisibility cloak, but that's a different thing. Of course. But there is some kind of concilio or something. I don't remember, but I tend to I think Lost walks the line with science and magic, and so I think they would probably say that this stuff could be understood scientifically. So I think you're probably on the right track. It's just
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
All right. That was my prize for being on the right track.
okay. Yes. Congratulations.
Yeah, I feel honored.
Yeah, it just it comes off like magic.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's those little things they do, like Locke snapping his fingers and Ben's little ankle harness comes off.
Yeah, see, sometimes there is just sort of magic. You know, sometimes it's like, I you can say something about the physics of what's occurring there, but in terms of like what's happening, it's just magic. You know, it's basically telekinesis, but that's magic. You know. But I just, my mind instantly, like, you say cloaking field or something, or I'm just thinking, like, okay, why wouldn't I be able to see this thing that's obviously there? And seeing is based on light, lighthouse, electromagnetism, all that stuff. It's just like, what are the practical realities that could be hiding this thing? So
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, something's going on there. I think something's probably going on there, which I think, again, there's probably something to maybe that spot being specifically important.
Yeah. I think if I step back a little bit, sort of go external, I think part of the story is the writers want to explain why we haven't found these things before.
Yeah.
So they needed some kind of idea of things that aren't readily found.
Mhm.
So I think they created this idea that there's certain places on the island that you won't find if you're not looking for them.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're connected to the light or something, you can see them readily, but if you're not, then it's harder.
Yeah.
All right. Who is candidate 108? Wallace.
Oh, Wallace.
Oh, Wallace. I don't think you exist.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say he's the guy who was piloting the submarine.
All right. Yeah, if that's an answer, that's an answer.
I think that's Wallace.
Yeah. I think it was either supposed to be Whitmore, and they screwed up, or didn't want to tell us that, or he's the captain of the ship, of the submarine, and Captain Wallace.
Captain Wallace.
All right. Why did Smokey have to kill the Templies, the people at the temple?
What does the question actually say?
Templies.
Oh, okay. Why did Smokey have to kill the people at the temple? I don't think he had to. I think the idea was he just wanted to clear out the temple so that the candidates couldn't get in, go in there and just be protected, be free from his ability to influence them.
Yeah, he had a timetable like everyone else, and he didn't want to have to waste time with them hiding out there, and he couldn't get to them. Yeah,
it was a place that was harder for him to get into, so he needed to kind of just dismantle that as a fort, basically.
Yeah. All right, how was Dogen? Oh, you know what? I hate to bring up the ash again, but it dawned on me that Bram and Alana's group went over to Jacob's cabin. Mm-hmm. Where there's ash, so maybe Bram didn't even have ash with him. Maybe he got ash from there.
Oh, got ash from the ash circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
Like he knew it was important. I was just thinking of why he would have ash, but maybe he didn't even come with it. He grabbed it there.
Right.
All right. So why can't Dogen kill Sayid?
I think. Let me see. I think he can. I think he chooses not to.
Okay.
But if you want me to say some reason why he can, I guess I'd say because he's a candidate.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say he can't kill him because he's a candidate, and he doesn't kill him because he doesn't know that his name was crossed off. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he got the update that Saeed sort of wasn't in the running anymore.
Right.
But he sort of knew, he knew that he was a candidate at some point, so he's important. And I think there's something to do, there's something with choice there. I think there's something with choice about maybe Saeed getting himself killed versus Dogan killing him or something.
Yeah, because he does try to get Man in Black to kill him.
Yeah.
And to get Jack to kill him.
Yeah, it seems like, I don't know, there's something there. But, all right. How is Dogan the only thing keeping Smokey out? This question.
Oh,
which,
no.
goes on the list. But I think we have a good answer, too. I really enjoy the answer that Dogan is the ash maker.
Yeah, I enjoy that answer. I hope that's true.
Yeah, it's an answer that fits and doesn't conflict with anything. So it's just not in the show, but
we need
like a lot of
5
things.
more bags of ash, Dogan. I'm working on it.
I'm working on it. Yeah. All right. So in the Flash Sideways, what were the circumstances of Roger and Ben leaving the island?
Well, I think with hindsight, I can say that's kind of a construct, and so I don't think they ever really left the island in any real sense. So there's almost no answer to that. It's just part of the constructed world they're living in.
I like that they have fond memories.
Yeah, it was so great.
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah, that part's weird, but yeah.
Like, is that supposed to be really? Is it really supposed to be Roger, or is that just Ben's construct of Roger?
It's a good question. I don't know. It seems like it could really be Roger or not. Because Ben is sort of taking care of him. Although that could still be a construct as well.
Yeah, it makes it seem like it's Ben working something out with his dad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is what it is, but the question is whether he's working it out with his actual dad, or if he's if he's just working it out with a construct version. And I don't feel like we can quite say. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I keep wavering on this, and maybe now I'm feeling like maybe every group gets their own purgatory, and this is the Losties' purgatory, and sort of everyone who's not sort of one of them is a construct.
Yeah.
Like Roger has his own purgatory where he's working stuff out with Ben. That's a different scenario.
Yeah.
Maybe his thing is about being on the island and actually preventing him from getting hurt or taking care of him for real or something.
Yeah.
And then that's related to whoever he has that he's connected to.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's just weird, it's purgatory. What are you going to do?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, questions like that really fell by the wayside when the finale happened.
Yeah, totally.
It's sort of like pointless to speculate what happened on the island because there's just nothing there.
So who is Miles' girlfriend in The Flash Sideways?
I guess we never find out.
Well, I forget he had one. He said he had one because in the finale he tells Sawyer, like, you can be my date. So it's like he seemed like he didn't have a girlfriend. Wasn't he trying to... Oh, yeah, that's right. He was saying he could... Is that the double date thing that they're talking about?
Yeah.
That's why he hooks him up with Charlotte?
Yeah.
That whole thing? Yeah. I don't know. It seems like in the end, he didn't... His girlfriend at least wasn't available that night.
Yeah. Maybe he was lying.
Yeah. Oh. All right, why do the others think they're protecting the island from the smoke monster?
Because the smoke monster is dangerous and kills people and wants to put the light out and why wouldn't they think that?
Well, specifically they think that because that's what Jacob and Richard told them.
Okay. If you want to go to that.
They're sort of just getting, why they think that is because they were told that.
Okay, there you go.
And they were told that because,
Yeah, I was going back to sort of original reason that came from. But yeah, that's not, they don't necessarily know that, but that's sort of where it comes from.
Yeah, that's why they should be protecting it, but they don't really know that,
right.
that he's doing all that stuff.
Right.
When isn't Smokey telling the truth?
Well,
this is like a philosophical question. Like, if a tree falls in the wood, does it make a sound? Yikes. When is it Smokey telling the truth?
If a smoke monster is not telling the truth, when is it?
Yeah, when is it?
Yeah, a lot of the time. I don't understand that question.
Yeah, when is it Smokey telling the truth? It's in 608.
Yeah,
Recon.
I mean, sometimes he tells the truth. Sometimes he doesn't. He says what he needs to say to carry out his bigger plans.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I think he's often lying, but he's telling the truth in the context of his lies.
Yeah.
He'll set up the idea he wants everyone to come with him, and so when he's saying, yeah, I just want to help you, and yeah, I want to do all this stuff, it seems like the truth because it's in the context of his bigger plan, but it's all just a lie, and it's all just part of what he's trying to get going.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the answer is he's sort of lying most of the time.
Yeah, I think he's lying most of the time. How does Smokey expect the plane to fly off Hydra Island?
Well, if he watched the finale, I guess he would think they'll just fix it up with a blowtorch and some duct tape and have Frank fly it.
Yeah, I think the answer is he doesn't expect to fly off in that plane. He expects to use it at some point to kill the Losties. I think my idea is he's been planning to use a sailboat the entire time. So yeah, I think it's just a red herring. I think that's just part of his overall misdirection that he wants to get off on the plane.
I agree.
Who killed the 316ers? The survivors of the
Jesus.
316. Yeah.
This is our season 6. Like, what's up with the cabin?
Yeah. Who planted the wreckage?
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
So what happened with the outrigger?
Big questions.
Because it's just so vexing. So in the end, until I get further information, I'm going to say Widmore did it.
Yeah, I just, I feel like a judge. I feel like I don't want to say Widmore did it, but I feel like Smokey has, the emotional capacity to do it and not feel bad. And I think Widmore can give the order pretty easily. I just imagine them standing there on the beach, gunning people down. Like, that's just pretty harsh. But
it is, and it's like they just seem so fragile, that team. It's weird to me that they would, just wantonly slaughter people.
Yeah, and not sort of think worse of Widmore for having him make them do that, because that's the kind of thing that even if you were with him up to a point, it's like, okay, we just murdered a bunch of people. Like, that makes you stop and think. So
yeah,
it just in terms of like evidence, it's like I might be saying the wrong man to prison, but it's like in terms of evidence, I want to say Widmore did it, but I think Smokey should have done it.
Yeah,
I think he should have been the guy. It's like I just don't have the evidence to put it on him.
Yeah. There's a setup for it being him, but they just don't pay it off, and so it's really hard to see like when he did. Like if there's any clue of when he might have done it and how, and if they could unmuddle the recon plot, it would be easier to figure out that he did it. It just looks like Widmore did it. I agree. If this is actually a court of law, I'm not sending Widmore away for that. There's not enough. But, but I think so it's not beyond a reasonable doubt for me. But it's I think between the two suspects, I'm just leaning in Widmore's direction.
Yeah, it's like Smokey would have had to go over there and kill everyone. For this to work for me, he would have to go in there, take an outrigger, I guess, or he lies about being able to travel over water in smoke form, and and he'd have to go over there and kill everyone, seemingly just because they're there and he wants them out of the way. But then I think he also has to not see Widmore.
Mm-hmm.
And then come back, and then for some reason think Widmore's over there.
Yeah.
Which is weird to me. So that's the part that I don't want to give it to Smokey, because it, the whole recon part makes it seem really, really dubious. Unless he goes over there, kills the passengers, and then sees Widmore's team arriving, but then decides to just not engage with them. I don't know why he wouldn't just kill them if he saw them coming there.
Yeah.
He decides to go back and have Sawyer go infiltrate them instead.
Right.
Which now doesn't sound like that crazy of an idea, I guess, if he feels like he can get something, almost like he's trying to figure out why they're there, and so he doesn't want to tip his hand or something.
Right.
That he's the big bad villain, and so he wants Sawyer to, now that's making sense.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now the big problem is when, but if you ignore when, now I think how and why that all might have worked. Now you just have to say when, which is not the worst part.
Yeah. It should be, if he's going to see Widmore arrive, it should be around the time Widmore arrived.
Yeah.
Which is sort of like Dr. Linus era.
Mm-hmm.
Which is right before Recon.
So does that make sense? Like he goes over there...
I guess it does.
Yeah, he goes over there to sort of just like, first of all, he knows there's passengers he's got to get rid of, so that's just why he goes over there. By the time he's done getting rid of them, he sees Widmore's team arrive, and he goes, well, it's kind of like putting Desmond in the well. It's kind of like saying, instead of destroying this thing I don't know or understand why it's here, I'm going to wait to get some more information.
Yeah.
And so he decides to send Sawyer over there to do exactly what he says he wants to do, but it's not for the Ajira passengers that he killed.
Yeah.
It's for Widmore's team that he knows is over there, and it's confusing because we expect Ajira passengers, even though he's not sending him over there for that, which is what he says he's doing.
Right.
So, and Widmore said he didn't do it. That little fact can go in either category.
Yeah.
That's
not particularly helpful, but
no,
it's there.
So that's the thing. In terms of evidence, it's like I feel like Widmore is at the crime scene. We can place him at the crime scene very easy.
Yeah.
And the motive is there.
He's got the means, motive, and the opportunity.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Smokey has the means and the motive, but the opportunity is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you have to sort of assume he's, coming up with plans and isn't being sort of straightforward about his actions, which is what he usually does.
True. He had extremely complex layers of deception going on.
Mm-hmm.
So
if he did just kill everyone on the beach, then I guess that would explain why Widmore's team moves the bodies.
Yeah. Now that you talk through it, it's like, well, maybe Smokey did it.
Yeah, now it's like maybe Smokey did it.
I definitely thought that was a possibility. I didn't want to rule it out, but it just...
It was confusing, but now if you can work through, okay, well, why would he send Sawyer there and not... Because he's got to know Widmore's team is there to send Sawyer there if he's the one who killed the passengers, right?
Right.
Like, that just seems to have to be true.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no reason for him to think people are there.
Right.
So with that being true, that gives a reason why he wants, it's fitting that he wants someone else to figure out why they're there, which leads him to, which directly leads to the package,
Yeah.
Directly leads to the reason that they're there, which is Desmond. So he was kind of on the right track about wanting to do that.
Yeah, he finds out from Sawyer that Widmore's hiding something, so he sends Saeed over there, who finds out that it's Desmond.
Yeah, he doesn't do things directly. You know, he sends, of course, Claire in the temple to deliver the message, and I think that's for obvious Ash reasons too. But he seems to, you know, of course, Man in Black sending Locke on the mission, the ultimate mission. You know, he seems to, of course, and Richard too. He gets people to do things.
Oh yeah.
You know, for him, while he sits back and whittles.
Right.
So you know, in terms of character, it seems like he's the one who should have done it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna give it to Smokey. I'm gonna say he did it.
You're going to Smokey. All right.
Yeah, I know I was total convinced of Widmore, but I think Widmore definitely, like I said before, he's got a motive to want the people gone. He's not going to rescue them. He doesn't want them to get back to the real world and tell people about the island. So he's got great motive to want them out of the way. You know, but I think at this point maybe it's the simple fact that Jacob has time to make him the good guy now, that they maybe wouldn't write that Widmore would kill all those innocent people.
Right.
You know,
right.
and it's like, well, just give that to the bad guy, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna go with Smokey did it. That's my final answer.
Okay. Well, you know, not to be a flip-flopper, but you kind of talked me into it, so I'm going to just go Smokey as well.
Yeah, I think you know, you look at the evidence and...
The only credit, I did originally think it was Smokey. I got convinced that it wasn't.
Yeah. And
now it seems like it can work. I didn't really work out the details. I just thought that he did it somehow. When you work through the details, it doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah.
I think. There's that little period when Widmore first shows up, and Locke is kind of unaccounted for during that time period. So I think he can go over there. It won't take long to kill the people, and then see Widmore come back, and then we have Recon.
Yeah, you know, that reminds me. A question I don't think was on this list that was I think unanswered, of course, is where did Locke go? You know, remember that period when they were at the barracks and with Ben, and he walked into the jungle and disappeared for a while, and then came back?
Yes.
We never found out where he went.
No, we really didn't. It's a good question. Although I think he can't have done it then.
No. I don't think he could have done it then. I think we talked about it before, and we speculated he might have gone to visit Claire, I think. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Something like that.
I forgot about Claire again. Sorry, Claire.
She's used to it, trust me.
Yeah, that works. That's something he would do.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the next question. What's Alana's backstory?
Well, she was, I don't know, a ragamuffin or something, and she was somehow raised by Jacob or mentored by Jacob to be a kind of soldier or bodyguard or something for him. I don't think we know a lot more than that.
Yeah, she was just trained her whole life to protect the candidate, and that's about it. Yeah.
There's a hint that she had some kind of personal relationship with Jacob, but it's hard to know exactly what that's like because we get like 2 scenes with them together.
Wouldn't the best training to protect the candidates on the island be training on the island? You would think so. You know, like, why wasn't she one of the others who were there and she could just be training there and, you know, getting the lay of the land? Not that she didn't seem to know the area, but, you know, just sort of seems like if the battle was going to take place on the island, that's where you want to train. Yeah. She definitely seemed to know her way around. Yeah, she knew her way around. All right. Where did the storm that wrecked the Black Rock come from? Jacob. Yeah, it's pretty much Jacob. Was Isabella in the Black Rock really smoky? Yes. Yep. I like that we can answer questions. Me too. Answered all those.
They were easy.
Yeah. What's the significance of being granted access to the foot chamber?
Well, you get to see Jacob because he lives there.
Yeah, you might get a foot rub, too. The foot chamber.
I don't think you do, but...
No? Okay.
I've never been there, so I wouldn't know.
Was the island in the Atlantic when the Black Rock landed?
That was my theory. I don't know. I'm going to say... yes, why not?
Yeah. I'd say why not, like I said before, they could have been going to the New World, like, the other way.
Right, the long way.
Maybe they wanted to go to the West Coast, A lot of people settled there, so... But I think it's, I feel like the show would say the island was always moving, and so...
Yeah.
They would say that.
Yeah, that sounds like...
It was just in the Atlantic when the Black Rock was around.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that answer. I can hear them saying that.
Yeah. Why does Widmore's team want details on the island's electromagnetism?
Well, I think he wanted to find the source so he could use Desmond's as a failsafe.
Yep, I think that's it. I think they gave us enough to piece that together.
Yeah.
What are Claire's plans for Kate?
Looks like she didn't really have plans for Kate. She might have wanted to kill her intermittently, but in the end, she just wanted to be wanted.
Yeah, like the song.
Yes.
Where are Penny and Little Charlie now?
Well, I assume Widmore's got them somewhere. Maybe they're still in L.A. in a hotel or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think they, kidnapped Desmond, probably out of that hospital or something.
Yeah.
So, hopefully they told Penny what was up, but maybe not, and she just has no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
What's with Sideways Desmond's ring discrepancy compared to LAX? I guess this is that same question about...
Yeah, we answered that earlier. It was a continuity error.
What deal in Australia was Sideways Desmond closing for Widmore?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess he had something in mind, but since it's a weird purgatory constructed world, I don't know that it matters, but I don't have an answer.
Yeah, I think it was a deal that got him on the plane, got him on A-15.
Yeah. That
was the deal.
Yeah.
Whatever was going to be in Australia is what you're working on, Desmond.
Yeah.
How do near-death experiences and/or love bridge the Flash Sideways in the main timeline?
Well, those are just the memories of the main timeline, and they are the characters realizing that they're dead and that remembering what their life was, and then, moving on from that world.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Who is Penny's mom? Why was her last name Milton?
Penny doesn't have it's the whole thing is constructed. That's a question that really is sort of irrelevant. I guess the idea is that Penny, Charles is still married to Eloise, and he had this child with this other woman, and so I'm guessing that other woman maybe gave Penny her last name instead of her taking Charles Widmore's last name because they weren't together.
Mm-hmm. All right. What does Mrs. Widmore mean by violation?
I think she basically just means the kind of thing Hurley was talking about. You're not supposed to tell people that they're dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's very much it. How does Mrs. Hawking know what Desmond wants?
she's awake. She knows the world she's living in. And that seems to just be her ability, and it seems to have carried over to the afterlife.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. For what is Desmond not yet ready?
To realize the world he's in, like she has, to realize that he's dead and that they're in the afterlife and that, they need to move on.
Mhm. Yeah, I guess the issue he was working on was his relationship with Widmore. I guess he was supposed to let that go, maybe, is the idea. He does really easily.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, it's just sort of like it's not even an issue anymore. Like, Widmore's his best friend ever.
Right.
And as soon as he wakes up, he doesn't even say anything anymore. It's just like, okay, done with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it seems like he was ready.
He was. He was so ready.
Yeah.
I think Hawking, as I suspected, as I've theorized earlier, just didn't want Desmond to start taking people away, and is worried that that's going to lead to Dan being taken away. So I think in part she's saying, Desmond, you're not ready yet, because she doesn't want Desmond to, take Dan away.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she's really an authority to, Desmond basically just says he doesn't listen to her, and it looks like he was ready. So
yeah,
I think she's just wrong, and she's trying to get Desmond not to do it.
Exactly. Exactly what and how does main timeline Desmond understand about the Flash Sideways?
Well, it looks like not everything. He seems to think that he'll end up there. He seems to think he'll end up there by going to some place with a bright light. But it doesn't look like he understands that it's the afterlife.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. He's he basically understands it in a very limited way.
Yeah.
Is Sideways Pierre Chang not aging?
It's kind of an irrelevant question because sort of there's no age there, there's no time. So I guess the answer is.
Are any of them aging?
What?
Are any of them aging?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I think the answer is no. I mean, they made clear time is kind of crazy there. So I think the answer to that is aging is not an issue.
Yeah. All right. Why are certain dead people unable to leave the island?
Well, if we believe Michael, it's because of what they did.
That's the Michael answer.
Yep.
I think people are unable to leave because they can't let go of whatever conflict that brought them there or they experienced there.
Yeah.
How do we reconcile Smokey allegedly being the Christian apparition and his off-island appearances?
Well, I think we talked about that earlier. Maybe the off-island Christian was just Christian's apparition.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's really Christian, and I think the off-island was definitely one of those times.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. That's the one I'm kind of sure about.
Yeah. I think it goes that one in decreasing order to the Michael boat one.
Yes.
And then the Vincent, go wake up my son, he's got work to do one.
Yes.
So let's see, where was Saeed headed and why when Locke intercepted him?
When does that happen?
6:13. I don't remember when though. When Saeed is headed somewhere.
Oh, I think I know what they're talking about.
Go ahead.
I think they're talking about when Locke sends Saeed to go kill Desmond, and he doesn't come back for a while. So then Locke goes looking for him. I think that's what they're. I think the idea of the question is like Saeed was heading somewhere else. That's why he hadn't caught up with the group yet.
Oh. Yeah, I just took it that he was heading back towards them, but he was just late because he was, like you said, he needed a minute, but it was like part of that was time was actually talking to Desmond and part was dealing with what Desmond said.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Saeed was kind of, I think Desmond hit him with a big
love bullet.
Love bullet. There you go. I couldn't think of the word. Yeah, I think it really, he just sort of resigned himself to following, being Smokey's best minion, and I think Desmond made him realize he didn't have to do what Smokey said. He could sort of choose to do other things, and I feel like, the idea that he'd have to explain himself to Nadia if he actually got her back somehow, I think all that was sort of going, swimming through his mind, and I think he was kind of shaken by that and it probably taking his time in terms of getting back to the group.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I think. I don't think he was really heading anywhere other than back towards the camp.
Yeah.
All right, what was the meaning of Sideways Sun's recognition of Sideways Locke?
Oh, I think now I definitely want to say she had a little flash of a memory of him as Smokey.
As Smokey?
Yeah.
Why do you say as Smokey?
Because she was afraid of him.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do it. All right. How does the Man in Black intuit the rules of Senate out of the game?
Because he was special.
And he probably just made him up. How does the Man in Black intuit controlling the light with the donkey wheel to enact teleportation?
Because he was special.
And he probably just made it up. No. What exactly is the light?
Oh, dear. Life,
well, that's
death,
a question we don't get.
Rebirth.
Yeah.
It's everything.
Politics, religion, technology, computers, freeways, people, emotion, cats, dogs. Just keep listing words. It doesn't matter.
Water, Twinkies,
yeah.
Wood.
Yeah, exactly. It's everything and nothing.
Pillows.
Mhm.
Yes, it's the kind of ultimate MacGuffin.
Yeah.
It's whatever you want it to be.
I secretly like to think you'll enjoy this. That Marcellus Wallace was after a piece of the light from the island.
Yes.
Can we tie Pulp Fiction into Lost and just make a lot of fans' dreams come true?
I hope so. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. Someone managed to procure some light from the island, and he wanted it. He wanted it.
Well, he had it, and those guys stole it from him.
Yeah. He had it, and the guys took it from him. Yeah.
Because it's the light. Of course, they stole it from him.
I love it.
I want a briefcase of the light.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah,
perfect.
Totally.
Yes, I really want to believe those tie-ins. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it'd be great if Tarantino came out and just was like, the light from Lost.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was talking about. That would be so great.
It would. I hope he does that. That'd just be, because that's enough. That's crazy enough for something to be in the briefcase.
Yeah.
That's so much better than the diamonds from Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll just assume that's true in some world where that could be possible.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe in that way, Pulp Fiction is a sort of really, really it's some kind of prologue for Lost.
Yeah, exactly. It's these other characters that are connected and have this whole mini adventure with centering around the light.
Yes.
Wow, why is Lost making us reinterpret classic cinema? We're like, wait a minute, Pulp Fiction was nothing but a prologue to Lost. Wait a minute. This is the
Yeah,
same
it's kind
stuff.
of amazing.
This is the same stuff going on here.
It just kind of co-opted a classic
the whole,
movie.
The whole man of science, man of faith.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jules is like the man of faith.
That's right. This is the man of science.
Something miraculous happens, you know, and oh man, yeah, Jacob was trying to get them to come to the island.
Yes. The island wasn't done with him yet.
He wasn't done with them yet, yeah.
Wow.
Only on the last slow down.
Oh, man.
I like it.
I do, too. It doesn't even sound that crazy.
You know, and what's her name? Uma Thurman's character had a drug addiction like Charlie. You know,
That's
she
true.
had a drug overdose. And
Yep.
like,
that's true.
Ooh, there's so much. There's so many connections you can make.
Yes.
Yikes. All right, back to the list. So what exactly is the light? They don't tell us, but the closest thing is it's something very important that has to do with life and death.
Yes.
How did Mother make it so Jacob and the Man in Black will never have to worry about death?
You know, those how questions are always a problem.
Mm-hmm.
She had that ability, I guess, because she was the protector of the light. That's the best I can do for a how.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the best how you can say. How did Mother make it so Jacob and the Man in Black can never hurt each other?
Ditto.
Yeah, we talked about this. I think it's the same answer with the caveat that she could have just been lying.
Oh, there's that too.
What's
it was the
Mother's
longest of long cons.
It was the longest con ever, yeah. What's Mother's backstory?
Well, I don't think we'll ever know.
We did not get that answered.
Yeah. I would venture to guess that she had, somehow arrived on the island and the previous protector made her the next one. And beyond that, I don't think there's much you can say.
Yeah. I will trust when she says that, she came from her mother, so I assume her mother was on the island at some point, although, she tells Claudia she got to the island the way Claudia got there, so hard to say. But, all right, how did Mother wreak destruction upon the Man in Black's people?
Well, she was the island protector. She did have a certain amount of power, and I think some of it was practical stuff. She can burn a village, but some of it might just be supernatural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. Part of me thinks she just set fire to the village, and that was enough. But and maybe she did it when people were mostly inside and sleeping or something like that. So it got everybody. And people who were outside were just died from that. I don't know. I don't know what they want us to think, but
I don't either. Caving in the well seems crazy too. It seems like that would take a lot of force to pull off.
Yeah, it seems like you can collapse a well, depending on how the well is built, pretty easy. Just make it collapse in on itself. But in terms of if she really is supposed to have filled in the dirt that they dug out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's sort of a bigger feat. I think maybe she just somehow collapsed the tunnel that they built, the well, and it just collapsed in on itself, something like that. But it does look like she filled it in with dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I think they want us to sort of not know which way to go on it.
Yeah, it's ambiguous.
Yeah, why can the boy in black see his dead mother, but Jacob can't?
Not again.
Yeah.
Because he's special.
Yeah, that's just, the question on the list should be, why are these people special?
Yeah.
And then it'll be, because of the light. Some answers just have that really blanket explanation. And I think it's, you would think Jacob is special too, which is, I think, what's strange.
Yeah.
And maybe it has to do with the fact that Jacob was sort of buying into what Mother was saying and under her guise, under her spell. And Boy in Black was sort of not believing in it, and maybe that made him susceptible to seeing his real mother.
Yes.
You know, that's, you know, something like that might be involved. Because I would imagine they're both special, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Man in Black would be, sort of all things being equal, he's the special one and Jacob isn't, until, you know, Mother comes in and makes them both more special or something.
Yeah.
Or it's that, I don't want to say that. I was going to say something about, you know, if your evil good meter is tipped the other way, you can see dead people. But that would mean Hurley has that, which I don't think is true.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I don't really know. I don't have a good answer besides he's special.
Yeah, I feel like since that power goes with Hurley's, I mean, I definitely think the island gave him that, but I don't know. I don't know exactly why, and I definitely don't know how.
All right, why exactly can't the Man in Black leave the island? Oh, geez.
Well, there's multiple reasons there, I think. There's the possible, you know, you can't leave spell that his mother cast. There's the fact that Jacob seems to be holding him there. Then there's the idea that he had to kill the candidates before he could leave. There's the fact that he is a smoke monster and maybe tied to the light to some extent. So there's 4 reasons.
Yeah, I almost feel like 4 reasons covering 4 different eras. You know, like in the beginning, there's the one reason that matters, you know, which is the mother sort of won't let him leave. And then when she's dead, I figure it's like, okay, well, Jacob won't let him leave. You know, that's 2 of the 4 answers.
Yeah.
Once the candidates are around, that's another reason he can't leave.
Yeah.
And I think from the point that he becomes Smokey and onwards, now that's a reason he can't leave.
Yeah.
So it's like all those reasons I think are true at certain points, and I think it's just unsettling that the answer changes. But I think it just, you know, it can't be that he can't leave solely because he's Smokey before he's Smokey. So
right.
It's like that can't cover the whole period. So I think it's like different periods have to be covered by A, who's the protector, and B, you know, what is his corporeal state.
Yeah.
So I really think it's sort of all those things. And I'll also say overarching for all of these 4 reasons is it's something to do with the light, you know. Obviously at a certain point when he's Smokey, he seems to be tied to the light. So
yes.
His leaving seems like that might be impossible since he's connected to that. But I think really the answer is just sort of all 4 reasons. It's like when, you know, you'd have to say when if you want one answer.
Right. I think for this season, the big thing was the candidates.
Yeah, exactly. I think, exactly. It was the candidates, and he had already killed Jacob, so that wasn't a reason anymore. Yeah. And the last thing stopping him, you know, he had his body, so that wasn't a reason anymore. He had Locke's body, I should say. Right. And then, wait, that still confuses me, because he's not actually in Locke's body. He just looks like Locke, but it's like he's frozen that way, so somehow that lets him leave. Yeah. Or maybe he's wrong about that.
Yeah, I kind of want to say that's not it. Like, I'm tempted to say that maybe he actually needed the plug to be pulled so he could become mortal, and then that would let him leave.
Yeah, I feel like he might not have known that or something.
I don't think he did know that. Yeah. But I think that was another barrier that he was unaware of. Yeah, I think that's right. It's amazing how much stuff happens, and it's like, you don't even know you need to do that. Yeah. Or the reason why you should do that. You're doing it because you want to be spiteful and destroy the island, but it's like, you can't leave, presumably, unless you do that. Yeah. It's interesting. It is. So, question next is Richard dead? Nope. Absolutely not. He's more alive than ever. He wants to live. He wants to live. Until next week when he wants to die, and then next week when he wants to live. Oh, Richard. Yeah. How does the Man in Black plan to destroy the island? Well, he plans to send Desmond down into the Light Cave for him to do the thing that he does.
Do what you do, Desmond.
You do what you do best.
You go do that thing, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think he didn't know exactly what Desmond was going to do, but he seems to. I mean, it's the heart of the island. It's where the island gets its power from. So I guess he has the idea that if Desmond mucks about down there, the island will be destroyed.
Yeah. Just go knock stuff over, Desmond. Whatever you see lying around, just kind of knock it over. And
yeah. I mean, it looks like he was right. It looks like the island was falling apart when Desmond pulled the thing out. So it looks like he was on the right track. I don't know exactly why he thought that, but...
Yeah, because he's special.
Oh, okay. There you go.
How does a man... Yeah, that's the usual answer. So the next question is, will Sideways Lock walk? Walk.
Yes. What?
I said walk. I said like walk earlier, like an O in there.
Walk.
Lock, walk.
Lock, walk?
Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is yes. He does. He does.
Yeah, he does. Why can't the production team do a decent Photoshop job? That's because they have interns do it. No,
I feel like that's an unanswerable mystery.
Yeah, they do have horrible Photoshop jobs sometimes. They
really do. They really do. But yeah, I think you're right. It's just whoever's in charge of doing that doesn't. I think part of it might just be that TV production is pretty rushed, so they don't necessarily have that much time to do it.
Yeah.
And usually it's fleeting shots anyway, so they probably don't think they need to spend time to make it too good.
Yeah. What does Desmond want Kate and Saeed to do?
This is Flash Sideways.
Okay, good. Because I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean, I think his basic goal is for them to wake up and move on.
Yeah, wake up and move on. Come on, guys.
Yep.
We got a bright light to catch.
Yep.
How can the Losties kill the Man in Black? Last question.
Well, I think we learned that. You go down into the cave. Hopefully you have a Desmond with you. You have that Desmond pull out the plug, and then Man in Black becomes mortal, kill as usual, and then replace the plug with your hero of choice so that the island isn't destroyed.
There it is. Optional steps, pass on leader of the protector of the island job to trusty sidekick.
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
If needed. All right, that's all the unanswered questions on Vince's list. A great list, and good job to Vince for keeping up with that, and everyone who helped with adding questions and stuff. Yeah,
that's great. It's such a long, tedious list to deal with, and so I appreciate that he did that week after week.
Yes, now I know why you listen to The Lost Lowdown. You like long, tedious things.
Yes, you just like long, tedious things.
Yeah, we'll do it.
But I really think we legitimately answered a lot of those questions.
You know what? Some of the stuff that wasn't just sort of straightforward answers, but sort of bigger answers, yeah, I think they really did address at some point. And then a lot of stuff was just, it really didn't matter.
Yeah.
Little things that just didn't sort of matter at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like the three categories. There was the ones that were just really simple answers, and then there was the larger kind of answers. There was the stuff that didn't matter, and then there was the really confusing, like, conflicting evidence points.
And unanswerable stuff that there's just no way to know. Yeah,
where there's no information to go on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, considering, how little I thought they answered, I feel like we got through a surprising number of those with satisfactory answers.
Yeah, I think so.
Doesn't feel so much like I don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. That was therapeutic for me.
Yeah, no, it's nice to be able to kind of go through. It's almost like a little quiz show. It's like, what can you answer about this question?
Yeah, especially when you're asking the questions, I feel like I'm being tested. Like, it's some kind of lost Lost quiz show thing, like you said, where I just on the fly have to explain this little thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was fun to go through, and to see. It really gets a good view of what was important in the show. Some of the big things that they left unanswered, but brings back up the big plots and mysteries and stuff. And it's interesting to see. Just to look at the show from that standpoint.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. So what's up next?
Are we going to do the this top 100 episode thing?
Yes. Let's go through the top 100. So this is it was posted on the forum. The LA Times has they ranked all of the episodes of Lost, and so we're going to go through and we won't sort of go through every single episode, but we'll go through the worst and the best, and then see what's in the middle and sort of generally comment about that. And I got to find the list here. Okay. So I guess we'll go in reversing order, maybe? Reverse order? Decreasing order, maybe?
Oh.
And save the best for last? Or do you want to go the best and then the worst?
Yeah, we should start with the worst. That makes more sense.
Yeah, we'll have less to say.
Definitely.
So on their list, the ones at the bottom, we got Stranger in a Strange Land, Fire Plus Water, Something Nice Back Home. 3 that I think I agree with being at the bottom of the list. Definitely remember Stranger in a Strange Land being pretty awful. It really never made a lot of sense. Was that the same episode with Juliet getting her tattoo?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this was awful. Because I remember the Jack storyline about his tattoo, and that was boring.
It's a
parallel.
I'm
like, yeah, definitely.
Story, yeah. I don't know. I think with a lot of these, it's been a while since I've seen anything. I mean, I did a rewatch of 4 and 5 before the season started, but it's been a while since I've seen seasons 1 through 3. I don't know how it would play now.
Yeah, I'm just going off of my memory of how I liked it.
Yeah. I remember at the time, I didn't think it was that. It's crappy, yes, but I don't know. I didn't think it was that bad. It was just really, really, really mediocre, I think.
Yeah. It wasn't the worst thing ever, but it didn't really add anything. And I think it was just one of those episodes I think they would have cut in a shorter season.
Yeah. I agree. It didn't get a lot done.
Fire Plus Water, again, always on people's sort of worst episodes list.
Yeah, that's one of my least favorites, and notable for being the episode that, the first episode where I caught up with the show when it was on the air, and so it was like, I watched the one before this is The Hunting Party, and that's awesome, and then it's like, all right, the new one's out, I can't wait. And then
you get Fire Plus Water.
Yeah, fucking bullshit about, you got to baptize Aaron, and Charlie's going crazy, and he kidnaps son, and it's just like, this is crap.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah, that's not great.
I hate it. Charlie episodes, too, are just kind of tedious sometimes. His flashbacks are tough, and then the stuff they gave him on the island is bad, so the whole thing just doesn't hold together at all. Personally, I think I'd rather watch Stranger in a Strange Land than Fire Plus Water.
Oh, yeah, I'd buy that. I think the story, Stranger in a Strange Land, in terms of I think it works for that. It just, you don't get anything out of it once you finish watching it, but it's not boring to watch.
Yeah, and I think Stranger in a Strange Land's got Jack, it's got Juliet, it's got Ben, it's got some good characters in there. Okay, the sheriff, I could do without her, but it's it's got certain scenes that aren't so bad, and I guess to me it's like it really fits into Lost. It has a place, even though they sort of abandoned it later. Whereas just the Fire Plus Water just feels like it's barely even lost. It's some other weird show going on there.
What do you think of Something Nice Back Home?
I like Something Nice Back Home.
Yeah, I was a fan.
I thought it was a good episode. I really like Jack's flash forward. It has, as I mentioned earlier, one of my favorite scenes from season 4, the one with Jack and Hurley. It's sort of about his and Kate's relationship falling apart. Maybe that makes it bad to some people. I thought it was good, personally. I guess the on-island story isn't amazing because it's just about Jack getting his appendix out. That's not the most exciting plot, but I kind of even liked how they did that. I liked how he's, he tries to stay conscious during it and hold up a mirror and I'll tell you what to do, and then like 2 seconds in they just knock it out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I liked all that stuff. To me, it's not a great episode. I wouldn't put it at the top, but I don't think this goes anywhere near the bottom for me.
Yeah. So some of the other ones at the bottom here, Adrift, The Other Woman, Long Con, Hearts and Minds, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, whatever the case may be, I agree with. I remember when we rewatched season 1, that one was a dud.
That's the one where Kate robs the bank for the toy airplane and it matters to her. Yeah, that one's a dud. Yeah,
that's a bad episode. Adrift, I kind of don't even remember Adrift well enough to comment. It might be bad, but I think it's so early in season 2. It's like it can't be too bad. The Other Woman, I actually think The Other Woman's a good episode. I just think the problem with it is it has no payoff.
Yeah, again, another one of those like Juliet episodes, just like the other one, Stranger Strange Land, where it's good, but it doesn't have payoff.
Yeah, it feels like an anomaly. It doesn't feel like it gets incorporated into the story. So that's my problem. But I thought, the on-island stuff with them going to the Tempest, I thought that was pretty good. And the flashback with Ben and Juliet, I thought those are really good.
I enjoyed seeing Goodwin with Juliet and that whole thing, and he's married to Harper.
Yeah.
And then Harper was crazy,
Oh yeah.
She was there in the present timeline, and and trying to make Juliet do stuff, and it was all weird, and she appears out of nowhere, and I don't think it was. Yeah, and this is the infamous Charlotte Juliet battle at the Tempest. So
it is.
I definitely liked this episode at the time. It definitely, in terms of how important it is overall, it's on the bottom of the list. But but character-wise, it was. I liked it.
Yeah.
Same with the Long Con. I remember liking that a lot.
Yeah, I think the Long Con has exactly the same problem, which is just that it has no payoff.
Yeah.
Sawyer's the new sheriff in town, and then no one cares ever again. And that's just kind of silly. But I think on its own, it's a good episode. That's when we meet Cassidy for the first time, and she becomes a character that carries through pretty well, and the story's pretty good. And on the island, it's pretty good. I don't think I probably like that one a bit less than a couple of the others we just talked about, but it's definitely not that bad. It wouldn't be on the bottom of the list for me. Yeah.
So they have Hearts and Minds on here, which I remember being not great. Again, character stuff that works, but nothing great.
It had a shocking flashback, and it had that one good shot, but I still can't get over that Boone has a hallucination where the smoke monster kills Shannon. Just something about that bothers me. It's just, I don't know. The smoke monster appearing in people's hallucinations is just a step beyond for me. I just can't handle it. I agree it shouldn't be impossible, but it's just it's because the smoke monster's, acting like apparitions sometimes, and it's just too much.
Season 1, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. I agree though. This is not a great episode.
Yeah. So the next couple, that are on the bottom. Let's see. Paravian again, not my favorite episode ever.
Yeah, that was it was better than I expected, but it's pretty mediocre.
Mhm. We got some, Every Man for Himself,
Oh man, I didn't think that was so bad. That's the source of the shaking bunny cage.
Mhm.
I thought that was a really creepy scene.
Yeah, that's when, you see Ben actually doing stuff.
Yeah.
He takes Sawyer up and tells him that he's on Hydra Island and not the main island.
Yeah.
Like, that was a big reveal, so.
It was. Yeah, I don't think that was a bad episode actually. It wasn't great, but it was all right.
Well, some just get put to the bottom because there's so many better ones, but
yeah.
Most lost episodes are good.
Yeah.
So, what else? Anything else on this little section here that looks out of place or you agree with?
Let me see.
In the 90s, hundreds here.
Yeah, The Moth. Homecoming, man, that's my nightmare. I really got to figure out what's so bad about that episode. Damon Lindelof hates it too.
Oh, really?
I wish I understood what was so bad. I agree it's not great, but I don't know. It seems okay to me.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The Moth, yeah, pretty much agree. No, the rest of this looks pretty standard. There's only a few
Born
that I
to
was.
Run, Cost of Living.
Totally.
I remember, that seems about right.
Totally. Oh no, I like Cost of Living. Cost of Living is good. I think the problem with Cost of Living is basically that Mr. Eko just shouldn't have died at that point in the series, and they had to kind of rush his death.
Yeah.
But for what it was, I thought it was pretty good. And that episode is the one where Juliet plays her little video with her with the cards.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a great moment too in that episode.
Yeah, it has some good parts. I remember liking parts of it.
Yeah, of the first 6, that might be my favorite.
Yeah.
But that is of 6 of not necessarily the strongest episodes in Lost history.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I wouldn't put that one at the bottom either. But a lot of these definitely belong there. Hunting Party isn't bad either.
Mhm.
Now Tabula Rasa, okay, fine.
Yeah.
What Kate does, yeah, it wasn't great. I Do, and Found, Eggtown, yeah, they're onto something.
There's a trend here, and it's working.
Yeah. It's like I don't agree intermittently, but they're on the right track.
So the package, you agree at 89?
The package is 89?
Mhm.
I like that episode.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem so bad. I don't understand. Sun for Getting English was crappy. I agree.
That was the worst thing ever.
Yeah, that was a waste of time.
Locke is like, I didn't do anything to you, son.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Don't blame me for you running into a tree.
Yeah. I'm just a smoke monster over here.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with you. Yeah, I think now I really want to confidently say that, I don't know what's going on with Sun forgetting English. That's sort of bullshit. But I think Jin saying thank you very well could be a little flash of memory going on.
Mhm.
Now that we know that, in a sense, he did know English, somewhere in his mind.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I want to believe what he understood what Kimi was saying. It was too good of a speech to fall on deaf ears.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I guess there are definitely episodes I'm willing to put at the bottom, but yeah, I just, the show, I guess when it comes down to it, you got to pick like the best ones, and even if they're pretty good, at some point they just have to go towards the bottom.
Yeah, even if there's a great part or two, overall it's not as good as some other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got SOS, Roden Bernard's flashback episode.
Yeah.
Special, the one about Walt, which I thought was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, let's see, what else we got? What Kate did, of course.
Of course.
Follow the Leader, I remember being really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that being good. This is 84.
Yeah, that's pretty far down.
Confidence Man, again, I remember liking that a lot. Sawyer's flashback.
Yeah, that's the one where Saeed tortures Sawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets Kate to kiss him, and then he says he doesn't have it.
Kiss me, I ain't got nothing.
That was an alternate title.
Yeah. Okay, so the next little group here, we have some stuff like White Rabbit, Catch-22, Glass Ballerina. Definitely remember Glass Ballerina being pretty bad. So
Glass Ballerina's too high.
Yeah, I think it should go lower.
I liked Cost of Living a lot better than Glass Ballerina.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
That's and Every Man for Himself. Yeah, Glass Ballerina has a good last scene, as they say, but the On Island thing was a mess. The Saeed thing with the boat and Sun shooting Colleen.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got to give me that boat.
Gotta get that boat. I want that boat.
All right, so we got All the Best Cowboys Have Daddy Issues.
I thought that was good.
Yeah, I remember liking that one. You know, it did season 1, but
it's a classic Jack episode.
Yeah, totally. Further Instructions, Left Behind, Everyone Hates Hugo.
Yeah.
I remember really liking Further Instructions. Is that when Locke blows up the sub? Or that's later, right?
No, yeah, you're thinking of Man from Tallahassee.
Yeah.
This is when Locke wakes up and he can't speak.
Oh, I did hate this one.
He has to go rescue Miss Jacko from the polar bear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't remember liking this. I remember hating this.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah.
When you said I remember liking this, I'm like, wow, you don't remember our podcast then. Because we did not like this episode.
No, I remember this standing out, but I remember because it's bad. Yeah.
This is a source of a long-running series of references to a polar bear kidnapping someone.
Yeah. Now this one should go way lower.
Totally.
This one should be lower than 78.
For me, of the first 6, I think this one is the biggest mess.
Yeah.
I guess, in a way, maybe it's better than Glass Ballerina, but, man, is it a mess.
Yeah. All right, we got Left Behind, Everyone Hates Hugo.
Okay. Yeah. Left Behind was okay. That had that Kate Cassidy flashback, which I thought, throwing Cassidy in there. I think Kate is... a lot in those flashbacks, it really helped when she had a partner, someone else to talk to.
Yeah, totally. She's good at playing off of people.
Yeah. Kate by herself sort of gets boring.
It's not a party.
It's really not a party. And she was by herself a lot because she was on the run. But I thought, it's definitely not a great episode, but it was not bad.
Yeah.
As for Everybody Hates Hugo. Oh, that was when we passed out the food. Yeah, I don't love that.
That's on my list of worst episodes.
That was a bad episode.
Yeah, that should go a little bit lower, but it's definitely at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna blow up the food. God, Hurley.
After I give some out, I'm gonna give y'all some, and I'm gonna blow up the rest.
I share it with everyone except for the part I took.
Oh, Hurley.
Yeah.
All right, we have The Whole Truth, Collision, Little Prince, Expose. That's a run.
Ooh, ouch, and ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Whole Truth is definitely a weak episode.
Yeah.
Although that is the source of it's complicated. So I appreciate that. Collision, that was the Ana Lucia thing. That was all right. It wasn't horrible.
Yeah, that was just all right.
Little Prince, yeah. As far as season 5 goes, that was a weak one.
That was a weak one. Another weak Kate episode.
Weak Kate episode, yeah. Sorry, Kate.
I guess Aaron wasn't enough for her to play off of.
No, Aaron was horrible to play off
Choo
of.
Choo Tunnel, you know.
Fucking exactly.
Choo Choo Tunnel. That's all she gave him. Evangeline Lilly was like, "This is all this kid is giving me to work with here is Choo Choo Tunnel."
Choo Choo Tunnel.
What am I gonna do with that?
What am I supposed to say to Choo Choo Tunnel?
Choo Choo Tunnel. Choo Choo better not go in that tunnel.
Oh, I don't think Choo Choo's coming out of that tunnel.
Choo Choo goes in that tunnel, he's dead. What was going on there?
That seems so weird.
So, and then of course everyone's favorite episode, Expose.
Yes.
Which is just like the campiest Lost episode ever.
It's so campy.
Yeah.
It's so campy. I think in a way it's hard for me to call it bad because I think for what it is, on its own terms, it's quite good. It really is like campy is good because it's like a little Tales from the Crypt episode.
It's stylized purposefully, and it works. It works in that sense that it stands out for being really crazy.
Yeah, since it has that weird backstory, and has this really bizarre fake TV show in the background. It sort of takes off from that kind of style. I think, and just having Nikki and Paulo walk around the island and sort of discover everything first.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous.
Look what I just found. No, we discovered it before you.
No, Nikki
and Paulo. Look what
Paulo.
I found. No, Nikki and Paulo peed on it already. they got there first.
Yeah, like Nikki and Paulo heard Ben and Juliet making their plans to. Get Jack using Michael. Like, they actually overheard that.
Yeah.
Really, guys? Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's just hard to believe. But at the same time, there's, the episode works on a certain way, and I think the ending is really effective. It's brutal and ridiculous, but it's, if you take it out of Lost, I think it's good.
Yeah, totally.
It's just not. It's as far as Lost episodes go, it does have to kind of go towards the bottom because it's just not a very good part of the show.
Yeah. All right. We got Meet Kevin Johnson, 3 minutes, The Lie, There's No Place Like Home. Meet Kevin Johnson, I thought was pretty good for the time. It's a letdown who Kevin Johnson is, but finding out what happened to Michael I thought was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I thought it was pretty good, personally.
Yeah.
I thought Michael's backstory was pretty interesting, and it was sort of a continuous flashback.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of all there was to it, and that part was good. So I don't know. I thought it was a pretty good episode. I guess it's in the middle of the list. Maybe that's where it belongs.
Yeah. 3 minutes?
3 minutes. I liked that one, too.
Is that the one right before the season finale?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah. This is the one where we meet Miss Clue for the first time, and it's creepy. He makes that deal. It sort of tells you that whole story. We see the Famp and the Fatch for the first time. So it's just, filling in that little gap of what happened to Michael. And I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah. Let's see. What else is here? The Lie. Yeah, that was all right. Maybe that's where this belongs.
Mm-hmm.
There's No Place Like Home. Season 4 finale. Oh, that was good. I liked the Season 4 finale.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
I would put it higher on the list.
I would definitely pretty much all finale episodes have to climb towards the top because they're usually big highlights of every season.
Yeah.
So
I would expect all the finales to be among the top 20.
Yeah.
I would just assume that, but
yeah, they definitely would be for me.
Cabin Fever, everyone's favorite John Locke flashback.
Oh, wow. Wow. I thought Cabin Fever was really good.
Yeah, I'd put this higher.
Yeah. Yeah, it had a really good flashback, set up a lot of really interesting things that they ruined later, and it had a great on-island story of him going to visit the cabin and finding Christian there, and Claire's there, and it was creepy. All that stuff was great.
Yeah. So next, 66 is Tale of Two Cities, which this is the Juliet one. This is the origin of how she came to the island, right?
No, this is the first episode of season 3. It has that little intro with Juliet, but it's actually a Jack-centric episode.
Oh, that's right.
It's about him thinking that his dad is sleeping with his wife.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of Not From Portland. I was thinking Two Cities, and yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. Season 3, first one.
Yeah. I think it's not bad. There's a lot of good parts. As far as premieres go, maybe it's not one of the best.
Yeah.
But it's got some good moments. There's a really good Ben scene in there.
Maternity Leave, 65.
Oh, Maternity Leave. Very good episode. At one point I really liked it, but, there was a time when I didn't know the psychic was a fraud.
Yeah.
And I thought there was more to that story. Now that I know how little there is to it, I'm not sure how much I'd really love that. But I thought it was good. It had a nice, creepy edge.
Yeah, considering, like you said, considering it doesn't come to much in the long run, it probably deserves to be around this spot here.
Yeah, I think so.
So we got Some Like It Hot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was an amusing episode, but there's not a lot to it.
Yeah.
It's notable for being Miles's only centric episode.
Mhm. Yeah, it was good for what it was. I might put it. Yeah, I guess I'd leave it around this area. It's about right, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe a little lower, but not by much.
Yeah.
So we have Recon from this season 6.
Oh wow, Recon.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's about where it belongs. It was a pretty good episode.
I really liked it. Yeah, Miles and Sawyer, buddy cop.
Yeah.
Was just too good. That's too much.
Yeah.
Don't tell me Sawyer was a cop and then Miles is his deputy. Not after season 5. You can't do that. It's just too good. So yeah, I'd probably put this a little higher.
Yeah.
In terms of how much I like it.
Yeah.
All right, 62, the impenetrable question mark episode.
Yes. Well, that is a very good episode. I don't know what comes of it in the long run, but it's very, very nicely done with the on-island trek to the Pearl and the eventual reveal of what's down there, set against Mr. Echo's backstory being the priest detective, which was also really good. So I think that was just a really strong episode that unfortunately came to very little in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
I would put it higher.
Yeah, I really liked it at the time. I feel like I'd put it higher. So the next couple, we have Outlaws, Two for the Road, He's Our You.
Outlaws.
This is the boar killing one.
Oh, the boar killing one.
Season 1, episode 15.
I always have trouble with the season 1 episodes.
Yeah.
Oh, which one was that? I think it's partially because I originally watched them on DVD and just kind of went through them and didn't go week to week.
Yeah.
So I kind of forget Confidence Man versus Outlaws. So which is the one this is?
Which is the one this year?
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what part.
I think
Sawyer's...
this is the second one because Confidence Man, I think, was the first flashback.
Yeah.
And then this one, what's going on? This is where he basically, I think you.
Yeah, I can't remember what Sawyer's backstory is.
Yeah. This is the one where you find out about him going for the real Sawyer in Australia and killing the wrong guy.
Oh, well, what did they do in the first one?
The first one was, I think, just about him becoming Sawyer, I think. Confidence Man, when he pulls the con on the chick and for the money. I think it's him the origins of him being a con man.
I see.
That first big pigeon drop he does.
It just shows him doing a con. Okay.
Yeah, it sets up that con.
Okay. And then Outlaws is about killing.
Yeah, because this tells you how he got the Sawyer name, I guess, or how he uses it, and then Outlaws tells you, I think, more about who Sawyer was and who actually killed the real one. And
okay, now that I remember what this is, yeah, I think they're right. I think this was the stronger flashback, and I think this is where the I Never thing is. I didn't even remember that. So, yeah, I like that scene. So, yeah, this is probably a decent episode. I kind of don't remember it, but it seems to have parts that look good.
Yeah.
The boar thing I remember being a little lame, but it's decent.
All right, so the next one, Two for the Road. This is Michael. This is the Big Lost Lowdown starter.
Yeah, this is a very, very significant episode for Lost Lowdown history.
Yeah, this is the episode that broke. That was the catalyst to saying, okay, well now we have to podcast because we got to figure out what's going on. This is where Michael shoots Ana Lucia and Libby.
Yeah. After
being manipulated by Ben into trying to get Waltz back.
Yeah.
And I think the flashback is when Christian meets Ana Lucia in the bar.
Yes.
Right? And then we see their whole adventure in Sydney, I think.
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's where we got the first clue that Christian was Claire's father. So that stuff was good. Christian's good when he's on usually. So I think he, again, it's kind of like with Kate. It was nice to have Ana Lucia paired up with another character. I think it boosted the flashback.
Yeah.
To have that. I think the on-island plot was a bit not that great. I remember it just being kind of a bunch of running around, and then it has a great ending. But it was just kind of mucking about for most of the episode.
Yeah.
So I think the episode itself is not as great as a whole as some of its parts are.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's RU.
Yes, he's RU. Again, it's that whole thing with Saeed shooting Ben. I think that was probably worth doing, but not that much came of it, so I don't quite know what to do with it anymore. The main thing this is valuable for me is the main reason this is valuable for me is the way it fills in the Saeed backstory during the Oceanic 6 period. I think without this episode, I would know a lot less about what happened with him and Ben.
This is the episode where we get that flashback of Saeed being the killer. He's a little kid and he helps his brother kill the chicken in the beginning. Yeah. And then we see Ben coming to visit him in Santo Domingo, and then this is also the episode where Alana meets Saeed at the bar, and sort of cons him and sort of captures him to bring him back to the island.
Yeah.
So in the episode where he shoots Ben and all this, for what it was, sort of standing alone, I think it's a fun episode to watch.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good stuff going on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Raised by Another, 58.
Raised by Another is probably the first episode that I was really excited about. I think it's the scariest episode of Lost. I think it has a lot of really effective sort of atmospheric moments. I like the general structure of it. The sort of are you paranoid, aren't you? And the punchline being you're not. And the flashback was good. It's the only thing that really detracts from this episode is just how irrelevant it is.
Mhm.
I think on its own, it's very, very good.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I'm on that page. So we got 316 and Enter 77, 2 episodes I liked, and Lockdown, 3 episodes I liked.
Wow.
4 episodes I liked. So it's a nice stretch.
Yeah, that's a good run there. I like all 4 of those as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Some good action, some good, episodes with a lot of action. Enter 77 and Lockdown, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Lockdown is another pivotal, I think, Lost Lowdown episode of just pure, speculation and just, I remember that was the early days where I was, we were on the forums all the time and trying to see what was going on and, getting screen caps of the Glassdoor map and trying to, getting people's translations of the Latin phrases and really trying to find the heart of the island from that Glassdoor map.
Yeah.
And we didn't know, it wasn't possible.
Yeah, I think it was on the forums where I first heard about Lost podcast during this the time period of this episode, and I think that's how I found the Lost Cast episode about this, where they talked about the Glassdoor map. That was the first Lost podcast I ever heard, and getting way into analyzing the Glassdoor map in detail. I mean, now I realize what a foolish exercise that was, but but it definitely provided. It definitely was. It sort of hooked me on the idea of analyzing Lost. Yeah,
totally. It made it seem a worthwhile exercise to do. Like, okay.
Yeah.
So it's sort of telling us that if we look close enough, that we can find some new stuff. That's what it seemed to be saying, and that's exciting when when a show or a movie or something sort of poses these sort of general mysteries that you can sort of go research or go explore.
Yeah.
Sort of behind the scenes. Lighthouse, of course, another really good episode, I thought. One of my favorites of season 6. Season 6 is pretty much all great episodes. So.
Yeah.
Another favorite. 316. What did you think about that one?
Oh yeah, 316 was good too. That was that episode with the Kate Noir scene, which was good, and the surprising start where we're back on the island, and then they rewind and go back to it, and so you see all their little mostly it's from Jack's point of view, but you end up seeing to a certain extent how they all get on the plane, and then it ends with Jen in the Dharma jumpsuit. So
that was great. Yeah, that was great. Jen in the Dharma jumpsuit.
Yeah. So I thought that was a very good episode.
Yeah, Lock Suicide Note.
Oh.
Wasn't that in this one? Yeah. When Jack's reading it.
Oh, it's in.
Huh?
It's in this one?
Yeah, this is the one where they're on the plane.
Oh.
Yeah. And Frank is flying the plane. I didn't think I was saying that right. No, this was good. This was good. Okay. The guy who played Jack's grandfather, I knew I remembered him from somewhere. He plays the main character's father on Justified.
Oh.
Just FYI.
Oh, okay.
He's on that show now.
Interesting. I've never seen it, but I believe.
Yeah, I guess it's. I guess on the forum I had posted a couple times because Tom was on there, that show Justified, and somebody else, I think. But this guy's on there, too. So got a couple of lost actors that have been on there.
Wow.
Yeah, 316 was good. Definitely one of my favorites of season 5.
Yes.
All right, so let's go down to In Translation.
No.
Yeah.
That is one of those season 1 Sun Jin episodes. I think that's okay. I don't think that's a bad one, but but it's definitely not great. It's probably where it belongs.
Yeah.
Maybe even lower.
I might put it lower. It's it's good for their story, but other than that.
Yeah.
The Candidate.
Oh, that was good. I like that episode.
Yeah, that was a great episode.
Yeah.
I'd probably put this a little higher.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Definitely.
Yeah. Not in Portland, 51.
Oh, man, Not in Portland was fantastic.
Yeah. It fills in Juliet's backstory and all that stuff. Yeah, this was good. I guess I'd keep it around here. It's really good.
Yeah.
Maybe a little higher. So, Ji Yeon, number 50.
Oh, Ji Yeon. It had a really clever device. It wasn't horrible.
Yeah, this is the one where, we're seeing Jin trying to get the teddy bear for an impending birth, and and we realize it's not a flash forward, it's a flashback.
Yes.
And Sun is in the flash forward.
Yes.
So, yeah, they were tricking us.
They were totally tricking us.
Yeah.
We'll juxtapose things, and you'll assume they're at the same time. But they won't be. And then at the end, we find out that she thinks Jin's dead. Which was a reveal.
Yeah. The 23rd Psalm.
23rd Psalm. Oh, yeah, that's the Echo episode. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I remember that, I remember that being pretty good.
Yeah.
This Place is Death.
Oh, This Place is Death is fantastic. That's the one with Jin's flashing to see Rousseau.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
And I think Charlotte's death is in there too.
Yeah.
I remember that being a really exciting episode.
It was really exciting. It was coming off of the beginning of season 5, and they were just doing crazy stuff, and then it was like, what?
Yeah.
Jin is meeting Rousseau. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll think about that. Yeah. So next is Everybody Loves Hugo.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. That was pretty good. It wasn't a bad episode. It was much better than Everybody Hates Hugo.
Yeah. Right, Across the Sea, number 46.
Oh, Across the Sea.
Yeah. Everyone, the biggest sort of pure mythology episode.
You are so infamous.
Just total fantasy.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I can understand why it was difficult to swallow. But it's kind of an episode, again, I almost put it in the expose kind of category where, on its own terms, I think it's quite good. That's sort of how I was taking it. But in terms of overall Lost, I don't know. It is a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Across the Sea fan. I think it works well. just like you said, encapsulated on its own. I think it works. But if I have to factor it into all the episodes, I'd put it lower on the list. I'd put it further down, but it's not too far off. I think 46.
Yeah, I think it's right around where I put it.
Yeah. Let's see. Next is Solitary. This is when Saeed decides to go self-exile himself.
Solitary was very good. Very good episode.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
Very, very strong episode. He finds Rousseau and all that
Yeah.
stuff, and yeah, that's great stuff. Yeah, I'd keep it around here, I guess.
Yeah.
House of the Rising Sun.
Oh. I remember that. That's one of the better Sun and Jin episodes, I think. But
Yeah.
but not great. I mean, decent.
This was the first big one about Jin working for her dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one was good at the time. I think, Lost got a lot better, but at the time this was pretty great, good episode for season 1.
Yeah, definitely.
The Last Recruit, number 43.
Yeah. What was The Last Recruit? That was the one.
So the Candidate, I think, was the one right before that. And then the last.
No, I think The Candidate is after that.
Oh, that's right. The Last Recruit's before, and that's the one where like Jack has to decide to come with Locke, right?
Oh yeah, okay.
He jumps off the boat. So that's the one where like the Hurley and the group have come over to Jack to Man in Black camp.
Okay, got it.
And then they're gonna go. Man in Black tells Desmond to go kill Saeed, and then they're gonna go sort of meet at the boat. But then Sawyer commandeers the boat and has a different plan, and then Jack decides he doesn't feel it's right to leave the island, so he stays behind and winds up with Jack's crew. Man in Black's crew, and at the end when Widmore starts firing at them, Locke sort of saves Jack.
Yes. No, that was a pretty good episode.
Yeah, Last Recruit and The Candidate to me kind of go back to back, and I like both of them a lot.
They do. They're kind of like part 1 and part 2.
Totally. So One of Them is the next one.
Yeah, that was a good one. Very good episode. I remember liking that a lot. And of course, that's Ben's first appearance.
Yeah.
And it's Saeed centric. That's a good episode.
Mhm. Confirmed Dead, number 41.
Confirmed Dead. That's also very good. That's where they introduce the freighter characters and give them all short flashbacks.
Yep. Yeah, I remember really liking that one.
Yeah, that was exciting.
I guess it's right about here, I guess.
I remember it was like season 4. What the fuck are they doing?
Mhm.
This is crazy.
Numbers, number 40.
Numbers is classic.
Numbers is classic.
That's one of those episodes that's just as far as Lost goes, it's one of the big ones I think of.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would probably put Numbers. I mean, it is pretty high on the list, I guess, but I would want to try to put it higher.
It's top 40, so I'm gonna try to nudge it higher. So, well, I can see it can switch places with 34. I can tell you already. Yeah, we'll get there. So Dead is Dead, another one I really liked.
Yeah, Dead is Dead is fantastic.
Yeah.
Great episode. Loved it.
We got Sundown, another great episode.
Sundown, yeah. Also,
yeah, you can't beat Sundown. It's just yikes. All right, 37 is One of Us instead of One of Them.
Oh yeah.
This is Juliet becoming one of the Losties.
That's right. This was the one about with Claire and the implant on the island, and and the backstory. It was Juliet's time on the island, not other woman related.
Yeah. Is this would Ben I'll Never Let You Leave or something? You're Mine.
No, that's Other Woman.
That's the Other Woman. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, this is the one. This is more about.
This is before that.
Yeah.
Because when he heals Jacob heals Rachel's cancer and all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's not quite before that because it covers some of the same time periods, but it's about a different topic. It's not really about Ben's focus on her. It's kind of about her trying to solve the fertility problems and failing, and then wanting to leave, and then Ben, says her sister has cancer and they'll cure it if she stays.
Mhm. All right.
It was a good flashback. It seems a little high to me, I think.
Yeah.
I prefer Not in Portland to this one, personally.
Yeah, I'll buy that. All right. Let's see. 36, Because You Left. Episode premiere for season premiere for season 5.
Oh, yeah, that's a good episode.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the time skipping, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't beat that stuff.
Yeah, that's a great period in the show's history.
Yeah. Let's see. 35, Namaste. Season 5, episode 9.
Oh, yes. Okay. Now I remember what that is. Yeah, that was a good episode, too. Season 5 was pretty strong.
Season 5 is you know, I'd hate to say my favorite season, but it's one. There's so much fun, you know. I think to watch, and yeah, so this was in the middle of all of that, of Sawyer being LaFleur and getting Kate and Hurley and Jack, who had just flashed from 316 into trying to get them into the Dharma Initiative and all that stuff. So it was the beginning of the end for that time period for them.
Yeah.
But it was a really good episode. I'd keep it at top 40 definitely.
Yeah.
It's pretty high up here. So 34, another episode people love is Abaturno.
The infamous Abaturno.
The infamous Abaturno, which, you know, like I said, for me, I'd put it lower, definitely lower than 34. But it's, you know, it's got some good stuff in it, I won't deny. But overall, I'm not a huge fan.
I think, I stand by I think a lot of the episodes are really good. I think, again, my criticism would just be it's kind of a standalone episode. It tells you something about where Richard's coming from, but it's almost like Richard, I know they tried to tell us this isn't true, but it sounds like Richard's been there for so long, this isn't having that much of an influence on him anymore. So it's just, I feel like too far in his past to me, in a way, to sort of feel like it's relevant to the story we're watching. So
I have to believe it's sort of not relevant, but it becomes relevant when Claudia comes back. Not Claudia. Isabella comes, you know, to talk to Hurley.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they have to set up who she is and how she's important. And I think, like, you know, he was ready to give it all up in the present until she came back, and he goes, "Oh, okay, well, now, you know, now this is meaningful to me."
Yeah.
Even though he hadn't remembered that for a long time.
Right.
So I think you're right. I think it's kind of like, he hasn't been operating like this mattered, but they sort of set it up for it to matter again.
Right. Yeah. So I think you can take that episode out, and you don't lose much from the overall story, except for Richard's, you know, wanting to go blow up the plane.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 33 is Whatever Happened, Happened, Season 5, Episode 11.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, that was all right. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
There's some good stuff in there.
This is I'm trying to think what else happened in this. This is Kate's episode.
Yes.
This is Kate going to. I remember this. Kate gives up Aaron.
Yeah, this is where they show how Kate ended up getting on the plane.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, this was a good episode. And then she's trying to save Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Pretty good.
What They Died For.
Oh, yeah.
That was, this season.
Yeah, it was so recent. Very good episode. I liked that one a lot.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to put some season 6 stuff just on the top of the list anyway.
Yeah.
Tricia Tanaka is Dead, episode 310.
Yeah, I think that's a little high.
Tricia Tanaka needs to go way down. This is just not a top 30 episode.
It's definitely okay, but man.
Yeah.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, I'm not putting it above Sundown and Numbers and Confirmed Dead and some of that stuff.
Me either.
It's got to go lower.
That's crazy.
I would almost say again, the next one, Dave, number 30. I probably would put this lower.
Me too. Dave? Really? Top 30? Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Dave is such a self-contained. He didn't even talk about Dave again. There's.
Yeah.
Dave is just a blight on Lost history as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
It did no good, and it just led to a bunch of crazy theories that went nowhere. It's.
Yeah.
I think you take out Dave, you don't have that Libby obsession. You don't have this Dave is whatever, some her dead husband or so. All that stuff just disappears, and it's okay on its own terms, but it's got one of those surprise endings that I don't know. I just don't like stories like that.
Yeah. All right, DOC, Date of Conception.
DOC, yeah, that was pretty good. I think it's too high, though.
Yeah, this is Sun and Jen episode. She finds out it's Jen's baby and not Jay's baby, and I'd put this lower. Yeah,
it was decent. It got it's worth doing. It earns its place, but definitely lower.
So 28, the beginning of the end, the season 4 premiere.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, we talked about that episode earlier. It's really great for setting up the end of the show, the rest of the show.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd keep it in top 30, definitely. The Life and Death of Jeremy Bentham, season 5, episode 7.
Yes. Extremely important episode.
Yeah, I mean, this is the death of Locke in this episode.
Yeah.
So it's got too much good stuff going on, and then
Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's good.
Great scene with Ben at the end. It has the cool on Island stuff of Man in Black sort of rebirth or something as Locke. You don't know that at the time, but when you do, it's interesting to watch. It's all the parts of it work. It's a very good episode.
Totally agree. 26, Deus Ex Machina.
That's a classic. That's one, again, also with a lot of good stuff in it. The thing that leads to Boone's death, the discovery of the Nigerian drug plane, Locke gets this vision, and then at the end he sees the light on in the hatch, and it's the story of Locke's dad taking his kidney.
Yeah, it's got too much good stuff.
Yeah, that's one of those ultimate all-time kind of classic episodes.
Yeah. All right, 25, Orientation, season 2, episode 3.
Orientation, very good episode. Totally, unbelievably interesting when it came on. The more we learned about Dharma, the less I began to care about the minutia stuff like that. But it was very interesting at the time, and the orientation video itself is really, really well done. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the episode. I didn't realize this when I first was watching Lost again, but I remember the scene where Locke is looking at the orientation film. I think that's the scene. That's the first stuff I ever saw of Lost. When I was just at home and I had the TV on and Lost was on, and I think that's right. This is when it originally aired, and I remember seeing that scene and having no idea what was going on and going, oh well, I can't just start watching Lost here, whatever. I didn't really put a lot of thought into it, and I thought, well, I can't just jump into this show. I don't know what's going on.
Right.
And then it wasn't until I came back to that scene after starting to watch Lost and starting at the beginning and totally forgetting about this scene when I finally came back to it going, oh yeah, this is that scene I saw that one time, and now I get what's going on. Now it's making sense.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what I remember from Orientation. But yeah, it was definitely good at the time.
Yeah.
I might put it a little lower. There's a lot of good ones that can go in here, but it's definitely top.
Yeah.
Top 30, top 40.
Yeah.
Top 100. Just kidding. The Man from Tallahassee, 24.
Yeah. That's a very good episode.
Yeah, this is when season 3 had recovered from its slow start, and there were really good episodes coming out. And this is the story of Locke getting pushed out the window.
Yes.
Which for that alone is just, it's just great.
Yeah, I think that's when, a lot of the best, especially season 1 through 3, those episodes are best when they combine a good on-island story with a good flashback, and they play well together. And I think that was definitely the case here. There was a lot of great Locke and Ben scenes on the island, and the flashback was really good, really actually interesting to learn, as opposed to Jack's tattoo thing. How Locke ended up in the wheelchair.
Yeah, and getting Anthony Cooper to the island, that whole reveal.
Yeah.
Cool.
That was a mind-blowing reveal at the time.
Yeah. And this is the episode where Locke destroys the sub.
Yes. Wet Locke.
Classic. Wet Locke. Why is he wet? Because he just destroyed a sub, of course.
Yes.
All right, so we go to The Economist.
Oh,
I just love that episode. It's so season 4.
Yeah.
It's just so like that period when they were like, what are these guys doing?
Yeah.
But this is the big one where Saeed and Elsa, right?
Yes.
It's the big thing where he's trying to find out who her boss is and get closer through her that way. And I'll never forget when he says, when Elsa, they're about to go to the opera or whatever, and she's like, why are you still in town? And he goes, oh, for work. And she goes, oh, I thought you might said because of me. And he's like, oh, well, let's get going. And I was like, Saeed, what are you doing? How do you not say I'm in town for you? I'm obviously here to woo you. That was so weird. He just totally missed that one.
Yeah, he blew it.
Yeah, he didn't even recover.
No.
Of course I meant you. I was just too embarrassed, or I didn't want to be too full. He doesn't even recover. He just goes,
no.
Let's go. Let's move on.
Let us never speak of this again.
Yeah. So
Opera anyone?
Opera anyone? We're gonna miss our. We're gonna take our seats if we don't get going.
Yeah. Great reveal with Ben at the end. Very cheesy, but also really fun to watch.
Ben in his little glasses.
Yeah, Ben's the granny glasses. Nice on-island business with I'm going to go get Charlotte, and then he trades Miles for Charlotte. That was just a fun episode to watch. It might be a little high, but I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. It's probably a little high. Next is Do No Harm at 22.
Wow, Do No Harm.
Episode 119.
Do No Harm. That's one of those really good, just pure drama kind of episodes. It works on that level because it's a lot of it is Jack's struggle to save Boone, and it just gets so over the top what he's trying to do, and having to let go, and good, really good Jack stuff. That's also where we have the Claire giving birth scene as well.
Ah, yes, which we shall see several more times before we're done with the show.
Yes. They would not let go of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very pivotal episode. I would rank it high just because of that alone. I might move it down the list a little bit, but it's good.
It's not one of my favorites to watch, I think, because it's just so, wrenching. Like, it's just Jack just desperately trying to save Boone and, pushing himself to the limit. And it's just not fun to watch.
Yeah.
But it is very good.
21 is LA Space X.
Oh, yeah.
The season 6
good.
premiere. Yeah, it is really just great. It helps with 2 parts.
Yeah.
But I guess their list is maybe counting them separately. I don't know if it is.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they're just calling it episode 1.
Oh, they're just calling it episode 1. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, LAX is great. Totally rewatchable multiple times, and it's still good. And I would say it's probably pretty much this is one I might say is in the Zach Wright spot, something like that. It's bottom of the top 20 to me.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
All right, next is number 20, Live Together, Die Alone, the season 2 finale.
Very, very good episode.
What are you gonna do? You know?
That's the one that led to our first marathon podcast. Which doesn't seem like much of a marathon anymore.
Yeah, that was our whopping 6.5-hour podcast, which at the time was an accomplishment.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like, I don't know. I can't believe we talked that long about that episode. But
no one's going to want to listen to this. It's too long.
Right. Exactly. So, there was just, the Desmond story was really good. All that stuff really
Desmond
nice.
Kelvin.
Introduction of Widmore, Kelvin, great stuff. And then the on-island story with the hatch to do and was all really exciting. And then the trek to, go find the others was great. And then we had Saeed and Sun and Jin, and they find the statue, and he finds the fake camp. All the stories are working. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
The only thing that lingers about it is that inexplicable Charlie Claire scene at the end. I wish they hadn't done that, but it's so good otherwise. I can easily let it go.
Maybe Charlie's brain was fried.
Maybe. I hope so. I'm sure that's what Zoe thinks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, great episode. I would definitely put it in top 20, which it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
19 is Greatest Hits.
What?
Yeah.
Greatest Hits needs to get the fuck out of there.
Please, Greatest Hits. How dare you? How dare you try to join the company of Live Together, Die Alone, and LAX? How dare you?
Yeah, that's insane. It's not bad, but damn, it doesn't belong anywhere near these episodes.
No, it really doesn't at all.
Yeah.
Greatest Hits. I would have to put that. That goes way down the list.
Yeah, I feel like for me that'd be somewhere around 70 something.
Yeah, it goes way far down. That's all about finding.
Uh-oh. That's a drop call, I think. Let's quickly see what I can pull up. It's always a race with this shit. So let's see. He's going to be back soon. Can I find a story? Okay, U.S. Gulf Coast warned oil may leak until August. Let's see. U.S. government and BP officials are warning that the blown-out oil well causing an environmental disaster on the Gulf Coast may not be stopped until August as the company begins preparations on a new attempt to capture the leaking crude. That's the story. So.
And I'm back.
All right.
I missed another Claude bashing session.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, I bashed you in code.
Nice. All right. We're talking about greatest hits being not the greatest of hits.
Yes.
Lost.
Yes.
I'd agree. You said something about putting it down towards the 70s. I would put it down towards there.
Yeah, and it's not even bad, but it's just like it doesn't belong in this part of the list.
Yeah, this is one where Charlie saves Naeed from the worst mugger ever. That's sort of the worst mugger ever, but the monster with the mugger with the least resolve to get the job done. He's just like, I wasn't really that invested in that.
He couldn't even look at her. It was just like, I wish you would let go of your bag. Why are you making this hard on me?
It is. It's kind of like he's just sort of desperate, and he's got to do this, and this is his first time or something, and he really doesn't want to, and she's just not making it easy. And it's a lot of character in that mugger role.
There is. It's like, I almost feel like, as bad as he was, I feel like Nadia should have been able to fight him off.
Yeah.
Like
she probably could have, but Charlie needs to save her.
Yeah, I know. It's just like she was enduring torture under the Republican Guard.
She's a little hardened. She can deal with a light mugger.
Yeah, especially that guy. It's just like, come on. But yeah, Charlie. Of course, if Charlie's gonna save her, I guess he can't be too strong either. So
yeah,
makes sense.
All right. 18 is the variable.
Okay, the variable. Good episode. That might be a little high for me. I might put that more in the 30s or 40s or something, but it is good. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm a big variable fan. The Constant Part 2. But yeah, there's so much good stuff there. I guess it has to go down a little bit, because there's so many good ones.
Just to make room, yeah.
Yeah, just sort of make room. But I do really like it. All the Dan flashback stuff, and then the online and stuff with them trying to figure out what's going on. Because this is the episode where Jack sort of become, he shows he's like the new Jack.
Yeah.
When he's I think this is the one, right? Oh no, maybe it's
what are you talking
maybe it's
about?
the previous one when he has to decide to fix Ben.
Oh no, yeah, that was Whatever Happened.
Yeah, okay, that was a couple episodes ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed this one. I guess a little further down.
No, this is where Dan formulates his theory of people being the variables and saying we should blow up a high school prom.
Yeah, when he just comes back.
Yeah.
From Ann Arbor.
He's seen the lights. He's figured it all out.
Mhm.
And he's wrong.
Yeah. All right. The next one is 17, Dr. Linus.
Dr. Linus, what are you doing in the top 20? I love Dr. Linus, but man, it's I think that's a bit high. I would put this more 30s or 40s, probably.
Yeah. Oh, it's good, but I don't. Some of the parts I don't love that much. Some of the Ben Alex stuff I think is just sort of okay. But and it's got some good on island stuff. But being this high is a little much.
Yeah,
it's a little much. 15 is Jughead.
Oh, it looks like he skipped the
incident. Sorry, 16 is the incident. Sorry, skip it.
The incident totally belongs in the top 20. That is a very, very good episode.
Yeah, you can't beat the incident. It's got a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I love it. It's so good. So much good stuff in it.
Yeah, during that period of time, there's just a lot of good stuff at the end of season 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it really nicely wove together all the stuff that had gone on that season. I just really like that. Both the time traveling, joining Dharma plot, and the what the fuck Locke's alive again on island plot sort of come to fruition, I guess.
Yeah, totally. It's got so much good stuff. It's a great finale. Jack and trying to change the future, and Juliet getting killed. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to do better than that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely top 20.
Yeah,
probably
I agree.
Yeah,
I mean the finale episodes to me are pretty much almost all top 10s.
Yeah, they have to be.
Yeah, because they're just always so good. I mean, damn. You just can count on that pretty much. So, Yeah, that deserves a place. I would put that above Jughead in a second.
Yeah, Jughead's the next on the list, and I think Jughead's really good. I'd put it further down.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd like it a lot, but I don't know if I'd put top 20.
It's a strong season 5 episode, but man, no, it's too high.
Yeah.
It's way too high.
And then of course we have number 14. I feel like it needs some time to be introduced. The Other 48 Days. What a great episode.
Fantastic episode. Classic.
Just a class act, that episode. You know, just you can't say enough of good things about The Other 48 Days. It was one, you know, there's several lost episodes that, you know, as good as, you know, every sort of subsequent episode is, there's some that just like redefine the show. You know, and it's like, boom, okay, now we're dealing with this now, you know, or now they're going to tell us this kind of story. And so that's one of the first ones of like, what, we're going to go see these other group of people we've never heard about, and so to see what their experience was like, it was a whole new look at the show. Yeah. You know, they just opened up that world a lot more.
Yeah, it was kind of like a season 1 reboot all in one episode with different characters, and it was just, you know, I guess partially because it was so compressed, it was just nonstop, crazy stuff happening, very intense. The personalities over there playing off each other was really interesting to watch. I like the, you know, paranoia of the plot, not knowing who the infiltrator is, having the others just attack. It was just such a crazy place to be, that tail section area. Yeah, totally. It was just exciting to hang around there. Such a contrast with the regular Losties experience.
Yeah, you really got a sense of what the others were about, a totally different take on the others, you know, and what was going on there, and in terms of, like, you know, how the others were dealing with the beach group. Yeah. You know, how it was different, and they were sort of slow. You know, they attacked sometimes, but it was totally different, you know. In terms of what was going on. And then, the whole thing with, who was the guy who Goodwin was trying to make everyone think he was the other?
Nathan.
Oh, poor Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan got screwed.
Nathan got screwed bad. He, you know, crashes on this plane, and he's with these crazy people who are getting attacked, and they think he's the bad guy. Yeah. And then the bad guy helps him out and then kills him.
They were trying to throw us off because it's like, oh, he's Nathan and he's from Canada. You know, they do that thing they did with Ethan. They try to throw you, and also like he acts kind of suspicious, and so he
totally seems like the bad guy. Yeah. He keeps saying, no, I'm not. And I'm like, yeah, that's what you would say if you were.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it was so cool the whole time, and Goodwin's the bad guy. And,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Great scene when he lets him out and then he snaps his neck. And there's that scene when Goodwin wakes up next to Ana Lucia and he's like staring at her. Fantastic. Their final confrontation was really good. It's just, I love that episode.
Yeah, it stands apart. It's you know, it's a whole different kind of episode than like anything else. Yeah. So that to me, that's top 10. That's top 10 material.
Definitely.
All right, next is 13, The Man Behind the Curtain.
You know, at the time it was amazing. It was sort of the biggest, farthest we delved into the on-island mythology. It gave us the Purge, which was really cool to see. It gave us Ben's backstory, childhood. It has some, the on-island trip to Jacob's cabin with Locke. All those scenes were very good. The cabin stuff was really interesting. My only regret about this episode is that it didn't really pay off. It feels like we have to really force it to fit into the story they eventually developed. Because it just doesn't really line up with where they took the story later.
In terms of, what do you mean?
I mean, it's the way they depict the cabin, what's in there, like we just never see anything like that any time later.
Mhm. So you think it's like it's just out of line with what they did later?
Yeah. Yeah. Based on this episode, I had a completely different picture of where this story would go.
Mhm.
You know, and I feel like it just doesn't make contact. Like there's just no, I mean, I know what we're supposed to think about what we saw here, but it's just hard for me to believe it because we've sort of never seen anything like this represented in any other episode of this like disembodied voice and this like fleeting thing that it briefly appears and like shakes the room and makes stuff move around. Like they've just never shown anything like that any other time.
Yeah.
So to me, it just doesn't. I just wish it fit better into the story they developed later. I think this is early on in knowing about the end game, and clearly it's in the right direction. They're talking about Jacob, but it looks to me like a discarded thing.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing like maybe even the story just never came back to when this kind of thing would even happen again. You know, I feel like something changed between, you know, this time seeing the cabin and then when we see it later. Like, it seems like, you know, something plot-wise changed.
Yeah.
And they just didn't explicitly tell us what that was. So that's why it, like, doesn't really line up because there's supposed to be something that happened. You know, somebody moved in that wasn't there, moved out that wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
But they you know, I think, and then story-wise, I think they, of course, want, like, later, you know, they obviously want it to you know, sort of be Man in Black who's influencing Ben and Jacob being the guy who's like, you know, doesn't talk to him.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just weird anyway because it was gonna be them tricking us anyway because I think they're gonna, you know, reveal that it's not necessarily Jacob in there.
Mhm.
But yeah, it gets really muddled. What's going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'll say this, you know, Man in Black, they did show Locke doing his old telekinesis, which there's telekinesis going on in the cabin here.
True.
You know, so maybe we just like, you know, maybe we just didn't get to see the same circumstances or, you know, were taking place the next time we came to the cabin.
Mhm.
You know, because, you know, obviously by the time Alana gets there, Man in Black isn't there, so, you know, You're not going to see any of that kind of activity, so.
Right.
We're just getting the last version of that. But, I mean, again, you know, it would have been nice to see, you know, something that happened before when Ben went there, you know, and something, you know, an example of Ben going there by himself or something.
Yeah.
And, what would have happened then.
Yeah.
I mean, is it possible that Ben never actually went before? I forget what we knew about it at the time or what they said around that, but is it possible that this was his first time actually ever going?
I guess it's possible. I mean, he doesn't claim that's the case, but you know, he does lie.
You know, I figure he might be acting like he might know about Jacob's cabin, but I think he knows from what Richard would have told him, you know, no one gets to see Jacob until, you know, he's either requested or whatever. So maybe he's never actually been, but he wants to pretend like he's got the answers for Locke, so he goes here, which is the wrong, you know, sort of, now we would say the wrong place to even go.
Right.
But he takes him there, and then he's sort of surprised that all this is even happening, but he plays along with it.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to act like he's got the answers.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, he is sort of forced into going, and eventually, you know, they tell us he didn't see anything, he didn't know, never seen Jacob before, so, yeah, he's, you know, kind of putting on a show, and so he may very well never have been to the cabin before.
Yeah, maybe it works a little better for me if he's never been before. That way it's not like he's seen this activity before, but he's surprised that it happened. Like, that never made any sense to me. Because I was trying to put those two together, like they said, like, he was surprised when it happened, yet, you know, you sort of think he's been there before.
Right.
So he should have seen it before. But
Yeah.
I think, if this is his first time, then yeah, he's just surprised it's happening, and he's just pretending that he's knows what's going on to Locke.
Yeah.
It was a great scene, though. It was so creepy. You talk about creepy Lost episodes, and this part was just like so insane.
Yes, definitely.
And yeah, again, I'll tie the telekinesis to that. That's the only other time we've seen telekinesis.
That's true.
And so maybe that was like a little hint, because it was odd, just on its own that they did that,
Yeah.
That one time in that episode in season 6, where like he just does that. That's it, guys. That's all we'll say about it. Like, what?
Yeah.
He doesn't use those powers to fight Jack.
No.
When he's trying to grab his knife, it doesn't. Well, I guess he's mortal, but like
Yeah.
they didn't do it there where he uses telekinesis. So I don't know. If you tie it back to the only other time, then it really puts Man in Black in that room.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I definitely think that's supposed to be him. It's just.
Yeah.
I just wish I had ever seen the Man in Black look like this or behave like this.
Yeah.
It's just so removed. All the flashbacks they show, like, you just never see anything like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it was something like, since he wasn't in smoky form or something and he hadn't scanned Ben or Locke or something, he didn't appear to them to them as a person. And like he couldn't sort of like, so they couldn't sort of see what, like if Hurley was there, maybe Hurley would have saw Titus or something, if her, because Hurley can see dead people maybe.
Right.
But they couldn't, because I think that's the weirdest part is them having trouble seeing him, and he had to like flash in for a second.
Yeah.
And it's like, why can't they see him? That's
exactly.
part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Man in Black is hard to see ever.
Yeah, well, maybe they didn't know what to do because they didn't have the actor cast or something, or they were like, well, we want it to be a surprise, and
and I guess they can't put Christian in there because I think Ben actually knows who Christian is, so I think that might make things weird. It was, Christian worked when people had no idea who they were talking to.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing. Like if they did that, if they put a Man in Black like alter ego in there, it would perfectly fit in.
Mm-hmm.
But it's this weird and like Locke hears him, but Ben doesn't.
Maybe he was actively hiding.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just sort of like these two guys are walking into his place. He doesn't know what's up, and he just goes invisible and hangs out until he crawls out to Locke or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Light doesn't scatter quite right. I don't know.
I guess he can do that. Maybe his form is like he can turn into a smoke monster, he can appear as a dead person, or he can do this kind of translucent, invisible thing.
Mhm. He shapeshifted into the wind.
Yeah. There you go. He's
just air molecules now. I'm the wind. Yeah, I don't know, something like that. Maybe he's I don't know, something to explain why they can't see him. And then specifically, like, he calls out to Locke, but I mean that's sort of a clear thing too, that it's Man in Black. It's like, well, it's an obvious reason why he would do that. Right. All right, so it's a really great episode. Where did they place it? 13. 13. Yeah, I would probably put it lower in top 25. Something like that. Yeah. All right. Next is number 12 on their list, is the pilot, episode 1 of season 1. Oh, that episode. Yeah, you remember that little thing. you guys may have seen it, Oh, yeah. Obviously, that's going to be
towards the
Yeah.
top. I mean, it's very good.
Yeah.
You can't fuck with the pilot.
You know what? You really, really can't. And I dare I say top 10 because
Yeah.
it's too great. It's just too great, and it never gets old. They got it at 12. That's good. I'd put it in my top 10, but top 10 gets crowded pretty fast.
It does. At a certain point, I guess something has to go, but I do want to say Pilot deserves being in the top 10 as well.
Yeah. All right, so 11 is Man of Science, Man of Faith.
Wow, above the Pilot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, there's 11 total above the Pilot, so we'll see. How many
interesting
fit.
they say this is the best Jack flashback. I don't think I agree with that. This is not one of my favorite Jack flashbacks. I think the On Island stuff is very good.
Yeah.
It's the one where he saves Sarah.
That is one of my worst Jack flashbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one where he saves Sarah is really not that great.
Yeah, I could live without that part. But the On Island stuff and the scene with Desmond, all that was really good.
Yeah.
It was definitely a good episode, but I think just based on the flashback alone, it's got to get knocked out of the high place it is here.
Yeah, this is when they actually open up the hatch, right?
Yeah.
And go in and find Desmond, and he's there, and this was a ridiculously great episode.
Yeah.
I remember this starting in season 2, and I'm like, this is just great.
Yeah.
But the Jack flashback was okay. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best ever. I would move this down a bit. Top 20. It's been a while since I've seen it. I have to see it again, but I feel like top 20 should be pretty. I'm confident about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds reasonable.
Let's see. Number 10, The Shape of Things to Come.
That's a very good episode.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good stuff in there. That's the episode where Claire
Season 4.
dies. The episode where Alex gets killed and Ben summons the smoke monster.
And he turns the wheel.
Was it summoning him? And then you see the after effects of him turning the wheel. You don't know that that's how he got there, but
oh yeah, that's right.
That's sort of his flash forward. Right after he turns the wheel and then goes to first it shows him recruiting Saeed, and then it shows him confronting Widmore, which is a really, really good scene.
Yeah, no, this was a great episode with a very good title. I like when sort of the title really captures what's going on in the episode.
Yes.
And that really works. Yeah, and this was Keamy being just great, Keamy, really solidifying his character as someone a lot more interesting than I think, if they got a different actor.
Absolutely.
Really just making his mark, being this guy. Shape of Things to Come. Top 10, huh? Yeah. It's good though. It might have to go down a little bit.
Yeah, that might be a little high, but it's definitely, I think, probably top 20, definitely top 30.
Yeah, definitely. 9, LaFleur.
Whoa!
What are you going to do?
LaFleur is very good. I don't know if it's top 10. Even for season 5, I don't know. I mean, it's up there, but I feel like there's 3 or 4 episodes in season 5 I like better.
Mm-hmm.
It's good though. It's a very good episode. I wouldn't say a bad word about it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of LaFleur. It's got a lot of good stuff. I'd have to move it down a bit, but it's got a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't. There's too much other stuff I'd rather have in the top 10.
Yeah, top 10 only has 10 spots.
Even stuff from season 5. I mean, The Incident, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta put above LaFleur, but it's definitely a very good episode. So
yeah,
I can't deny that.
All right, the next one is The Brig. I don't think at the top 10 there should be many season 3 episodes unless you're talking about a premiere or a finale.
Yes. There's a surprising number of season 3 episodes. The Brig. The Brig was definitely a good episode. It had the, Sawyer killing the real Sawyer, and it had Locke's flashback of his little period with the others. So it was very good stuff. I think this is a bit high. I would have to banish this. It's lower. For me, it'd probably be more like 40s territory.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. It's got some big moments, but in terms of the episode overall, it's bad and average.
Yeah.
All right, number 7 is The Substitute.
Jesus, again, wow. I mean, it's a good episode, but damn, top 10? I mean, there's a lot of good scenes in it, but again, there's just so much other stuff that's just amazing, jaw-droppingly amazing, and it's just not, it's not at that level. So
it's not. It's
for
really
me,
not.
that's more like a 40s kind of episode.
Yeah, I'd say 30s, 40s, definitely. It's got to go down. It's got to go down, but it's not the best of season 6, So okay, which number 6 is Happily Ever After, another season 6 episode.
Oh man, again, I get out of the top 10. What are you doing?
I think a lot of these are just because they're recent. They're recently good.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some excellent season 6 episodes I would put above that one. That Happily Ever After, it's good. It's definitely good. But yeah, just not top 10 material.
No, you know what? I feel like it was really great in season 6. Watching season 6, seeing it for the first time, I really enjoyed it. But looking back at all the seasons and trying to compare, no way.
And I think for me, especially now that we know what we're watching there, that it basically
it loses some stuff.
Yeah, it's like purgatory-centric, and I don't really want to spend a whole episode in purgatory.
Yeah.
It's a bit much. So I think, even at the time, it had limited replay value, but now it's like, I don't know what to do with that episode. It's not bad. It's definitely interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
More like 50s or 60s probably.
Yeah, I agree. 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
Because I was just thinking, I got to put some stuff at the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
So, I agree. It goes about there. Number 5 is Exodus. The season 1 finale.
Well, that's a good episode. I won't argue with that.
Yeah, Walt getting kidnapped by the others, and
the quest to open up the hatch, first trip to the Black Rock.
Yeah, you're not going to get better than that. So I agree, top 10 material.
Yeah, that's a great episode.
4, Flashes Before Your Eyes, season 3, episode 8.
What's up with this Desmond thing?
People really, really like Desmond. I think he's skewed more than his, I mean, not that he doesn't deserve it, but I think he just gets, Penny and Desmond are special.
Yeah.
And Desmond has a big reason for that. People really like his stuff. His episodes do usually stand out. His centric episodes usually stand out, and a lot of times they're about love.
It's true. Well, that's his big motivation in life. Mm-hmm. I think Flash Before Your Eyes is a strong episode, very interesting, creepy. Miss Hawking's introduction is really good, and it definitely stands apart. Like you said, Desmond episodes are unique. I'll give him that. But I I think for Lost, I just think there's stronger material than this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's again, there's that category like expose and like Other 48 Days. These sort of like they stand out and they're interesting because of that. But if you take it just on their own merits, sort of comparatively, it's not the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
And it's but it definitely stands out. And it's I'd put it 30s, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I might put it even maybe 50s or something. It's good, but I don't even know what to do with it. I mean, in the end, it seems like you don't get anything.
I'm not itching to go back and watch it. Let's say that.
I feel like it doesn't have that much to offer. It's like it's good on its own, but yeah, too high, way too high. There's so much other good stuff that could be there.
Yeah, I would say way too high. 3, Walkabout, Season 1, Episode 3.
Walkabout. That's, of course, a classic episode, and it's very good. I don't want to take anything away from it, but it does have the device of the surprise ending that I am not a fan of. So for me, that has limited replay value. When I watch it
What's
again,
the surprise ending?
That Locke couldn't walk before he crashed on the island.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I remember now. That's important.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is a great reveal, and at the time, first time I watched it, totally blew me away. It's just, when I watch it again, it all feels like a contrivance to do the reveal. And so, for me, it's good. The character stuff is good. I'm not saying it's a bad episode, but it's as far as Lost goes, it's not one of my favorites.
Yeah, no, it goes down. It's one of those really solid classic episodes that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all built around a gimmick. To me, it's like Dave. I mean, it's better than Dave, but it's the same kind of episode as Dave.
Mhm.
And those are just that's not my favorite kind of episode.
Yeah. Well, is number 2, Through the Looking Glass, one of your favorite kinds of episodes?
Yes, it is. It's the finale. You can't fuck with finales.
Season 3 finale.
That's with great, fantastic on-island stuff. I love all those bits, and then the flash forward thing, which is probably the most mind-blowing reveal of the show for me.
Mhm.
It's
it has to be. It kind of has to be. There's so much good stuff there. The death of Charlie.
Yeah.
So he could turn off the thing and telling him Desmond's not Penny's boat. That's a huge ordeal. And we get a lot of this. This is the wrapping up all the crap of season 3.
Yeah.
And Ben being captive and and Jack being sort of back in charge finally, and there's just a lot of okay, now we're getting back to Laws. A lot of stuff is happening.
Yeah.
And then the flash forward reveal was ridiculous. We got to go back. Oh man.
Yeah.
What? Where did you get that beard?
Yeah. That's definitely. I agree with this one.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't beat that. It's such good stuff. Okay, and so their number 1 is, drum roll, The Constant.
Oh, of course.
Season 4, episode 5.
God, these people love their Desmond.
Yeah, totally.
Damn.
They love their Penny and Desmond.
Damn. I think I like The Constant better than Flash Before Your Eyes, probably. I think it's it ties in better as a story in the Lost world.
Yeah, I agree.
It was cool that they tied in Dan. They had that little crossover in the past, and it's also exploring this phenomenon that's happening to people on the freighter.
It was really great. Yeah.
So I feel like this is definitely a better episode than Flash Before Your Eyes. So I would definitely put it higher than that. Number 1 Lost episode of all time? No fucking way.
No way.
Not even close. Wow.
No.
Wow. It's really. It's weird to if you. It's almost like you like. It's weird to be a fan of Lost and to see that as the best Lost episode, because it's almost like That's just
It's
so
almost
not...
about nothing like what any other Lost episode is about.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like, I don't really like Lost. I like this. I like the Desmond show.
Here's the thing. Yeah, that's what it's saying. It's like, this is what I like.
Yeah.
Because that's really what you're saying when you're saying, what's your favorite of anything. You're saying, really, what's your favorite version of that thing?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, here it is. This is what I think they do. I like that they do best,
Yeah.
This is it.
If I were going to pick a number one, it would be hard to do, but it would have to be an episode that represents Lost, like all of the stuff that it's good at.
Yeah.
And I just think Constant is just so not that.
No.
So
honestly, if I had to pick a number one, I think it has to be one of the finales.
Yeah.
Or something like that,
Yeah, definitely.
It has to be one of just the big, they sort of have an unfair advantage. Maybe I could give a number one that's not a finale, but including finales, I think the finale would probably have it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It would be hard for me to pick the one, but those do seem to be the prime candidates for number one episode, because they usually cover a lot of ground, they have a lot of characters, and they usually, do something really interesting and surprising. That's, one of the things Lost is good at, and they'll usually give you, something pretty amazing going on in all parts of the story, and so it's just sort of like classic Lost at its best stuff in those.
Yeah.
And the Constant is just, they never did an episode like that before or since.
It was one of those Desmond standout episodes.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know a lot of people love it. I don't dislike it. It's a good episode, but damn.
Oh, yeah, it's really good.
Just, I don't know, probably more like 30s or 40s for me.
Yeah. Yeah, if I had to rate the finales, season 3, like you said, is great. Does the series finale count? I mean, yikes, that's a little unfair, I'd say.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I think I can't factor that in, but
the series finale is scary. I don't want to.
It's its own thing.
I don't want to go near it. It's yeah. In terms of the other ones, they all have. The reason why it's tough is they all have something different to offer, and hard to really choose which one is the best.
Yeah, I'd hate to choose, but I'd say 3 or 5 for me. I think come to mind.
Yeah.
I think in terms of what I really liked, that was in them.
Yeah, I love 2 and 4 though, but 3 and 5 are very good as well. 3 is really strong, but so is 5, and 2 is and 4, and then there's 1, which is good. So that's hard.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not confident about it. I almost feel like I need to watch them again.
Yeah.
To decide.
Yeah, it's just for me the incident. It's got so much good stuff, and some of the just big crap. Just like can't believe what's going on.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, 3 had that just mind blowing flash forward reveal, and that was just too much.
Yeah.
Kind of stands out, but they're all really great. It's really hard to pick. It's really just coming down to just little things, but they're all really good.
Definitely.
So, what would you say your number one episode is? I know this is an easy question for you.
Well,
so not counting finales.
Oh, not counting finale.
Yeah, because we just basically agreed.
Pilot.
Pilot.
Might want to exclude that, but that might be what I'd have to say. If you throw out the finales.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing that's. I would say the pilot. The pilot comes to mind. What else would I maybe try to say that's not a finale? That's what's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me look at season 5. Anything that's as good as the finale, guys? I mean, the good as the pilot. I liked a lot of these.
Yeah, there's a lot of good episodes there.
Mhm. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard not to. Yeah. It's hard to compete with the pilot.
It is.
Because sometimes some of these big good episodes are really sort of narrow in their focus.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes them good, but it's like some of the other ones cover big things. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to choose. I'm going to say my number one episode is either the pilot or Eggtown.
Excellent choice.
Yeah, I just, gotta love that Eggtown.
Can't get enough of that Eggtown.
Can't get enough. I like eggs.
Give me some Eggtown.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's tough.
It is. I'm struggling to come up with something that sounds like a good answer. I feel like the pilot's a bit of a cheat.
Yeah. Yeah, if you exclude the pilot, then what do you say?
Then I want to reach
then you
something.
Do you want to go to one of the premieres, and then it's like, okay, then you have to take those off.
Yeah, I was going to go LAX or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, throw that out. Then
so non-premiere, non-pilot,
damn,
non-finale, non-episode, yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, it's like, that's the cool thing about Lost. A lot of the episodes have their little thing to offer, but they aren't all of Lost. It's really, it's mainly the finale episodes where it feels like they can encompass a lot of what's good about Lost and not just a small piece of it.
Yeah.
It definitely seems like the episodes, none of the individual episodes really have that, and so it's just hard to single one out because then it's just like, well, I like that character. Like what they're doing with Desmond.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I just like Desmond a lot, so Desmond episodes are the best ever. I could do that with Dan episodes or Juliet episodes or something.
Yeah, totally.
But it's like, I don't know if those are sort of the best ever. I mean, they're very good for what they do.
When you're constraining that much, it's your own personal opinion that you're having to make the decision with.
Yeah. I feel like I need to do a rewatch to really decide how I feel about some of those, especially the older ones.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I haven't seen them in so long, and I've just lost touch with how.
You might.
Especially since the series is over.
You might put your number one as Fire Plus Water.
Who knows?
You might be like, holy moly, this is great.
This is so good.
Fire Plus
Come on, Charlie,
Water,
put
guys.
that baby in that water.
Fire Plus Water, don't you get it? This answers everything. Yeah.
Oh, Locke, I hope you hit Charlie.
He does, don't worry. Yeah, it's hard to choose. I would say the pilot as the number one though. It's too good.
Yeah, genius.
Yeah. All right. Well, that concludes the big list. We didn't mean for us to go through every single one, but we did.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen, but at a certain point, it's like, well, we're on 32 now. I guess we're doing the whole thing.
Yeah.